नीचे आ रहा हूँ क्या?
Hello, Mr. Kant. This is Deepak. Can you hear us? Mr. Kant, can you hear us? This is Deepak from ICRIER. You can't hear us?
This one. Here? Here, next one, here. Yeah.
Good evening, Mr. Kant. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, very well.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. It gives me immense pleasure as I welcome you all to ICRIER's 14th Annual International G20 Conference, organized in partnership with Asian Development Bank Institute, ADBI, and the International Monetary Fund, IMF. The theme for this year's conference is India's G20 presidency, crafting an Indian narrative on resilient, inclusive, and sustainable economy. As you may know, we have been organizing these conferences since 2009, prior to the G20 summit. The discussions in these conferences have provided a platform for engaging eminent researchers, academicians, and policymakers in rich debate on topics of relevance to the G20 summit. Year after year, the conference has been extremely successful in facilitating exchange of ideas and views at both a scholarly and policy level. After two completely virtual editions due to obvious reasons, we are back physically at a time when India is set to assume the G20 presidency in precisely a month from today. As you would note, this year we have an excellent lineup of speakers, many of whom are likely to play an instrumental role in India's G20 presidency. For our first session, which is on leveraging G20 presidency to create an Indian narrative on resilient, inclusive, and sustainable economy, we have none other than India's G20 Sherpa, Mr. Amitabh Kant, joining us virtually from New York to deliver the keynote address. On the dais, we have ICRIER's Director and Chief Executive, Dr. Deepak Mishra, and Chairman, Mr. Pramod Bhasin. Before I invite Shri Amitabh Kant to deliver his keynote address, let me request Dr. Deepak Mishra to kindly give the welcome remarks. Dr. Mishra.
Thank you, Pratik, and hello and good morning, everyone. Honorable India's G20 Sherpa, Mr. Amitabh Kant, the esteemed speakers, panelists of the conference, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all those who are present here, as well as many more who are connected online. Let me welcome you all to ICRIER's 14th Annual International G20 Conference. We have been hosting this conference since 2009 and in recent years with our two collaborators, IMF and ADB Institute. But this year conference assumes a special significance for at least three reasons. First, it is perhaps the last major conference before India assumes G20 presidency. So if you want to get a leg up on what are going to be the key priorities for India's G20 presidency, you do not want to miss today's event. At the end of today, not only you will get a sense of the grand preparation underpinning India's presidency, but also the substantive issues and priorities that would characterize India's leadership. Second, almost all the key architects that are involved in the preparation of India G20 presidency are here and will be speaking at this conference. We'll be hearing from Sherpa, then we'll have Honorable Finance Minister speaking to us at 3 p.m. The G20 Chief Coordinator, Mr. Shringal, will be speaking at immediately after lunch, and Niti Aayog's chairperson will be delivering a special address at 4 p.m. Equally importantly, the senior policymakers from Ministry of Finance, External Affairs, Commerce, and others will speak at this conference, as well as heads of various think tanks and multilateral organizations. I can assure you that you will feel much better informed and much more knowledgeable on G20 issues at the end of the day than you were at the start of the day. Important reason I believe the conference is significant is that you're going to see a different tone to many of the G20 conferences that you have attended before, precisely because the theme that we have chosen, crafting an Indian narrative on resilient, inclusive, and sustainable economy, or in short, RISE, R-I-S-E. We hope and believe that as India assumes the presidency, it will also mark the rise of the Indian economy, the rise of the developing country's voice in the global economic diplomacy, and the rise of the global economy from the depth of a prolonged economic crisis caused by a pandemic, a ravaging war, and unprecedented inflation crisis. But the reason for crafting an Indian narrative on global issues goes beyond rhetoric. Development has many facets to it. The facts, analysis, and policy facing a development problem can be very different depending on the prism one looks at it. The presidency will allow India to influence the G20 nations to look at the global problem from a developing country perspective. Therefore, crafting the narrative, I believe, is what will separate India's presidency from all the presidency that has preceded before. So you got the three reasons I mentioned: hearing about a new development narrative, listening it from the people who are going to craft this narrative, and getting to know about it before others get to know is the three main reasons why this conference makes it so special. And I'm deeply grateful for everyone who have joined in person as well as online to this event. I hope you'll stay till the very end of the event and actively participate in all the sessions. India G20 presidency also marks an important milestone for ICRIER. We are proud to be the G20 knowledge partner for the Ministry of Finance, Commerce, Power, and Department of Telecommunication, as well as working very closely with Sherpa's office. We have a dedicated website on G20 issues and an exclusive Twitter handle on G20. At ICRIER, we are delighted to be able to part of this G20 economic festival that is about to sweep the nation. So without much ado, let me now turn to Mr. Amitabh Kant to deliver the keynote address of the event. After Mr. Kant speaks, I'll request Mr. Pramod Bhasin, the chairperson of ICRIER, to moderate the session and provide the vote of thanks. Mr. Kant needs no introduction to this audience, but I'll do so for the benefit of some of our foreign participants. An alumnus of Modern School, St. Stephen College, and JNU, until a few weeks ago, Mr. Kant was the CEO of Niti Aayog. To me, Mr. Kant is one of the most optimistic, articulate, and well-informed policymakers you can find in India today. In every respect, he's the right person in the right job at the right time to lead India's G20 effort. The fact that Mr. Kant agreed to speak to us from his current location, where it is nearly midnight, speaks volume about his dedication to the country and his commitment to G20 issues. Over to you, Mr. Kant, and thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Mr. Mishra, Mr. Pramod Bhasin, Chairman of ICRIER, Mr. Deepak Mishra, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm truly delighted to be participating in this 14th annual International G20 conference, and I just want to really appreciate ICRIER's very long commitment to the cause of G20 and for creating a huge amount of awareness on G20 in India over the last 14 years. So I greatly appreciate, and I'm truly delighted to be here. India will take over presidency of G20 at a time when the world is highly polarized. It's a fractured world. The world is witnessing a debt crisis. There is a looming recession. There's a slowing down of the global economy. the SDGs in the post-COVID era have been severely impacted. Instead of progress, we've seen a regression on most of the SDGs. There's a huge conflict in Europe, and there is an intensifying of the great power competition. And it is at this time, Indonesia has faced a lot of challenges during this period. And when we take over presidency from Indonesia on 1st December, the challenge for India will be to really demonstrate its leadership, its ability to strengthen multilateralism against all odds, and also to be action-oriented and be ambitious. It's also important to say that after Indonesia is an emerging country, post-Indonesia, we have the presidency, and after us, there will be Brazil and then South Africa. So you have 4 emerging markets, one after another, during the G20 presidency. And therefore, it's a challenge for the emerging markets during this time, this period, to demonstrate their ability to deliver on G20. Actually, G20 comprises of about, as most people are aware, about close to 85% of the global GDP. It accounts for about 78% of the global trade. It's an important body because unlike the United Nations, it's not a very large, unwieldy body. It comprises of both the G7 and some of the major emerging markets. It's not an elitist body like G7, which is just a body of rich nations, but here G20 is a compact organization. It bridges the North-South divide. It includes the world's biggest and geopolitically most powerful countries. And the decisions of G20 actually impact the working of global economy. In the past, a series of decisions taken by G20 have actually managed to push growth and bring in greater financial stability. It's also important to say that it's not a treaty-based organization like the Bretton Woods institutions, which were established in the post-World War II. It does not have a formal secretariat. The secretariat moves year after year. It's an informal body that works through consensus. So the challenge is one that India should be able to have a strong content, to my mind. It should have very professional issue notes on the basis of which there should be debate and discussion. So first and foremost is its ability to create good content on the basis of which these issues are debated, discussed, and then it should have the ability to steer discussions. And that means that under both the finance track, which has 8 different working streams, and the Sherpa track, which over the years has grown and has close to about 13 working groups, we should be able to clearly push through what we want to achieve. And that would really require that we should have a very clear objective of what we want to drive. Secondly, it's also an opportunity. It's a huge opportunity to demonstrate a unique experience of India and send back every single visitor who visits India during this period, and all the top leadership of the G20 will visit India during this period, to send them back with a unique experience of India, which is to really mentally rejuvenate them and invigorate them and send them back as a brand ambassador of India. So this is critical. So in my view, the priorities will be spelled out by the Honorable Prime Minister when he launches India's website, etc. He'll spell that out at great length in due course. But looking at the global scenario, I think it's very important that G20 as an organization at a point of time when there is a looming recession, G20 is able to give a direction to. Important thing is for G20 to be able to drive growth, global growth. To my mind, that should be the centerpiece of what G20 should aim at. It should be able to drive growth, which is inclusive, which is resilient, which is sustainable, and is able to give a clear direction towards growth. And this is because growth is the basic fundamental of for what G20 was originally established, and is fundamental to everything that it would aim to do. So to my mind, it's critical that we are able to drive growth, because the IMF has actually brought down has said that the global GDP growth next year will slow down to 2.7%, even slower than what it had said its forecast was 2.9% in July. Global growth will continue to fall, and it'll get further impacted by the pressures from the war in Ukraine, by the strengthening of the dollar, the high energy and food prices, inflation, and sharply higher interest rates, warning that conditions would actually worsen significantly next year. And therefore, while India may be will be the fastest growing large economy in the world, it is important that the three largest economies, the United States, China, and the Euro area, will all continue to slow down. And therefore, as the IMF chief economist has said, the worst is yet to come. And for many people, 2023 will feel like a recession. And therefore, it's critical that the G20 focuses very strongly on economic growth. Earlier, on several occasions, G20 has taken a very, very strong measures to drive growth. So that will be critical to my mind. The second critical area to my mind is that we are going to be midway through the 2030 development agenda, and that is about sustainable development goals. And the COVID era has really impacted learning outcomes. It has impacted health outcomes. It has impacted nutrition. It has impacted all SDG goals. COVID has actually set back progress on SDG by almost 4 years. Close to about 120 million people have been pushed into poverty in 2020. There are 75 million fewer jobs. Extreme poverty is on rise for the first time in 2 decades. And, so to my mind, bringing SDG center stage and accelerating the pace of implementation of SDGs will be very critical. And as the United Nations Secretary General has said, there is a need for G20 to work out a clear action plan and a financial action plan for driving SDGs in a very big way. And that is, to my mind, very critical, because LDCs have been impacted. Even in developing countries, people have been impacted very severely. There is a huge, huge regression on the implementation of SDG, and that is critical. The third key area, to my mind, which is really critical from the perspective of global growth, that global growth has to be sustainable in the context of climate action. And therefore, while India has not contributed to carbonizing the world, it has contributed very little to total carbon space, just about 1.5%, whereas logically on a per capita income space, if you look at 1.5 degree centigrade, and if you were to look at the total carbon space of 2,400 gigatons, it should be entitled to about 17.5% of the total carbon space. It's not contributed to carbonizing, but India views climate action not as a challenge, but as a huge opportunity to technologically leapfrog. It has demonstrated its huge entrepreneurship in the renewable energy. It is demonstrating a tremendous amount of entrepreneurship in the field of green hydrogen and using renewable to crack water and produce green hydrogen and become the cheapest production and technology hub for the world. And therefore, this is an opportunity really to bring climate action center stage. And how does the world grow sustainably in the years to come will be a key challenge. And therefore, accelerating this development with climate action, that is green development, will be very critical. Now, the Prime Minister has repeatedly spoken about the LIFE movement, which has been launched recently by the UN Secretary General in Kevadia. That is about the lifestyle for sustainability, which will be a center stage of whatever India does as far as climate action is driven. And that is born out of our belief that it is not nations which will, if you look back at the history from COP1 to COP26, the developed world has not been able to live up to its commitments. It has not even been able to live up to its commitment of 100 billion per annum, which it is meant to do to support developing countries for climate justice. None of the commitments given by the developed world from COP1 to COP26 have been fulfilled. And therefore, our belief is that it's not countries, but individual behavioral change and community behavioral change will be very critical. And therefore, life will be a critical driver of growth. Much of the developing world is still to urbanize, and how we urbanize in terms of new cities, which are based on walking, cycling, public transportation, and how we develop clean energy of the future, and how do we do just transition will be critical. And all this will be a very critical, the LIFE program. The fourth is that if you have to accelerate the pace of SDGs, and if you have to accelerate the pace of implementation of green development, it is very important that the existing Bretton Woods institutions, which were built for the post-World War II period, are significantly restructured. These are institutions which have played a particular role in the post-World War II period, but these institutions increasingly need to become institutions for supporting they need to become institutions for climate change, for financing climate change. They need to become institutions for financing sustainable development goals. And therefore, our view is that these institutions need a lot of restructuring to be able to support credit enhancement. Instead of doing direct lending, they should be doing credit enhancement. They should be doing blended finance. They should be doing first loss guarantees, so that whatever they lend at present, almost 10x of that resources can flow in. And that doesn't require large political capital. We are not talking about structural change, or we are not talking about equity restructuring, but we're talking about change as far as program of implementation is concerned. The administrative and the political will to redefine these institutions for the need of the 21st century, and how do you turn them into institutions of 21st century, that is critical. Fourthly, so that will be one key issue that we'll focus on jointly. And I think the other key priority to my mind, which is very, very important, that whatever we do in the world today, and in India, the latest NFS data shows that there are more women than men in India, that there is a need for a women-led development. And therefore, how do you bring in greater financial inclusion for women? How do you enhance their productivity? How do you improve their learning and health outcomes? How do you make them, really, how do you provide better women leadership? How do you enhance their productivity in an economy like India and in the developing world? So women-led development, if 50% plus of the population is going to be women, how do you ensure a women-led development is very, very critical. So these are our, this is what I think will be broadly what we think should be done. But there are several issues which will enable us to push the India narrative. And as far as India narrative is concerned, for us, digital transformation is very critical. India has demonstrated that it has built up an alternative model, which is open source, which is based on open APIs, which is based on open standards, is interoperable. It is consent-based, and we've been able to build digital identities. We've been able to do data empowerment. We've been able to do fast payments to an extent where we are doing almost 7x. If you look at the total real-time transactions done by India, is about 48.6 billion, which is about 41% of the real-time transactions in the world. The next is China with just about 16% of the total real-time transactions. So we are doing about 7x of the transactions than what United States and Europe do together. We do about 3x of the real-time transaction than what China does. And therefore, India has built up a unique model. And these transactions have then led to many startups doing paperless, cashless lending to both people below the poverty line and for MSMEs. And there are many young startups who've done wealth creation, like Zerodha, etc., which is all cashless, paperless. And then there are many others like Digit and Acko who have done insurance, end-to-end insurance, which is totally cashless, paperless. So what India has demonstrated is a unique model of financial inclusion. When we started Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana, there were just 19% of the accounts were with women. Today, 56% of the accounts are with women. Their deposits have gone up by 71%. 600 schemes of the government, we put money straight into the bank account of the beneficiaries without any leakages. So what it is an alternative model. Most of this technological disruptions happens from the developed world. This is a model which a developing and an emerging market established, which to my mind combines both privacy and innovation, and will in subsequent years become the model for the rest of the world. So there is a huge opportunity for India as it undertakes the G20 presidency to demonstrate a very powerful new approach in digital transformation. And this has enabled India to technologically leapfrog in many ways. And I think important thing to understand is that there are 4 billion people in the world who do not have digital identity. There are 1.5 billion people who do not have a bank account. The fast payment mechanism is there only in 55 countries of the world. So there is a huge opportunity to use the model of India to really transform the lives of citizens across the world. This is very, very critical to my mind. And this is an opportunity. What a recent study by the Bank of International Settlement has said is that what India has achieved in a period of last 10 years, it would have taken India 50 years to achieve. So India has done some remarkable things. And therefore, this digital transformation is very, very critical to my mind. And that will be one of the key India narratives during our presidency. The other is the size and scale of what India has done in the infrastructure sector. It's important to understand this because many of us sitting in India do not realize this quite often. In the Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan accounts Yojana, we between 2014 and 2017, we opened up close to about 400 million bank accounts. I mean, that's more than the population of the United States of America. So every second bank account opened during this period was opened in India. UPI, as I said, we do about 48.6 billion real-time transactions. That's 20% more than what US and China does. Housing, we've actually in the last 6 years, we've done 30 million houses. So every single citizen of Australia, we've actually equivalent to a citizen of Australia, we've provided houses. Roads we built up in the last 6 years, we've done 55,000 kilometers roads. That's like making roads through 3/4 of Europe. And in vaccination, we've done cashless, paperless, digital vaccination to 2.5 billion citizens, 2.5 billion vaccinations we did. That's six and a half times the population of USA and 5 times the population of EU. So the size and scale of what India has attempted to do in terms of infrastructure, or look at water connections, 81 million piped water connections. That's like providing a water connection to everyone in Brazil. So huge amount of infrastructure on ground has been delivered, and this is an opportunity to demonstrate that and to be able to say that the size and scale of India is very important. The third is, I think it also gives us this opportunity to demonstrate India's soft power in a very big way, and that is demonstrate through India's, it's not just the hard power of India, but the soft power of India in terms of its culture, in terms of its cuisine, in terms of its people. And if India is planning to host about 200 events of all these working groups, the finance track, the Sherpa tracks, 200 plus events in 55 different cities. In addition to that, the business track is holding 90 events. The think tank is holding about 100 events. So you can imagine there are close to about actually 450 to 500 events which will be held in different parts of India. Every state, every union territory will be hosting an event. So this is also an opportunity to accelerate the pace of infrastructure improvement. This is an opportunity for states to demonstrate their unique heritage. This is an opportunity to demonstrate for the states really to show their travel and tourism. This is an opportunity really for the states to do transformational work in India. This opportunity will never come again. To have 42 leaders of the world together in September 9th and 20th in Delhi, but huge spin-offs in the states. So that is a massive opportunity which India should really utilize to drive many of the states. And so broadly, my view is that this G20, while the broad priorities will be spelled out by the Prime Minister shortly, but given the global scenario, growth, sustainable growth, green development with life, pushing for digital transformation, having accelerated and resilient kind of women-led development, and a need for reformed 21st century institutions, along with pushing the India narrative for digital transformation, for the infrastructure work that it has done, for projecting India's unique soft power, its culture, its heritage, its cuisine, all that will be critical. So at the end of it all, it works out to all of us, whether it's the Sherpa track, whether it's the finance track, whether it's the large number of engagement groups, all working towards the same, all of us working towards the same objectives, working towards the same outcomes and delivering on them. So what the Prime Minister has clearly said is that this G20 must be very transformational. It must make a paradigm shift from the past G20s. It must be very outcome oriented, and it should deliver on outcomes, and it should be very, very Indian. It should have an Indian ethos, and that is that ensure that every citizen who comes, every participant who comes from across the world goes back as an Indian when he goes back from G20. So this is my broad perspective. With these few words, I'll conclude. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Amitabh. Can you hear me? You can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Amitabh, thank you very much, Mr. Kant. It's an inspiring speech in the middle of the night. I'm sorry we've kept you up so late, but we really appreciate the enthusiasm and the energy you brought to us as a Sherpa going forward. I'm going to open this up to question and answers. I would love to do that, but I'll be very happy to start myself unless someone raises their hand urgently. But I can kick it off at the same time, Amitabh, and then hopefully we have many more questions for you. You know, we are in a unique position in India. We seem to be a calm in the middle of a global storm. The conflicts around the world continue to actually be very unpredictable, very unnerving, disrupting global supply chains and disrupting what we would have all considered to be a particularly terrific time for India and the world to take the lead. And instead, the withdrawal of countries into protectionism and many other areas continue to threaten the world's growth prospects. As we think about India's leadership, I love the concept that you've talked about in terms of digital transformation, the scale that you can talk about, the level of awareness that we can bring to the table. You know, one of the questions that I had in my mind was, given the inherent global conflicts that are going on, how can India help lead this effort and bring more consensus to it, bring out a better statement at the end of the G20, make all the great major partners work together? How can we help there, given our credibility as a vibrant democracy, and certainly one of the leading growth engines of this world going forward? I'll start with that. I have many more, but I'll love to open it up to others as well. Thanks, Amitabh.
So, Pramod, one is that every crisis is actually an opportunity, and how you use this crisis to be ambitious, to be action-oriented is very important, number one. Number two, I think, to my mind, we should not just restrict G20 to, as academicians, to look at the communiques to be issued, but it's also about putting 42 of the top leaders of the world together. If these leaders, it's important that these leaders discuss amongst themselves, they are able to build a personal relationship, and they are able to utilize G20 to completely rethink the way the world is going. So to my mind, it's leadership which is critical. The world is short of great leaders. And I think what's important is that this India gives you that opportunity to bring global leadership together, which can redesign, restructure many of these institutions and redesign the world. So the human, behind the communique, let's not forget the human element to it, and that's very important. So if leaders realize that they have to, leaders with their personal touch, their personal conviction, if they are able to open up and if they are able to take leadership, the G20 can play a very critical role. Whenever G20 has played a critical role, especially when FSB was established, etc., it was leadership which is critical. So you are putting the top leaders of the world, you're putting the emerging leaders, you're putting developed countries leaders all together. And once they sit together, there is a huge opportunity for them to drive growth and climate action and SDGs in a far more positive manner. So I think communique is important, but beyond communique, it's the human element, the personal touch, the leadership, which is very, very important. And that is what G20 provides all through, both in the finance track and in the Sherpa track. There's a huge element of leadership which will enable growth to be taken forward.
Very well said, Amitabh. Very well said. We do have some hands up. Arun, would you like to go, please? Mr. Myra, Arun Myra. We'll get a mic to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Amitabh. Mr. Kant, congratulations. It was really clear and inspiring. And you ended by saying that the G20 must be a paradigm shift in the way it impacts the world and the way it's conducted. And you said, don't look at it as an opportunity for academics to draft, scientific or academic communiques, but bringing people together, and let's not forget humans, as you said. So my question is about the role of the T20 and think tanks. What would you expect think tanks in India to do differently to enable the outcomes that you have in mind to come about?
So thank you, Mr. Myra. I've actually worked with a number of think tanks, and I've had several rounds of interaction with them. They've provided a lot of very positive and constructive inputs to our presidency in several areas. I've talked about some of these areas, but there are many other areas like green hydrogen, or there's climate and health, many, many areas which we are working on. And all these areas require a lot of knowledge. It requires a lot of technical expertise. It requires a lot of skills. And let me assure you that every single think tank we've interacted with, we've got a lot of very constructive and positive inputs from them. A T20 has now been constituted. All the leading think tanks of India have been put together. They're driving this. I'll personally work with them on T20 to take India's agenda forward. Once the Prime Minister announces this, I'll be very delighted to work with all of them. Similarly, not merely T20, there's the business 20 side of it. Because eventually, it's not just the political leaders, the world. If growth has to be driven, it has to be driven by the private sector. And therefore, the business 20 has to play a very major and a key role. And therefore, in all these areas, you have the youth 20, you have the women 20. So actually, G20 has grown in several dimensions over the years. It's become a very large a body across engagement group, across Sherpa track, across finance track. And I think we'll work with all of them to drive India's agenda forward. But Think 20 has a very critical, a very major role. Many of them will work with us in the Sherpa track with each of the working groups and contribute to that. And much of their communique goes into the final communique of the Sherpa track. Their recommendations play a very critical role in the Sherpa communication, and finally into the leaders' communique itself. So they'll have to play a very major role.
Very good. Thank you, Amitabh. I'm going to turn to Ashok Gulati, please.
Thank you, Mr. Kant, for a very clear and inspiring address. Your first basic issue to focus on was propelling growth globally. But right now, global leaders are struggling to tame inflation, especially food and fuel, the energy crisis, and that is taking a toll on growth story. And 23 is likely to be a recession, as you rightly said, in most of the advanced economies. If that is the case, I'm looking at the implications for the larger humanity, especially those who are less privileged in Africa, who have to bear the brunt of this food prices. What is it that G20 can do to answer that? Thank you.
No, that's a very, very important question raised by Mr. Gulati. And one of the key tasks of India's presidency is also to demonstrate its a very significant leadership of the developing world. And therefore, when we take over the presidency of G20, India has invited a vast number of other countries from different regions of the world. But we will continue to debate and discuss with all LDCs, all countries, all the LDCs across, keep getting their inputs on this. You've rightly said that there's been a huge impact on growth. New evidence compiled by both WHO and World Bank shows that the pandemic has actually halted 2 decades of global progress towards universal health coverage. More than 500 million people have been pushed or further pushed into extreme poverty because they have to pay for health services. The pandemic has grown into one of the greatest humanitarian issues in history. Almost 97 million more people have been pushed into poverty as a result of COVID. So this has all happened across Asia and Africa. And therefore, we will work with all these countries. There's a very major debt crisis which is taking place. Almost 60 countries are impacted with this. During the Saudi presidency, India played a very critical role in the debt sustainability measures that were taken. And we will continue to play a critical role in partnership with the developing nations across the world, particularly in Africa. And that is why much of the agenda that I'm talking about in terms of whether it's growth, whether it's green development, whether it's accelerating inclusive and resilient growth, all that is based on our worldview of taking everybody along, particularly the countries of Africa.
Thank you, Amitabh. We'll just do one last question. If we could make it, please, if we could make it very, very quick, I would really appreciate that.
Right. Good morning. Hello, Amitabh. It's always so exciting hearing you. And I missed part of it, but I'm glad what you said at the end. The last intervention is something which I wanted to raise with you in the context of the kind of diminishing multilateralism. I mean, how do you think we can use this G20 platform to give a boost to multilateralism in whatever way it can be done, including using some very concrete indicators to see that it can go? I mean, for example, I mean, you mentioned about Africa. Do we have African Union Commission in this G20? We have the European Commission, for example. I mean, there could be signaling to be done in this particular manner, that what we are interested in is, as India is, as Prime Minister has said very often, that we are interested in boosting multilateralism. So therefore, some very concrete steps we could be taken, even small steps, that would help the agenda. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so if you look at, it's a very important question again, because multilateralism has to be brought center stage. And if you look at many of our guest invitees, this is exactly what we've tried to do through institutions and the individual countries that we have invited. We want to shape the international agenda, largely because in the past, we've responded to an agenda set by the developed world. We've given our comments to that agenda. This is the first time that we are India is shaping the international agenda on crucial issues relating to climate action, the 2030 agenda, and many other issues. And to deliver on all these would require multilateralism of a very high order. We need all countries to believe in that multilateralism. It's important. But, the point which Pramod had made earlier, that you were seeing that large parts of the world is retreating into protectionism. I mean, you have the new Inflation Reduction Act of the USA, which is talking about giving $3 subsidy for green hydrogen to people who produce only in the United States of America. It's a very different regime from what has happened in the past. So it's total protectionism which is taking place in the world. And the global economy cannot grow without trade. Every time the global economy has grown, it's grown with trade. So everybody has to realize that if you have to lift people above poverty line, you have to have trade growing. And that would require many of these countries to move away from the kind of protectionism that they are working with right now. So I think that is something which leaders alone, and that's why I lay a lot of stress, not merely on the communique part of it, that communiques will be issued, that there'll be good inputs, that issue notes will be well prepared, that there'll be outcomes. That is one component of it. But the human element of leaders being together and leaders interacting with each other to build a new narrative for the world of tomorrow, that is very critical and very important. And therefore, it will require an all of G20 approach to really transform the world. It cannot be done by the country which is doing the presidency in that particular year, but requires a political will of all the G20 countries, including those who we are inviting as our guests. So I think that is what we are aiming at. If you look at the list of our guests, we only strengthen our credentials as a leader, as a country which believes in very strong multilateralism. The Prime Minister wants our G20 to be a multilateral landmark and to be remembered. And that is what we'll do during the course of our presidency.
Amitabh, thank you. That was a wonderful, inspiring speech. I must cut it short. I know it's late for you. We have to move on. And I just wanted to thank you very, very much indeed. This is a unique moment in time for India. There's a huge vacuum in leadership across the world, as you've said. It is time, and we have one of the strongest leaders that exists in the world with the highest ratings, etc., that you could expect. We have a chance to take a lead particularly in digital areas, in scale, in vaccination, in healthcare, climate change, climate finance, so many areas. And with your leadership and your energy, I hope this can be a phenomenally successful year in the midst of what is obviously a lot of gloom all around us in other areas. Thank you again. We are delighted that you've been able to participate. We are committed to working with you and the organizations that you represent, Amitabh, as we go forward to making G20, hopefully, one of the best presidencies that we can expect. Thank you again and good night.
Thank you, Pramod. Thanks a lot. Thank you, Deepak.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So after an excellent opening session, let's now move to our first technical session, which is on possible priorities and outcomes in the finance track. To chair the session, we have Dr. Shankar Acharya, Honorary Professor, ICRIER, and former Chief Economic Advisor, Government of India. Among the speakers, we have Dr. V. Anantha Nageswaran, who's the Chief Economic Advisor, Government of India. Dr. Poonam Gupta, who's the Director General, NCAER. And Mr. Ramanathan Subramanian, Executive Director, RBI. We also have two discussants, Dr. Louis E. Brewer, Senior Resident Representative for India, Nepal, and Bhutan, IMF, and Dr. Nella Henrietti, Director, Center for Regional and Bilateral Policy, Ministry of Finance, Indonesia, who is joining us online. Hi, Nella. May I check with you, Nella, if you can hear us?
Yes, very clear.
Great, great, Nella. Thank you. Over to Dr. Acharya for moderating the session. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, all of you know, first of all, can everybody hear me? As you all know, that the theme of this particular session is possible priorities and outcomes in the finance track of the G20. As Mr. Kant emphasized, there are two major tracks, the summit track and the finance track. So this particular session is going to focus on the finance track. I should mention at the outset that we have, I think, five people who will speak, three speakers and two discussants, aside from myself and analysts. We also have a promise from, I think, Pooja to do a little summary. Can see that. Okay. Well, that's why I can't see you, because you're behind the photographer. So that's a lot of speaking, and we only have an hour and 15 minutes. But that's why I turned to
Dr. Deepak Mishra for guidance on this. And he very helpfully sent me a WhatsApp this morning saying that it's going to be for each speaker will have 12 minutes and each discussant will have 7 minutes. The chair, that is myself, will have 5, and Pooja will summarize and draw out the kernel of the discussion in 5 minutes too. Good luck to that. I should actually have started by mentioning at the outset, which I didn't, but let me do that, that I'm really, in a sense, a stand-in chair, which I got activated sometime late yesterday evening, because essentially the person who would have been in this chair would have been Secretary of Economic Affairs, Mr. Ajay Seth, and he got held up in Mumbai for various work reasons and couldn't make it back in time. So you'll have to forgive me if I look and sound a little under-briefed, but I'll try and do my best. Now, so to begin with, if I can invite Dr. Anant Nageshwaran to be the first speaker. I'm sort of going to take it for granted that everybody has biodata and all in their various folders or on looked at it on the net. So I'm not going to give detailed introductions, but everybody knows also that he is Anant is a chief economic advisor and has been for quite a few months in the Ministry of Finance, which is a key position. And it's going to be, I think he's at the fulcrum in many ways of the finance track, preparation, thinking, and so forth within Finance Ministry and therefore the Government of India on this. So I think it'd be terrific to hear from him on this topic.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you, Dr. Acharya, for those kind words of introduction. We did hear the enormous and formidable challenges under which the circumstances under which India will be assuming the G20 presidency in about 30 days from today. So in that sense, this conference could not have been timelier. And I'm very confident and hopeful that this conference will offer insights to help us steer the G20 presidency and the issues effectively over the next 12 months. One of the requirements, but not necessarily sufficient, but necessary requirement to ensure that we do a good job of the presidency is to be able to improvise and be flexible as circumstances emerge in the global economic and political landscape, and it applies even to logistics. And that's exactly what happened today. Due to a last-minute preoccupation on the part of my colleague and Secretary Economic Affairs, Mr. Ajay Seth, I have to now double up a little bit as a panelist myself and also share some of his remarks. So I hope this exercise will persuade you to some extent that we can improvise and rise to the occasion. Quite clearly, along with the Honorable Finance Minister, Secretary Economic Affairs is the more important architect of the finance track than I am. Therefore, please indulge me as I share some of the thoughts that he would have liked to share today before I move on to my own remarks as well. As we have heard multiple times this morning, as well as before, that the global economic environment is subject to so many headwinds and uncertainties that we will be spending more than a day recounting them. To use a Rumsfeldian phraseology here, we are not dealing with known unknowns, but really unknown unknowns. Under these circumstances, the objectives of the Indian presidency under the finance track will be to focus on key issues of macroeconomic vulnerabilities in the near term. which deal with food and energy insecurity, which have arisen partly because of long-standing underinvestment in energy infrastructure, but also because of near-term geopolitical developments. Looking further beyond, it will be important to see how multilateral institutions can be strengthened, both in terms of governance and in terms of the capital and resources they command, to be able to serve development needs of countries as well as global challenges, which also affect smaller and lower income countries more than they affect others. So in that sense, the multilateral financial institutions must cater to global public goods, as well as continue to engage in development financing that they were mandated to do at the end of the World War II as well. And of course, in this regard, it is not just about capital adequacy that they have, it's also about additional capital that they may need, for which today's developed countries will have to take a call on how they are going to contribute to that. The third objective of the presidency would be to identify consensus-based solutions for accelerating the scale and scope of the response of the global community to many transboundary challenges, such as regulation of virtual assets, dealing with cross-border remittances, and also the issue of global capital flows, and how to create buffers and safety nets for developing countries that get affected by spillovers from developed country policies, etc. So as you can see, the list is quite useful, interesting, important, but also answers are not going to be easy to come by. Therefore, we have been engaging with institutions like ICRIER and as well as NCAR, international organizations, individuals and experts. That exercise has just begun and we will continue to do so. We remain very grateful for their support in helping us flesh out some of the ideas and also come up with some practical solutions that would be acceptable to a broad range of participants in the G20 as well. At the same time, considering the rapidly evolving and shifting nature of geopolitics, India remains flexible to recalibrate its agenda as may be necessary. And as Sherpa Mr. Amitabh Kant so eloquently spoke, there is close coordination and collaboration with the Sherpa track as well to make sure that there are several cross-cutting issues such as climate finance, climate and development agenda, evangelizing India's public digital infrastructure, including ensuring interoperability across borders, as well as ensuring that India's experience and knowledge can be shared within the G20, etc. We will be working very closely in collaboration with the Sherpa track. And also, it is very interesting that as we assume the G20 presidency, we have Japan, which should be taking over as the president of the G7 next year, and UAE will be hosting the COP28, and Indonesia, which is just going to complete its presidency of G20, will be leading the ASEAN grouping as well. So in that sense, it's very useful for us that we will have the, given the excellent relations we have with all these countries, it will be very good that we will be able to collaborate with them and make sure that the positions that we put forward are as synchronized and as consistent as possible. Before I move on to talking about the finance track issues or challenges, I have to make a special note on the speaker representing the Indonesian presidency, Ms. Nella Hendriati. She's the Director, Center for Regional and Bilateral Policy, Ministry of Finance, Indonesia. So we have to now take a moment to thank the Indonesian presidency and appreciate and recognize its exemplary efforts in keeping the momentum on G20 conversations going, despite multiple challenges that have been highlighted here. In fact, India will build upon the spirit of multilateralism that the Indonesian presidency managed to keep aloft in 2022. So with those words of setting the stage and the context, I would like to share with you the issues or the priorities for the finance track, but in no particular order of importance. I'll start with debt vulnerability because in our neighborhood in the last year plus, we have been dealing with the challenges that Sri Lanka is facing. Needless to add, this issue is critical. It is important for developing countries for sure, but in fact, given the state of affairs of finances in developed countries as well, it may become important even for some developed countries down the road, particularly in Europe, given the kind of economic slowdown that is anticipated over there. So debt vulnerability is an issue that affects not just today's developing countries, but also countries that are regarded as developed, but which have developed over the years, massive financial vulnerability because of their reliance on central bank munificence over the last 14 to 15 years. The question is not one of whether to provide relief. There is consensus on that. But the question is one of who would provide the relief and how, and who will do the burden sharing among the creditor countries. So that is where the common framework has to become more effective. And we may have to look beyond the Paris Club as well, because today creditor countries go beyond the original Paris Club members of creditor members. But related to debt vulnerability is the question of global capital flows, because debt vulnerability builds up during good times and goes unnoticed. Just a couple of days ago, Dr. Aravind Subramaniam had indeed a good piece in Project Syndicate calling for financial deglobalization. And in particular, he dealt with the issue of capital controls. So the question is, capital flows across borders happen, leading to debt accumulation in good times when risk appetite is high. So it is not so much about opening the umbrella after the rain has started, but it is about ensuring or preempting the buildup of debt vulnerability in good times. Is capital controls the way to move forward? But developing countries themselves do not take the necessary efforts in good times, because when capital does come in, it obviously contributes to economic growth, rising asset values, etc. Investors on their part from developed countries do not want restrictions on capital flows, both in and on the way out. But unfortunately, beneficiaries want to restrict capital flows mostly on the way out, not on the way in. So you can see the divergence between the positions of investors as well as developing countries here. So in this tussle or battle between sovereigns and investors, at the moment, the balance of power rests with capital providers. And that is where I think translating the recommendations, for example, that Dr. Subramaniam has put forward will be quite an interesting challenge. But it is good to note that in recent years, the International Monetary Fund is slowly shifting its position on the preemptive application of capital controls. But more needs to be done in order to make it mainstream and a legitimate policy tool. And hopefully our presidency can take this progress forward a bit more. Related to capital flows is the issue of financial globalization. The most recent episode, but not the only one, and not the most egregious one, is the question of leveraging adopted by pension funds in the UK, which are by definition supposed to be risk averse and boring fund managers. Investment strategies that on the face of it that sound harmless, liability-driven investing, have had enormous leverage built into them as returns dried up. Some of these strategies are conjured up by the financial services industry, and we know that how some of them helped grease high-risk public debt. And in the 2008 crisis and in the run-up, credit default swaps were created and allowed to proliferate. And these were essentially credit default insurance products, but they were renamed as credit default swaps to avoid regulatory oversight. And that we know that CDS brought down the world of finance almost in 2008. Therefore, financial globalization or financialization is the dominance of finance over the real economy, a case of tail wagging the dog. Therefore, how do we deal with financialization or financial globalization? How to make finance a servant of the real economy rather than the master? And given that Europe is somewhat more favorably inclined towards regulating global finance? Is it possible for G20 to arrive at some kind of a consensus on the way forward in making sure that finance serves the purpose of the real economy and not the other way around? But the question of why investors and even pension fund managers go after risk is the next issue that we have to deal with. And that takes us to the issue of spillovers. We have to consider, when we discuss spillovers, we have to consider the monetary policies of the last 20 years, or maybe the last 13 to 14 years, if you want to be very precise. Quantitative easing, zero interest rates, negative rates, all of them dried up returns on safe assets. Therefore, investors were encouraged to go out to the frontiers of the risk curve. Financial risk-taking coincided with inadequate risk-taking in real economy. Therefore, financial claims on real assets surged, resulting in bubbles in speculative assets. In this manner, extreme monetary policies, along with hands-off regulatory policies, facilitated and encouraged financial globalization or financialization. So we know what really happened here because of policies adopted elsewhere that gave rise to multiple phenomena which have created a problem today, because everywhere central bankers are keeping one eye on the real economy and one eye on the financial economy to make sure that the kind of tightening room that they need is not thwarted by any financial accident. And that is partly because of what went on in the previous 13 to 14 years in terms of some of unconventional monetary policies. And that is what has caused this whole spillover risk today. But let's be very clear. Spillovers have always been there since there is no one global central bank regulating global interest rates, global money supply, etc. The moment one currency was installed as the global reserve currency, the impact of its policies would naturally spill over on the rest of the world. And that has been the case since the end of the Bretton Woods or even before. Same thing has happened in the euro area as well, with the policies of the German government through the Deutschmark became cost spillover effects in Europe, because Deutschmark became the anchor currency for Europe, just as dollar became the global reserve currency. Therefore, the collapse of the Bretton Woods regime itself was a spillover event, as was the exit of the pound sterling from the exchange rate mechanism in Europe in early 90s. But what is new about spillovers today is the magnitude, amplified by extreme or unconventional monetary policies, about which I talked a bit earlier, pursued for a long period. After all, we all know from the textbooks that monetary policy is a short-term aggregate demand management tool, but we wouldn't have known that, considering how long zero rates or negative real rates or quantitative easing remained in the policy books, actually. So these policies have been pursued for a long period, unmindful of their unintended consequences, even as intended consequences failed to materialize. Therefore, we can see now that debt vulnerability, capital flows, financialization, spillovers on low-income countries or poor countries of policies followed elsewhere can all be traced to the policy paradigm that has prevailed in the last 3 to 4 decades, actually. That paradigm has given the pride of place to monetary policy. Fiscal policy kind of got downplayed. And as Paul Tucker wrote, unelected power of central bankers dominated the elected power, which had a greater influence over fiscal policy. Addressing these challenges or delivering on these priorities will require an overhaul of the macroeconomic, regulatory, and monetary policy frameworks of the last 40 years. It's not going to be easy, but we hope we can make a beginning during our presidency. Once this underlying framework is recognized as the root of the problem and a beginning is made in fixing it, then many of the related issues will solve themselves given time. And of course, during the time that it takes to solve these issues, short-term financial support needs to be made available to vulnerable and poor economies. I would be remiss if I don't conclude my remarks without talking about the issue of climate finance. The quantum of climate finance, availability, the terms on which such finance is made available, blended, whether it is public and private, all these issues and disclosure standards, all these issues will be part of the climate finance agenda. It is not just about securing money. It's about the various package terms and conditions, paraphernalia that go with it. For example, the International Sustainability Standards Board came up with its draft sustainability standards and climate disclosure standards in June. And the requirements are so comprehensive, onerous, and may even be beyond the capabilities of even well-funded, well-capitalized, large corporate entities in developing countries. In fact, some of you might have read that several financial institutions have even left the Global Financial Alliance G funds because the information requirements were very onerous. So you can imagine what would be the information requirements for developing countries and smaller businesses. And if those information is not provided by them, then the flow of funds will get affected. So we need to also address this issue of disclosure on sustainability and climate matters, and that would pave the way for blended finance or private finance to flow. And these disclosure standards have to take into consideration the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities. So these are all the kind of issues that we will have to deal with in the finance track during the presidency. Last but not the least, there is a need to balance growth aspirations and climate considerations for many developing economies, because we have forgotten that the pandemic, the commodity price shock, and the monetary tightening in developed world have all basically derailed the growth path that many countries would have expected at the beginning of this decade. So in that sense, in all the discussions about climate finance, etc., we forget that ultimately economic growth is the most important insurance and source of resources for them to be able to invest in these longer term considerations and priorities, which are important for today's developed world, because in the Maslow's hierarchy, they have taken care of the initial existential needs, but many developing countries are not in that position. And therefore, to balance growth and climate considerations, it is important to recognize that carbon mitigation is, for developing countries, relatively speaking, a future problem. And of course, we also have to make sure that we account for the atmospheric carbon that already is there. So accounting for it and accountability both have to go together. That discussion has to happen. Therefore, the emphasis on mitigation and carbon pricing as a very important mechanism on the part of international organizations and developed nations has to be balanced with the recognition of legitimate growth aspirations for developing nations. So as you can see here, when it comes to climate, as other matters in the finance track, there are multiple touch points. Let me conclude. The G20 forum indeed is a useful one. There is no doubt about that, because it has provided a platform for developing countries to voice their priorities, concerns, aspirations, and their requirements as well. It is a small baby step, but an important one to leveling the playing field in the years to come. In fact, the question to ask is, if there was no G20, would there be a need to invent it? And the answer is yes. That answer underscores its usefulness. At the same time, while it is true that platforms such as these facilitate dialogue, conversations need to happen for platforms to remain legitimate. And in today's fractured world, having the conversation itself has become a challenge, as the Indonesian presidency would testify. To the extent that global politics and global economics are in a crisis, in a way is a blessing in disguise, because it's always crises that provide solutions and opportunities, because minds get focused like in no other time when there are crises. So that should be actually taken as a disguised silver lining here. We hope we can look back in November 2023 and say that collectively we made a difference for the better. That is the hope, prayer that we have. We need your support, and we need all the luck and chance that the forces of nature or the Almighty can bless us also with. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nageshwaran, for what I found as someone listening to be a very substantive set of remarks. And I think that really gave us a lot to think about. And you didn't hesitate to take intellectual positions, as I at least heard you. I'm not going to try and cover all the things that you've said, because everybody heard that. But I can't resist saying one thing, that knowing that you come from a finance background, as far as I know, in your past lives, I was very pleased to hear you using phrases like that finance has to be the servant of the real economy and not the other way around, and that you emphasize the risks of excessive financialization, particularly in the global marketplaces. And I cannot resist mentioning something which goes back in history about a quarter of a century. That's just perhaps an indicator of my age. That back in the mid-1990s, there was a strong move in the International Monetary Fund. I don't know, Dr. Breyer, if you are aware of this, to introduce a new article of agreement dealing with capital convertibility, capital account convertibility. It was something, it was led very much by the United States, particularly at that time, Lawrence Summers. It was, I think, either Deputy Secretary of the Treasury or something like that. Something that we in India were extremely concerned about, because it was only 4 years after we'd come out of the balance of payments crisis, and we certainly didn't want to have the IMF breathing down our necks to kind of move rapidly or over rapidly towards capital account convertibility. And we tried to get together a coalition of other developing countries who similarly minded. I don't know whether our moves would have succeeded, but actually a set of events took place that, again, I need to be reminding an audience of what happened, which was, of course, the Asian financial crisis of 1997-98, which was in some ways a precursor, though at the Asian stage, of excessive financialization and perhaps premature moves towards capital account convertibility. Of course, that's one of the, I mean, it did a lot of damage, that crisis, but one of the, I think, collateral benefits was one stopped hearing about any new article of agreement in the IMF regarding capital account convertibility. So as someone who was, I had at that time, Dr. Anand's position in the finance ministry in India. So I was in some sense in a hot seat. I can say that, crises are not only opportunities, but they can sometimes have collateral benefits. But with that, if I can, now, as many of you would have noticed, I was quite indulgent about the 12 minutes that was allegedly allotted to Dr. Nageshwaran. I felt he is speaking from the pulpit of the finance ministry. One needed to give him all the time he wanted. So I made no efforts to pass him any slips. I fear that this indulgence may not be extended to other speakers. And so I would just remind you that Poonam and all the others, that what I said earlier, on the advice of Deepak, if you would kindly bear that in mind. With that, it's my pleasure to not introduce, because she's well known, but request to speak Dr. Poonam Gupta, who heads and has headed for more than a year the National Council of Applied Economic Research, one of the premier think tanks we have on the Indian stage. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I didn't wait for an invitation. I just came and stood here as soon as Ananta was done. Ananta, that was a brilliant address that you gave. And we are very happy to be a partner, a knowledge partner of the Ministry of Finance in the finance track. So what I'm going to say today is really going to complement what Ananta said and later what Dr. Acharya said. So, just like them, I have been working on issues related to capital flows, spillovers, vulnerabilities that emerging markets face because of the monetary policy actions of advanced economies. And in fact, when we say advanced economies, it's really the US. Other countries do not matter as much when it comes to inflows of capital flows to large emerging markets or their outflows. The main points, just to reiterate and to pick up from where Ananta left, global financial integration has continued to increase. In fact, even post 97, 98, it has not been imposed by the IMF as much, Professor Acharya, but nevertheless, emerging markets are much more financially integrated. As a result, they continue to be impacted by the volatility of capital flows. And we can have another discussion, Ananta, on whether ex-ante capital controls or restrictions can work, given that capital flows have liberalized a whole lot. Ex-post capital controls never work unless you are already in a deep crisis, but that's a discussion for another day. What I'm going to talk about is the nature of these spillovers and capital flow reversals that happen from emerging markets and what can be done about them, at least one part of the management aspect of it. In fact, interestingly, capital flow reversals are not country-specific sudden stops. These are now emerging market-wide phenomenon, and they can be called an emerging market sell-off episode, one of which we are going through currently. These reversals from emerging markets are not strongly correlated with their domestic fundamentals. Otherwise, India, which is currently being considered to be a bright spot in an otherwise gloomy global outlook, would not have experienced the kind of outflows it has. So these are not at all correlated anymore with domestic fundamentals. And what the pitch that I'm going to make as a part of the G20 agenda is the need to strengthen the global safety nets. And I'm aware of the fact that we have representatives of the international financial institutions, including my good friend Louis here, and hopefully he will not take my direct comments personally. These are based on research, and these are in the wider good that we are trying to attain. So episodes of these reversals of capital flows, what I'm calling is not country-specific sudden stops, but emerging market sell-off episodes are becoming ever too frequent. So the frequency is really every 2 years, 2013, 2016, 2018, 2020, and now 2022. What is current in the Indian mindset is 2013 episode and 2022 episode, when India was impacted, in fact, quite significantly in 2018 as well. Those who are forming policies at the time, including at the RBI, would remember this particular episode as well. And it made enough press at the time, and I had analyzed that episode. The modus operandi is that there is a risk of a sentiment that takes over. Capital starts reversing from emerging market. It reverses disproportionately from large and liquid markets such as India, because the idea is to rebalance out of emerging market as an asset class and go to another asset class. At that point, the investors just want to unwind their positions as soon as possible. And it's easier for them to unwind their positions from markets which are large and liquid, such as India and Brazil and Turkey and Indonesia. So these handful of countries get the brunt during each phase of the cycle. When the capital is trying to enter the emerging markets, again, they find it easier to enter large and liquid market, and they find it easier to leave those exactly same markets. These events usually last for a few weeks to a few months. 2022 is exceptional partly because it's current, we are seeing it unfolding, and partly because it has lasted much longer than any of the past episodes. We're already in month 7 or 8 of this risk-off and reversal episode. And of course, it creates huge challenges for the policymakers, central banks, and everybody else who's invested into the market or exchange rate or otherwise. Now, it's not easy anymore to say what is it that emerging markets can do to insulate themselves, because as a part of the discussions with the IMF or other multilateral institutions, most of the countries have moved to more resilient policy frameworks. They have better growth outlooks. India certainly does. They have stronger fiscal positions. Many of the countries now have fiscal rules that they have implemented for themselves. They have credible monetary policy framework, including under inflation targeting. They have built larger reserve buffers, and they have reduced their exposure to foreign currency. So these are the things that have been advocated for countries to reduce their vulnerability to outflows or to maintain stronger and resilient economic policy frameworks. And flexible exchange rate was also one of them. And most of the countries actually in the emerging world have already done this, including India, as we all know. But it has not been sufficient, as I said, to make them insulated from the capital flow cycles. So this year alone, India has been experiencing rather significant outflows of portfolio capital, which actually at its peak was nearly $40 billion. And the entire asset class of emerging market economies is being impacted during the current episode. India is relatively less impacted, but here I have some of the largest emerging market countries. As you can see, most countries have had significant exchange rate depreciation, increase in bond yields that they have to now shell out, and their equity markets have corrected. So what do emerging markets, including India, do when they face such volatility? There is a certain policy toolkit that's recommended or that's available to them. They let the exchange rate depreciate. They use their reserves up to a certain percent. My co-author and I analyzed the 2013 episode very carefully, and we realized the ballpark was that countries use 5% of their reserves at that time. Exchange rate actually at its peak had depreciated by 22% at that time. They play with monetary policy. In most cases, they increase their policy rate to match the policy rate increases by the US. They adhere to fiscal prudence. They announce so, and they do it through their actions, and they communicate that we are a solid, resilient economy, and we are focused on reform and growth, as the current policymakers have been doing. What else can they do? They can also use certain safety nets. And that is what I'm going to be talking about on rethinking and strengthening the safety nets during the G20 presidency. There are three things that are generally talked about when we think of these safety nets. One is the foreign exchange reserves. So a country can build a significant amount of reserves which can be used during times of capital flow reversals. Another could be to the extent that these crisis-like situations are liquidity crises. There's nothing wrong about a country. Country is solvent, country is growing. It has resilient policy framework. It's just that a set of investors decide to move out of your country. So it's a liquidity crisis. So the countries should actually have access to more liquid foreign exchange. And that is where swap lines come into play. And there is now a significant literature and experience with the swap lines, and I won't have the time to go into those. But a couple of lines, the two kinds of swap lines that are currently offered. One is by the US Fed, one is by other countries. US Fed has offered its swap line very selectively to a handful of countries with which it had significant trade and financial links, or the countries it thought was significant for the health of the US economy itself. The other swap lines have been offered increasingly by South Korea, China, Japan. India has had a swap line with Japan, which it has been extending and increasing the cover. And IMF's contingent lines. In principle, there are now 3 contingent lines that exist, which IMF offers, but they are not considered to be highly desirable by emerging markets. And these are the areas on which we can think about making the policy frameworks even more resilient for emerging markets by adding these safety nets. And what exactly do I mean by that? I'll just take 3 or 4 minutes, Professor Acharya. This is really the crux of the presentation. So rethinking the safety nets, how should we do that? You know, this is the time when countries such as India are using their foreign reserves. When this crisis is over, India will have to rebuild its foreign reserves pool to be reused when such a situation emerges again. And I said these situations are emerging now at the frequency of every other year. But there's an issue when these reserves are built again. The countries are being called as currency manipulators by the same countries, actually, whose monetary policy is creating these cycles, which is the US, right? So when India, having now used up nearly 15% of its reserve stock, will start rebuilding it, it won't be allowed to do it frictionlessly. It will be called a currency manipulator. I think this issue needs to be mainstream to understand that building foreign reserves and using them is a very important part of the toolkit which an emerging market has. The other is swap lines. So countries have scrambled in the past to build swap lines with each other, etc. If India is a large emerging market and there are other countries which are as important, why can't they also have access to a swap line with the US Fed? And again, it's the least that the US Fed can do, given again, the origin of the problem is the country itself. And something like this can be discussed as a part of the G20 discussions. In fact, one can think about a G20-wide swap line arrangement where, in my mind, actually, a swap line with the US Fed is the most credible. Europe has enough problem of its own. Japan has offered us a swap line in the past. And that's pretty much the entire advanced economy pool of countries that we are talking about. So US Fed swap line should be offered much more flexibly to more countries. It can be a part of the G20 discussion. Once these larger countries within the G20 have been offered these swap lines, then they can go back to within their region and in turn offer smaller swap lines to their neighboring countries. India has already had a swap line, if I'm not wrong, with Sri Lanka and Nepal. And India can do it much more credibly and with much more confidence once it has a significant swap line with the US. So this is something that needs to be talked about. It cannot be treated in an ad hoc manner the way it has been, with countries like us left to pick up the pieces ourselves. Another one, and this is where the IMF can play a much more constructive role. So IMF has offered 3 different kind of safety nets, precautionary lines are what they're called. These are precautionary credit lines. The first time they were introduced was in 2009 when 2 lines were offered, flexible credit line and precautionary and liquidity line. One more line has been offered in 2020. Despite nearly 15 years of its existence, it has had a very limited uptake. So the question for the institutions like the IMF is, what innovation is being planned to make these lines of greater use? So here we have done some research to look at, and I knew the numbers earlier, but I just wanted to make sure that its use has not become much more prevalent in the last few years, and my hunch was correct. A handful of countries have signed up for the entire 15 years of its existence for these lines. Only a couple have withdrawn from it. Now, I think it's a resource that's available. If we think about it carefully, it can be a very useful tool for countries. And for that, we need to take the stigma out of these lines. And here I have some practical suggestions. First, why call them contingent lines? We can call them swap lines. These are liquidity lines, right? In order to take the stigma out, let's not wait for a country to apply for them. Let's just include them in the annual Article 4 consultations whether a country qualifies for any one line, and most countries will, except that if the countries are vulnerable, most emerging markets will qualify for one or the other. Then tell them which line they automatically qualify and what is the amount they can avail if they choose to do so. These contingent lines, whether they're used or not, when a country signs up for them as an insurance, there is a fee that is charged, which is not insignificant. So a number of countries, Mexico, and if I'm not wrong, perhaps Peru and Panama and Colombia have been signing up for these lines over and over again. Over a period of 15 years, despite the fact that they have not withdrawn from these lines, they have paid a significant amount in annual fee. I would say just make them free, take the stigma out. It cannot be a money maker for the IMF. Charge money only if a country is withdrawing from these lines. And again, it can be a part of the G20 discussions. So just to wrap it up, I think this issue that most emerging markets are undergoing currently, including India, is an important one, that for no fault of theirs, with very resilient and remarkable policy frameworks, they have to go through these cycles of capital inflows and outflows. They should be able to build and use their reserves quite independently without being branded as currency manipulators. Swap lines by the Federal Reserve Board ought to be more inclusive and large. So a liquidity facility only works when it's large. A half-hearted facility of few $1 billion is neither here nor there. So for example, if India's reserves are $500 billion currently, 100 billion swap line with the US Fed, 100 billion contingent line with the IMF will mean that nobody would be interested or will benefit by speculating against the currency. And that's the kind of numbers we are talking about. These swap lines should be a part of the G20 discussion. And the discussions can be in a way that more or less the entire world of emerging markets and a number of developing countries can then be covered with it. The last bullet point, which I'm going to read out, is the international financial system ought to be fairer and credible for all, and not just to the advanced economies who happen to be the largest shareholders of the international financial institutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gupta. I must thank you for also giving a very substantive presentation with fresh ideas. And I think, in many ways, quite practical suggestions that I am looking forward to, in particular, to hear comments on from Dr. Louis Breuer, who is, of course, the IMF's resident representative in India. But I don't want to predict what his remarks are. That's for him to say. But I really want to thank you for an excellent presentation. Now let me turn, last but not least, as a speaker, to Mr. Ramanathan Subramanian, who's Executive Director of the Reserve Bank of India.
Thank you, Chair. My fellow panelists, distinguished invitees and inquirer. Good morning, and thank you for inviting RBI to be a part of this event. I'll straight away talk about the RBI's role, approach, and contribution to India's G20 presidency that is coming up. You all heard the Chief Economic Advisor speak about the broader financial issues globally. And the RBI's role will be primarily to support and provide inputs to the government, whereas the broader vision and the theme and the priorities will be decided and laid out by the Ministry of Finance, by the Government of India. The RBI's role will be to provide a supporting role to the ministry in filling up the details and providing various technical inputs. Our broad approach would be, you'd find that a lot of work has already been done by the international organizations, especially the Financial Stability Board and other organized standard setting boards in the area of finance track, because every presidency tasks the various international organizations with various aspects of financial stability and global financial issues. And a lot of work has already been done. So we will be, as G20 presidency, we will be inheriting a lot of legacy issues. And we intend to, there is absolutely no point in reinventing the wheel. So we will be carrying forward some of the already good work that has been done by institutions like the FSB, and also trying to add value to it. As regards our contribution, as you see, today's event is called Crafting an Indian Narrative on the G20 presidency. So we will be looking forward to contributing, and our emphasis and focus will be on the Indian narrative. And our contribution will be largely based on the body of work that we have done as policymakers, as regulators in the area of the financial and banking sector. So straight away, for instance, let's begin with financial inclusion. This has been, as you know, that this is a very key area, and the task of financial inclusion has been given to the GPFI, or the Global Partnership for Financial Inclusion, which is an allied body, which is allied to the G20. So they exclusively look after that. So we will be working very closely with them, and we have a lot to offer from India, from our own Indian experience. As you know, that a country like, given its size and diversity and its population, I don't think there is any other country which has greater challenges in financial inclusion and financial literacy than India. And we have a lot to offer there. We are working at the highest level. We have in place a national strategy for financial education and financial inclusion. And in the last year or two, we have rolled out more than 1,000 centers for financial literacy in various, at the block level, not just at the state level or the district level, but at the block level. And you also know what is a kind of financial literacy measures that are being taken up, not just by the Reserve Bank of India, but also by other fellow regulators like SEBI or IRDA. We are also equally engaged with the media. We have taken up, you would have seen the various campaigns that we have rolled out, both in the print media and the electronic media, as well as we have involved communities through the social media. And the RBI Kehta Hai campaign has been quite visible. So there is a lot of work that has been done, which we would like to showcase, as well as draw lessons from and show it as a part of a G20 presidency. Very close to, allied to financial literacy and inclusion is payment system. And it has been acknowledged the world over that India has broken new paths, new grounds in the path of payment systems. Our approach to payment system has been, I will not say unique, but probably some of the other countries could look at it. We have had in place the Payment and Settlement Systems Act of 2007, which is the focus is on development of the payment and settlement system. We have today in place, you're all aware, we have a real-time gross settlement system, which is active, which is working 24/7. So 365 days, there are no holidays. We have a national electronic funds transfer system, which is also there 24/7. Then these are all, and the NEFT actually, and RTGS, even during the height of the pandemic, during the lockdown, they were active for 24/7. So pretty much the banking system and the payment system were not affected at all. You're all very familiar about UPI, which is pretty much ubiquitous, and you can carry out transactions or even as small as 5 rupees. And you're all, I need not go into the details. You're familiar with that. But this is something very unique. And for a country where financial literacy is not very high, the adoption of UPI has been absolutely, it is nothing short of amazing. So, and every passing day, and it's probably today in India, you can step out of the house without your wallet, but you need to carry a mobile phone. And we are also working trying to reach out to those areas which with very poor connectivity or no network connectivity, and offering technological solutions. We also have some experience in the last 2-3 years in the form of an RBI subsidiary, which is the RBI Innovation Hub in Bangalore. And that is a very interesting place to be in. Of course, there are technologically, you will find maybe more exciting work, more sophisticated work that is being done in the BIS innovation hubs in Basel and other places. But the innovation hub that we have here in Bangalore is purely for Indian problems and in coming up with Indian solutions. So that's another aspect that we will be able to share with our counterparts during the G20 presidency. Coming to issues of other technological issues, mainly, which would mean primarily all the issues surrounding cryptocurrencies. You would have seen a lot of debates that are going on, and a lot of work has already been done by FSB in the area of crypto assets. And we will be working very closely with the FSB and other countries in taking forward the work that has been done in the area of whether it is unbacked crypto assets or stable coins. Very similar to this is the other issue related to cyber risks. As we roll out more and more digital products and take up more digital ways of reaching out to the population, we are also exposed to greater risks. And that partly comes out of lack of financial literacy as well. So this is an area where we have some experience as banking supervisors, because as you know, RBI is a full service central bank. And as banking supervisors, we have some experience in knowing the extent and the nature and the changing trends, changing nature of cyber risks that are taking place in the banking system. We have a database, and we have a cyber incident reporting system in place, which has matured now. And that is another area where we will be able to work with. And the ultimate goal is to expand the format for incident reporting in cyberspace, which has FSB has already worked on it. So we will be able to, our goal is to make it more, so that more and more countries adopt this format and share their experiences and cyber incidents for the benefit of all the other countries. Then coming to climate related risks, we have made a beginning, and within the Reserve Bank of India, we have come out with a discussion paper on both climate risk and sustainable finance. I must admit that we are at a very nascent stage, but we have become a part of the NGFS, or the Network for Greening the Financial System. And we have made a survey of Indian banks, about 30 to 35 Indian banks, to understand where we stand. And the survey has been quite revealing. I must admit that it shows us very clearly that we have a lot of ground to cover before we catch up with the others. But we can assure you that work is afoot, and more work is being done, especially in the areas of climate risk, financial disclosures, and as well as studies like stress testing, which we would like to take up to understand climate risk that is posed to the financial system. And I left out. And finally, a word of CBDC you would have seen yesterday. The RBI we came out with a concept paper about nearly a month back. And then yesterday, from today onwards, we have announced a pilot on CBDC in the wholesale segment. And there are various use cases. And today we'll be trying out a few pilot transactions using CBDC for settlement of government securities transaction in the secondary market. And we also hope to, of course, there will be lessons to learn and build upon whatever we learn from the pilot transactions. And we also hope to roll out the retail segment of the CBDC in about a month's time. So I've taken about 12 minutes, and I think, so I just wanted to very quickly sum up and let you know share with you the RBI's role and contribution and how we are going to contribute to the G20, India's G20 presidency under the leadership of the Government of India. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Subramanian, for giving us the perspective from the viewpoint of the central bank, and a very informative in terms of what's happening on issues of financial inclusion and other issues that you touched on. And I'm grateful to you for sticking to 12 minutes. It's always hard as a listed speaker to do that. Now it's my pleasure to invite Dr. Breuer to be the first discussant. And just to remind, 7 minutes if it's possible.
Thank you very much, Dr. Acharya. Thank you, Deepak and Mr. Bhasin for the invitation to be here. It's a real honor and privilege for me to participate with a very distinguished group of policymakers, thinkers, and activists whose work has a huge impact on a large portion of humanity. After all, India is about 20% of the planet's population. So what happens in India is of much significance to the whole entire world. So thank you very much for this invitation. I understand I have about 7 minutes or less, so I'm going to be kind of quick and brief. Speakers before me have mentioned what a difficult context India is inheriting for its G20 presidency, still with COVID, high commodity prices, tightening financial conditions, slowdown in China, factors that are leading to a rise in inflation across the globe and slower growth. And unfortunately, the view from the fund is that things will get worse before they get better. And this happens in a context of geofragmentation and increasing protectionism across the globe. So it is very much of a challenging situation. At the same time, I think the world has a lot of hope and expectation for India's presidency. India is a systemic country, as you know. What happens here affects the world. Roughly 10% of global growth can be attributable to India last year. But beyond the numbers, India is at the center of most of the major global challenges, and India's cooperation and leadership is needed to face these challenges, whether it's COVID vaccination, climate change, SDGs, taming technology for the benefit of mankind, and so forth. The current situation, both the context and the challenges, will certainly require a strong effort from India to steer the G20 and garner consensus towards global solutions to global problems. The agenda described by Mr. Kant and Dr. Nageshwaran is certainly very welcome. And the IMF supports it very, very strongly. At the same time, the world is subject to uncertainty, which means that maintaining some slack is probably the right thing to do. And the flexibility that the chief economic advisor described is a wise approach to take because other issues might very well come up. Let me highlight some of the issues that in the view of the IMF are particularly important. They won't be exhaustive. We don't have the time, but at least I'll try to hit some of the main themes that in the view of the IMF need to be addressed by the international community, and the G20 forum is a very appropriate place to do so. One is supporting vulnerable countries, and India has done a lot over the course of its history and has a soft heart for developing countries that are currently being hit by high inflation, food and energy insecurity, financial stress, and possible debt crisis, as mentioned by the CEA. And the debt issue is, in the view of the IMF, particularly important, as mentioned by other speakers. The common framework, which is an arrangement to try to deal with the debt of low-income countries, needs to be strengthened. It was launched at the G20 not too long ago, and greater efforts are needed for that framework to succeed. And beyond that, coming up with rules to address emerging market countries that are dealing with financial stress. And Sri Lanka was mentioned earlier, but Sri Lanka is not the only country facing financial stress. Another issue where India can showcase its very important successes is digitalization. We've heard Mr. Kant, we've heard Executive Director Subramaniam, the Chief Economic Advisor, describe this. And as an outside observer, as a fly on the wall, the Indian wall, I can say that what you have built in India, the Indian stack, is truly remarkable, unlike anything I've seen working many years around the world in economic issues. And there are a lot of lessons for the rest of the world. The payment system, the UPI, the leadership of the RBI in guiding both the public and the private sector in the payment space is truly unique, and a lesson for the rest of the world that at the IMF we're trying to disseminate. Climate change is an important issue, as mentioned before, and certainly those countries that have contributed to where we are, and those countries that have committed to transferring resources and technology need to deliver on their commitments. But that's not enough for India. India cannot wait for others to act because India, as you know, is very affected by climate change and contributes to climate change. So Indian leadership, both through the LIFE program, which is truly an innovative idea that has been endorsed around the world, is a very important contribution that hopefully will lead to real change at the grassroots levels, changing lifestyles, which is what we need to do to get out of this addiction we have to fossil fuels. Turning over to the international financial architecture, a point elaborated by Dr. Gupta. Let me say two things. Number one, the world economy has changed dramatically in the last decades. Institutions need to adapt. Just like India now is a bright spot in the global economy, in part because it's harvesting many years of prudent economic policies and institutional reforms, upgrading the soft infrastructure that runs the economy, whether it's tax policy, the budget, the regulation of non-bank financial institution, financial inclusion, the bankruptcy court, the GST, and so forth. And these reforms are producing dividends. The international soft infrastructure needs to be updated to a changing environment. And the IMF has been doing that internally over many years. Governance has been reformed, changing the quota system, increasing the voice of emerging market. Not enough. Much more needs to be done, but an initial step was taken in 2015. There's been a sharp increase in the transparency of the work of the fund and the publishing of the reports of countries' economies. The mandate has been adapted to include other global issues such as climate change, gender issues, inequality. And it's becoming a much more diverse institution, with a notable increase in Asian representation among the executive layers, including Indian and non-resident Indian presence. Now, in terms of the lending policies, Dr. Gupta mentioned a few of them, the FLL, the PLL, which are like contingent credit lines, and put forth some very interesting ideas that definitely need to be discussed. Obviously, many of these ideas were considered at the inception of these lending windows, which ultimately are approved by the international community. The fund is governed by governments, and the finance minister of India is the Indian government's representative, chief representative to the fund. But you also have an executive director that lives in Washington full-time representing India. And like him, there are 24 members of the executive board, and all of the fund policies are approved by the board. So these characteristics were widely discussed, and the current situation reflects the consensus of the executive board towards this new facilities that were created at the time. Currently, the fund is quite focused on strengthening the global safety net, and most immediately, because it's a time-sensitive process, focusing on the 16th quota review of the IMF. The quota is the capital base. It's the contribution of countries to the capital of the fund, which in turn can be leveraged and used to lend to countries in financial stress. So the last quota review, which was done 5 years ago, ended up with no change in the quota system, basically because at the time, the Trump administration, which as representing the US has a veto power on a number of decisions of the IMF board, did not want to increase the quotas. Now, the IMF considers it's very important to increase its capital base because this is the firepower the institution has to deal with global crisis. And as countries have grown, as the magnitude of the financial problems have increased, then so have the need for these resources. So in summary, this is a very unique moment that India takes over the presidency. We have great hopes for India's talent, for India's soft power, for India's leadership, to bring a fragmented world together and try to move towards global solutions to some of these very pressing global problems. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Royer, for sharing with us the IMF perspective and reminding, I think, the audience that the IMF is, at least in theory, run by the governments that are the members of the institution. the many who may have actually in real life encountered IMF missions would not perhaps see that link straight away. We think that the IMF is outside the governmental system, but thank you for the reminder. Now, may I request to share the screen? Here we are. Our last discussant, our second and last discussant, Ms. Nella Hendrietti, who is the Director of the Center for Regional and Bilateral Policy, Ministry of Finance, Indonesia. A special welcome to you, coming as you are projected across the ether or the beams or whatever, from all the way from perhaps Jakarta. But unfortunately, we're of course running late, so I have to request you to limit yourself to the 7 minutes I had mentioned earlier.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Acharya, and good morning, good afternoon to all the audience and panelists over there. Thank you for arranging this conference, and thank you for ICRIER and involved in many years of your events already. And then we have partnered in many projects, in several projects in my previous position as well. So in my presentation today, I would like to update you about the work in Indonesia G20 presidency. I'm not gonna explain all the topic priorities in Indonesia finance track presidency. I think every panelist already mentioned that before, like a capital flow, about IMF quota review, crypto assets, CBDC, financial inclusion. I think the one that I need to mention that we Indonesian presidency also have this financial intermediary fund to address the pandemic, and then we also established this joint finance and agriculture minister meeting to address the food insecurity problem. I think this will continue next year. And I think the climate change and there's a lot of topic will be discussed in India presidency next year too. So in my presentation today, I will focus on the framework working group G20 meeting, and then I think one of the panelists today, Mr. Ananta Nageswara, also the co-chair of this framework working group. Ananta, please allow me to talk about our working group here and what Indonesia expectation before designing the topic, and then what deliverables that we have in almost the end of our presidency. Please allow my team to share the screen, so I will try to be on time. So can you see my screen? I don't know. So under Indonesia G20, can anyone see my screen? Is that
We cannot see your screen.
Okay.
Need technical help on being able to see the screen, please, from someone.
Yeah, I think I will try to share my screen by myself then. Sorry about that. Can you see my screen now?
Yes, we can.
Yeah. So under Indonesia G20 presidency, the framework working group has implemented a work plan which advanced the FWG core mandate in the context of the recovery from the COVID-19, generating a lasting legacy of benefit to members and contributing to the efficacy of the G20 more widely. The work plan was delivered mandate from deputies to further explore the macroeconomic impact and risk linked to both the physical and transition risk of climate change and the associated policy implication, along with the presidency priorities, and to consider appropriate exit strategies to minimize economic scarring. As part of the work plan, the FWG also explore ways to enhance policy preparedness and coordination in dealing with global risk. So during 2022, Indonesia presidency FWG discussed the three priority. First, the maintaining a strong, sustainable, balanced, and inclusive recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic while managing the risk. So we discussed the working group continue to assess the global economic outlook and prospect for the recovery, including exploring, analyzing that focus on the scarring caused by the pandemic, G20 policy cooperation, implication for the near-term outlook for supply pressures, and how the global economy can build back better through reforming and supporting economies. And then the second one, the global economy risk over the near and medium term. Under this area, the activities include updating the risk list, reviewing framework and discussion on financial vulnerabilities. And the third one, we monitoring climate-related macroeconomic risks and implication for macroeconomic policy. This area focus on climate change issue. I think that's also discussed by other panelists. That climate change also have impacted the macroeconomic risk. So the climate change issue which has clear macroeconomic implication and risk, and has increasingly featured in FWG's risk discussion over recent years. So in 2022, FWG was discussed the monitoring and systemic analysis of climate-related risk and the impact of for macroeconomic policy transition strategies. And that's also different across countries. And in slide 4, oh yeah, I moved this. So, and then after we just start our presidency, and we experience the risk has shifted from only like a focus on the pandemic. Now we face that various global shocks. So in the beginning of the presidency, we start with the optimism about the COVID-19 pandemic, where the situation improved and the well progressing of vaccination. However, downside risks to the global economy have shifted toward various shocks in the global environment, such as persistent high inflationary pressure, nudge central bank to sharpen and broaden monetary tightening policy, causing financial market volatility and capital outflow from emerging economies to advanced economy, as discussed. And then also food and energy insecurity, stagflation and recession probability and geopolitical fragmentation risks are soaring. The G20 forum has to adapt and work together, I think, in the discussion to find a solution on the escalating risk. So I show you in the next slide how the evolution, how the development in the working group meeting. So the first working group that was in January, that was held in virtual, we talk about the recovery effort and policy challenge from the COVID-19 pandemic remain at the center of the agenda. So the meeting discussion focused on the three main issues: global economy and health outlook, focusing on the emergence of new COVID-19 variant, the Omicron, including its impact on the global supply chain, global risk monitoring and prioritization of risk, and the policy response to inflation and implication for macroeconomic policy, including exit strategy and scarring effects. In this meeting, members agreed that securing vaccination rates and vaccine distribution globally remains imperative. Members also agreed that calibrated policy are needed to secure global economic recovery from the implication of high energy prices, labor market mismatch, and supply side disruption, negative spillovers, and inflation. And now we come to the second FWG meeting that took place in May, that was in hybrid meeting. But in between in May and January, there's a lot of happen. So we have two ministerial meeting, one in February and one in April, and in the between there's the war in Ukraine starting. So at the first ministerial meeting in February, the war still not started yet, but we feel the tension already. And then how hard is that? to achieve the communique. But then we achieved the communique, and then in the war started, and then in April in the spring meeting in Washington DC, we tried to have the communique, and we have the challenge to keep the G20 as a multilateral forum, and then to address all the interests from the members. And then fortunately we can secure the chair summary, but it's only circulated among members. And then I think since that time, I think the mechanism also followed by other ministerial meeting that we only issue the chair summary. And I hope, I think India presidency next year that can have a better way to keep the multilateralism in G20. And then, yeah, like Ananta said that we can make the difference for the better world. So I hope we can find solution for all the difference and polarization in the world. So let me come back to the second FWG meeting in May. The focus on the global economy outlook and risk that caused by persistent inflationary pressure and the rising cost of living, including concern around energy and food security, heightened geopolitical tension due to war in Ukraine, as well as the impact of stricter monetary policies in many countries. So the FWG also discussed about the macroeconomic implication of climate change and climate mitigation strategies and exit strategies and scarring effects. Based on the discussion in this session, all members agreed that global economy is facing sustained uncertainty and challenge, and there was an idea brought up about the need for global awareness of food energy security, which may hinder recovery. So the discussion on the macroeconomic impact on climate change raised the importance of G20 members to pursue collective action and to pursue green transition while considering domestic circumstances of each member. The group also considering also highlight the importance to consider the issue on the agenda, particularly on macroeconomic analysis and modeling to understand further climate change related risks. This includes how the FWG can leverage its expertise to address the challenge, as well as how to collaborate with other relevant G20 groups. So, and then in this meeting, we highlight several points. And we have the finding of the survey regarding exit strategy and scarring effect from the pandemic. As I mentioned before, this survey was one of Indonesia presidency key deliverables. The survey were based on the response from members, as well as analysis from the IMF and OECD and related experts. So the survey findings were outlined in the G20 presidency note on policy setting on exit strategy to support recovery and addressing scarring effect to secure future growth. The document was endorsed in the chair summary of the third finance minister and central bank governor meeting in July 2022. There are several points that could be highlighted in the survey, which includes first, a country fiscal position determines its policy choice, both in terms of exit and scarring. The second one, there has been shared views regarding the need to implement gradual exit strategy. The third, every country considers their own domestic factors and circumstances when undertaking exit strategy. Fourth, there is a need to have a clear communication and in implementing exit strategies in order to anchor expectation and mitigate spillover. And then on scarring, many countries experience disruption in supply chain, which lead to rising inflation and lower investment. Meanwhile, digitalization is raised and there have been shifts in labor markets. The survey also found that contact-intensive sectors are most hard-hit sectors by COVID-19 pandemic crisis. In the third FWG meeting, This is the last FWG meeting under Indonesian presidency. That was held on September 2022. The meeting was focused on global economic outlook with a particular focus on compound risk and macro fiscal policy, high food prices and food security risk, and macroeconomic impact of climate change. As we know, various near-term macroeconomic risks could compound and exacerbate recessionary pressures, such as higher inflation and lower growth. And we need to monitor and mitigate the longer-term risks, namely climate change, energy, food insecurity, and economic fragmentation. And then here I highlight the communique or the chair summary that we have during Indonesia presidency. So on the FMCBG meeting, initially, yes.
Running out of time.
Yeah, I will try to be so we have 4 statement. Actually, 1 is communique and 3 is chair summary. The second chair summary, actually, that's the first one that we address, this humanitarian crisis, economy and financial impact of the war, and that's the discussion quite hectic. And then we go to the slide 10. So I think we can skip this. I think I will go to the summary. There's a lot pending issues actually during Indonesian presidency that still need to be carried over to India presidency because of the new development in the world. And then beside the priority of India itself, we have kind of like a food insecurity issue. Like Ananta mentioned, that we need to manage the spillover effect of this geopolitics, and then we also have this pending and ongoing issue on taxation, climate change, and then so I think infrastructure development, and I think I stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nella, on giving us such a full and detailed account of the work of the framework working group in particular, but also overall, and where things are kind of you, Indonesia, are leaving it, so to speak, for India to carry on the good work and face the mounting challenges in the world economic and political framework. Thank you very much for your contribution. Now, because we are running late and there's a full day seminar with lots to go, we're going to have to skip a couple of things. One is, of course, there's absolutely no time for a Q&A, so that's regrettable, but that's the way it is. And secondly, I'm sure that Pooja Mehra would have prepared an excellent summary, which we would have all learned from, but I'm afraid maybe you can, with Dr. Mishra's consent, circulate it in an email later to panelists. I leave it to you. But we're going to have to forego that. And I'll spare her the effort of doing a vote of thanks by giving a vote of thanks myself to all concerned. In particular, I would like to thank the main speakers for the trouble they've taken and the content and substance they've brought to this discussion to make this an excellent session, and of course to both the discussants who contributed very much also to the discussion. So with that, I would like to conclude this session, and thanks to all of you for being patiently listening, and I hope that you took away some of the wonderful substance and discussion that we had with you from this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We now break for lunch and we resume at 1:25 p.m. IST sharp. Thank you very much. Yeah, lunch is served outside, just outside the room. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're already 134. I'm sure 140 lag jayega shuru hone mein.
हाँ. So there is, of course, there is no time for lunch now.
Good afternoon, everyone. We now move to our next session, which is on possible priorities and outcomes in the development and climate sustainability working groups. To chair this session, we are honored to have with us India's G20 Chief Coordinator, Shri Harshvardhan Shringla ji. As speakers, we have two extremely well-known names in the development and climate policy space. Dr. Sachin Chaturvedi, who is the Director General at RIS and is joining us online. Along with him, we have Dr. Arunabha Ghosh, who is the founder and CEO at CEEW. We also have three discussants joining us online. While some of them have already joined us and some we are awaiting the others to join. We have Dr. Tetsushi Sonobe, who's the Dean and CEO, Asian Development Bank Institute. Dr. Fauzia Zen, Senior Economist, Economic Research Institute for ASEAN and East Asia, Indonesia. And we also have Dr. Dennis Gorlich, who's the Research and Program Director, Global Solutions Initiative. Over to Harshvardhan Shringla ji for moderating the session. As you wish.
Namaskar and good afternoon. Let me begin by congratulating ICRIER in general and Dr. Deepak Mishra in particular for hosting this international conference on the G20 with the focus on India's G20 presidency. The subject of today's or this panel's discussion is priorities and possible outcomes of the development and climate sustainability working groups. For this, we have very prominent experts who are going to join us. And of course, one of the reasons I readily volunteered for this assignment was that as the chair, with such a eminent lineup of some of the most prominent exponents in this field, I just have to sit back and listen to them. So I'm very happy to, of course, have Dr. Sachin Chaturvedi, Dr. Arunabha Ghosh, I believe Dr. Dennis Gorlick will also join us virtually, Dr. Tetsushi Sonobe, Dr. Fauzia Zain, and very warm welcome to all of them, both in person and virtually. So, of course, development is a far better known and understood issue, and I'll speak about it a little later. But to start with the issue of the climate sustainability working group and some of the priorities there, I'll just try and put these matters in some perspective in terms, of course, India's actions, India's commitments, and where we stand as we take on this responsibility of chairing this important working group. Of course, I think most of us know that the Prime Minister's commitments, the Panch Amrit at COP26 in Glasgow, really defined our updated nationally determined contributions, which have now been submitted. But essentially, I think very far-reaching commitments in terms of climate actions, including the commitment to ensure that 50% of electric capacity was from non-fossil fuels by 2030, creating 500 gigawatts of non-renewable energy capacity by 2030, and of course, reaching net zero by 2070. In terms of our commitments, of course, we are there. But what do the others say? Of course, I think we are also familiar with the International Energy Agency's report in 2020, which really, I think, was very laudatory. India's achievements in the areas of renewable energy, in particular, the access that it had provided for citizens to electricity, affordable, efficient lighting, and clean cooking under various schemes such as Saubhagya, Ujala, and Ujjwala. And of course, it highlights the strong growth in renewables in India. I think that's very important, which at that time accounted for 23% of our total installed capacity. But it also found that the energy efficiency improvements in India avoided 15% additional energy demand in oil and gas imports, air pollution, etc. So that's, I think, quite significant. At the G7 meetings the Prime Minister attended in Germany in July, he said that India had achieved its target of 40% energy capacity from non-fossil fuel sources 9 years before time. So we have not only made commitments, we have also made sure that we have achieved those commitments, not just on time, but before time. And the target of 10% ethanol blending in petrol had been achieved 5 months before time. India was the first country to have a totally solar-powered airport, and our massive railway system would become net zero within this decade. He also highlighted the fact that we have the ability to produce in scale. The requirements that India has for climate-related technology is so significant, and the manufacturing capacity would be so large that we can produce at scale, which would make it possible for those investors to look at India as a very significant opportunity in terms of investing in clean energy technologies. More recently, just a week ago, you saw that the Prime Minister and the UN Secretary General launched mission life or lifestyle for environment. Prime Minister pointed out the fact that we have traditionally lived in harmony with nature. And he quoted from the Atharva Veda, he said, Mata Bhumi Pitroham Prithvi, which is that the earth is our mother and we are her children. So essentially, traditionally, we have always been close to nature, and sustainable living has been something that India has practiced over time. So when he talks about mission life and the fact that the world needs to look at sustainable consumption, essentially what SDG 12 is already telling us, and we are looking at this factor as something that we should not only do within India, but throughout the world. So we talk about a mission life, which has pro-planet people, that is those who want to work in terms of, fostering a more sustainable lifestyle, which is very important in terms of, it goes hand in hand with climate actions. It is not just climate actions which make us achieve our goals towards mitigating climate change, but also our own lifestyles, which have to contribute towards this objective. And here, of course, the Secretary General pointed out that the Earth is we are actually consuming 1.6 times more in terms of our lifestyles than what the Earth can sustain. So we're already way beyond the sustainable levels, and we really need to look at this on a very serious mission mode capacity. What could be India's priorities for the G20 presidency, especially from the point of view of climate change and environmental aspects of the G20's discourse? And some of the options, I think, before us that we have to look at are in terms of advancing global discussions in areas like loss of biodiversity, land degradation, wasteful resources, etc., use, etc. And of course, climate resilient blue economy, encouraging resource efficiency is important. The circular economy, where the Prime Minister talked about reduce, reuse, and recycle. We have been used to a circular economy in India. All of us have been, in many senses, brought up in, I think, fostering, the use and reuse of items several times. And this is what we are really saying, that let us look at, having this on an extended basis. Protecting terrestrial ecosystems, I think that is important from the point of view of the global attention in achieving a number of the SDGs. This is something that would be possibly a priority. The crucial role played by oceans in sequestering atmospheric carbon dioxide is something that would bring us to protecting, or bring us to discussion on protecting oceans' health. We are looking at practical outcomes in certain areas, and I think we are working on some of these aspects. Protecting and conserving coastal ecosystems like mangroves, seagrass beds, salt marshes that contribute to coastal protection and marine biodiversity. And of course, sustainable and climate resilient blue economy, which is important in terms of the future growth that we're looking at, but it also has to be sustainable, and that is, I think, very important. So resource efficiency and circular economy, supply chains to balance ecological footprint and biocapacity of the earth. This is, of course, directly linked to our call to build life as a campaign of positive human actions that would contribute to the betterment of the planet, while coming out with agreed principles that would define the actions that people can take to that effect. So these are some of the areas that we're looking at. Some questions I'd leave out there. Perhaps our panelists can look at how to approach these. One is, of course, a new development paradigm, and this is something that the G20 needs to look at. Development has evolved over time, the concept of development. And today, we don't only speak about social sector development, but we need to look at new and inclusive financial mechanisms through partnerships that create local resilience, harmonious societies and cultures, and sustainability going beyond GDP to explore measurement metrics that capture our aspirations holistically. These are just concepts which I am trying to see whether there is whether we can have a discussion on these. I'm not saying that these are necessarily those that are, at the top of the priority list. obviously, why would the world need to prioritize new financing mechanisms? There has been traditionally a fragmented approach towards delivering on development. And I think it's important to look at the entire concept of financing in a different manner. And that again is a different area, but reform of some of the multilateral institutions, in particular, the multilateral financial institutions, to make them more responsive to the needs of the 21st century, the need for larger, garnering larger financing, looking at blended financing, accessing private sector finances for the purposes of supporting development, but also in also addressing the issues of insolvency and debt that many developing countries post-COVID have experienced. Access to finance, market access, and technology, been realigning growth strategies which are necessary for achieving the SDGs. The debt burden of developing countries, as I was saying, has increased, and the UN has said that the debt to gross national income ratio of developing countries has gone up from 23% to 43%, 23% in 2011 and 43% in 2022. It is, a doubling of the debt burden. Inflation also has significantly increased in the decade from 2010 to 2020. This was 2.9%. Inflation today is projected to reach 6.7%. So it's a serious issue on a global basis. We're talking about a global basis. Access to development finance, therefore, assumes importance, and the role played by development financial institutions is very important in this regard, in order to bridge the SDG financing gaps to developing countries, and place focus on building technical capacities, institutional capacities. Local and national governments have to be strengthened in that regard. Climate justice is an issue that has come up. I'm sure Arunava will have something to say on that. But essentially, the commitment in Copenhagen for $100 billion a year has not materialized. Finance flows from developed countries amount to just $79.6 billion in 2019. So there is a significant gap. And the needs, I mean, if you look at our own commitments, very, very significant. It requires a lot of mobilization of finance, both domestic, but even if you mobilize domestic finance, you will need international finance to be able to achieve some of those commitments. And we are talking about developing countries needing, for a low carbon future, we are talking about a requirement from between 1.6 trillion to $3.8 trillion every year right from now to 2050. This is the IPCC's figures. So if there is any debate, the point really here is that the resource mobilization needed is huge. That's the issue. And of course, it's, the pathway towards net zero emissions remains complicated in developing countries because of lower creditworthiness, low implementation capacities, issues related to affordability, etc. So the issue of climate justice is there, and I think we need to be able to find a via media that can carry the G20 on this issue. So, can we forge a new framework for driving climate action and energy transitions while addressing our own energy security concerns? By our own, I mean, developing countries, including India. Strengthening energy transitions. Can we foster a comprehensive discussion, not just focused on the issue of coal, but all fossil fuels in a systematic and time-bound manner to a cleaner energy future? Can we look at a coalition for scaling up storage technologies? The UN Secretary General had called for such a global coalition on battery storage, for example, to fast-track innovation and development. Is that something that the G20 can facilitate? And of course, regional interconnections and green electricity trading. Prime Minister at Glasgow had spoken about one sun, one earth, one sun, one grid. The intergrid green intergrid connectivity, which I think is something that we the International Solar Alliance is working on. How could we take it forward in practical terms is something that we could look at. And of course, there is a lot more that we can do, but we have, of course, a number of speakers to listen to. So let me defer to them, and then we can see how we could round this all up. Thank you. The first speaker is Dr. Sachin Chaturvedi, the Director General at the Research and Information Systems, RIS, and he's joining us virtually, I believe. So let me invite Dr. Chaturvedi to share his remarks with us.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, sir. Thanks, Mr. Shingla, for your excellent initial remarks. You have given an overview in terms of how we look at the broad development dimension, but also, as Prime Minister has emphasized in his address, the convergence. And I think now India's G20 presidency would move in a direction where the distinction between issues that are related to climate sustainability and issues that are related to development are no more in two separate compartments. Your initial remarks have emphatically placed on table the convergence of development strategies getting completely couched in the framework with which we are addressing climate sustainable development agenda. And I think the emphasis that you have made, particularly by illustrating the point of lifestyle for environment, where Prime Minister has given a call for individual responsibility, individual agenda for global financial institutions, I think now is getting set in terms of how we look at the broad development issues which are there. And I think there are three layers of development issues that I wish to present here. First and foremost, as you very rightly emphasized, the development paradigm after the crisis of 3 Cs, we know very well, has emerged. And from that perspective, it is important for us to see how this convergence of climate and sustainability concerns brings in the kind of development nature, the development strategy that we need. And if we have to go in that direction, what are the ways we need to amend global financial architecture? And also the way we measure our development. What are the parameters? The United Kingdom's Treasury was quite appropriately placed when they argued for AK Dasgupta committee that they constituted some time back. And the hefty 600-page report gave the rationale for bringing in biodiversity within the GDP calculations. And this is something I have been part of with OECD for last couple of years when we are discussing the whole issue of well-being index. So the limitations of GDP as a measurement is now being globally discussed. Our experience with COVID crisis, our experience with changing climate, has re-emphasized the point in terms of what Prime Minister Modi has argued for focusing on life. Life would be best served by new measurement for our progress and our development. Our growth requires a balance, a quality growth, and the quality growth requires convergence with our environmental concerns. Sometimes when we say human-centric development, we forget other species. It has to be human-centric, but it cannot be only for humans. It is also for other species on the planet. And from that perspective, as Ambassador Shingla rightly emphasized, it has to bring in the actors. And he very rightly mentioned about blue economy. He mentioned about loss of biodiversity, and also in terms of how we bring in the climate convergence. So from that perspective, the 3 points that I have: number one, the basic treatise of the development, how we define it, I think has become important. There might be several different ways, but the development working group might think in terms of addressing this very important dimension. The second is in terms of the development finance. Again, Ambassador Shringla alluded to that. I think the role of the multilateral institutions in terms of defining how the development finance has to come up is something which is extremely important. And from that point of view, the reformed multilateral cooperation for accelerating both implementation of our global commitments, that may include several dimensions. It may include climate development. It may include the sustainable development goals. It may also include what Ambassador Shringla rightly said in terms of the climate justice. But these dimensions require a huge emphasis on adaptation measures, and that would need a renewed emphasis in terms of financing. The fact that US economy has ended up in the Q3 in the third quarter with a recessionary trend, officially US may not be far behind in declaring recession. The technical definitions may give some leeway, but I think we are not very far. The recent reports in the Financial Times has made it all the more clear that we are not very far from recession, at least in the US economy. So from that perspective, how the multilateral institutions would bring in development finance, I think that would be an extremely important issue, and that would bring in the important dimension of financing of sustainable development goals. And from that perspective, the multilateral development banks, the whole idea of recapitalization of the regional development banks, and also I think the national development banks, which are now almost 53 in total, have contributed in terms of scaling up the financing that is needed for our development. And I think that's where the whole aspect of financial putting in the new frameworks is important. The new green development deal, which is being discussed all across, I think requires a bit of convergence. As I said in the beginning, the convergence now, which probably India's leadership as Prime Minister's statement, along with the Secretary General of the UN, with the dedication of life came in, it shows a clear roadmap for this convergence. And that I think would require revisiting the way we look at the data for development. And this, I think, is something which requires the right indicators, the right parameters to come in. It may also be evident in terms of the public goods that we are creating, and also the way we are looking at the new dimensions, and I think new technologies. The fact that the Sustainable Development Goals created TFM, the Technology Facilitation Mechanism, it would pave way for leveraging science, technology, innovation for delivering on SDGs. And I think this would create a new stream for our understanding and knowledge. And that's where we are not very far in terms of how we look at the role of the digital technologies for inclusion, they for our development, and also in terms of how we connect some of these dimensions with the questions of ethics which are related to global financing, but ethics which are also related to technology. Their dimensions of artificial intelligence connect, their dimensions with our emphasis on source and the data, which has direct bearing on India's positioning for the TRIPS exemption for the vaccine that was relevant for COVID, but even otherwise is something that is to be decided and taken in. I see that I'm left with only 1 minute. The last point that I want to emphasize is in terms of looking into the whole question of how the development working group actually connects the other streams which are important from the financing perspective, particularly from industrialization perspective. So countries that have their GDP dominant with agriculture are now being encouraged to come out as they move towards net zero. And that requires adaptation of new technologies for reducing methane production from their rice or the paddy fields. And this requires transition. the economies that are into manufacturing or are going towards creating value chains for industrial production would also have to follow low carbon strategy. So from that point of view, again, you need to think as to what the climate goals are and how we fund the development. So these are broad three objectives that I think are important in terms of how India's new strategy with the development working group during Indian presidency would take it forward. I have exhausted my time before compelling chair to give me a reminder. I would very much like to stop here, but I'm there for any clarification or questions are there. Thanks, Ambassador Shringla, for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chaturvedi, for joining us all the way from Mumbai and for your very valuable remarks. Let me now call upon Dr. Arunabha Ghosh, founder and CEO of Council on Energy, Environment and Water, of course, who needs no introduction.
Thank you, Ambassador Shringla. Good afternoon, and thank you to ICRIER for inviting me for this dialogue. And of course, many thanks to Sachin for articulating the priorities as he sees it for the Development Working Group. I think the way Sachin started off is absolutely right, that the issues of climate change and sustainability on one hand, and development on the other are no longer really separate tracks or separate working groups. We have to see at least at an intellectual level, how they intersect. And then we see how we can weave in the different ideas and the priorities that we are referring to into the different working groups within the G20. So in my presentation, I will try and look at these strategic links between energy, development, climate, and sustainability. In a way, that's exactly how we operate at the Council on Energy, Environment and Water. We look at our system-level transformations for the economy, for the power sector, and so forth. But we also look at issues of the here and now, the challenges of the quality of life, whether it's air, water, food. And then we, of course, look at the enablers, the finance, the technology, but also the new ways of improving cooperation within and outside the country. So where do we stand today? Let me start with that. Before we get into solutions, it's good to have a diagnosis. And of course, the Sherpa in the morning, rather late night for him outlined very clearly that we were in a fractured world, to use his words. I'm just starting off with a simple equation which has no numbers on it. There's SDGs minus global shocks, which has led us to a net negative situation for the planet. And we are halfway into the SDG agenda, where we are regressing on many of the goals, and this has nothing to do with just climate action. We have over 100 million people who have gone back into poverty. But it's not one global shock. We've got a global shock of a continuing fever. We've got a global shock in terms of the pandemic. We have a global shock in terms of finance, of fuel and the energy crisis, and of course, food. And these global shocks are then compounded further by rising climate risks. And those are not far out in the future. They're not even far out into the near future. They're very much here and now, which is impacting not just human security, it is impacting food security. Let me just give an example. The largest exporters of wheat from Europe, you perhaps know, are Russia and Ukraine. But guess who's the third largest producer or exporter of wheat? It's France. And France has had a major shock to its wheat output this year, thanks to major heat waves. So when we start thinking about the geopolitical shocks and the climate shocks, you see how it begins to impact. Infrastructure losses. India, just in the last 5 years, has lost about $7 billion in terms of extreme weather events. And I would say this is an undercounting of the kind of impact. But then this results in fiscal pressures. Let's take a state like Odisha. Odisha is expending this year $130 million on climate action. But it has had to allocate more than $500 million to deal with disasters. So these are, I'm just giving these as individual examples of how they compound into creating these policy and action sort of conundrums for us. The third challenge of where we stand is energy security. Insecurity continues to rise. And it's not about oil, gas, or coal alone. The problem is that we neither have the finance for the energy technologies of the future, nor are we co-developing the energy technologies of the future, nor are we governing the energy technologies of the future. It is now nearly 50 years since we had one major energy shock that resulted in a cartel of suppliers and a cartel of demanders. But today, when you look at the energy technologies of the future, whether it's solar or batteries that Ambassador Shringla referred to, or even strategic industrial fuels like green hydrogen, we have no rules to govern them. Nor are we talking or listening, to use Mr. Myra's favorite phrase, to the economies that are going to use these fuels. So we need a completely different paradigm. We also need a paradigm of industrialization without, rather, decarbonization without deindustrialization. The D is missing there. But in a way, my faux pas there is also the faux pas we are all making. In a way, we are assuming that just because we need to decarbonize, that we should automatically suppress our industrial development strategies. And that's why the fifth major conundrum is that just transition is not just a phase down of fossil fuel infrastructure. It is actually a call for jobs, growth, and sustainability. But we don't have that paradigm today. So in the remainder of my time, I'm going to spend a little bit of time. I changed my spectacles recently, and I'm going to guarantee you that you will have to change your spectacles soon after I present these slides, because we wanted to look at, if we have to come up with a new paradigm of development, what has the G20 history been looking at in terms of some of these issues? So these slides will be shared, but what I really wanted to just highlight is that over the past 6, 7, 8 years, my colleagues at CEW have been plotting what are the issues that the G20 has been discussing. The dark greens are the kinds of what are the high impact outcomes that you get out of a G20 process. You get action items, you get principles, and the lighter greens are the, sometimes it is the head nodding towards issues of concern. But if you look at it, don't get into the details. G20 has discussed climate change, ecosystem preservation, land degradation and restoration, ocean-based action, marine litter. In some of these, where I've highlighted the text in blue, we've got some concrete moves to move forward. Similarly, some of the issues, again, Ambassador Shringla talked about circular economy or bioeconomy. We talked about agriculture, sustainable agriculture, food security, all different themes within G20, fishing, water resources, even sustainable lifestyles have been discussed. Of course, life as a mission had not been announced. We've also discussed in the G20, ever since 2014, industry transition. So that whole decarbonization without deindustrialization story has unfolded in terms of a sustainable and inclusive growth for industries, the type of quality infrastructure, what are those low carbon emissions technologies, thinking about supply chains. We're not thinking about supply chains only in the last 2 years. It's been going on for a while. The focus on small businesses, and of course, the continuing focus on finance and investment or lack thereof. And then, of course, there are sustainable development priorities that go into even larger sets of issues, employment, resource mobilization, innovation, inclusive business, and so forth. What I'm trying to say here is that if we have to make the world a better place, we have to ask ourselves, how can I, or how can we as countries or members of the G20 actually contribute to that rich history of actions, or at least calls for action, into what Sherpa said this morning, an action-oriented, outcome-oriented G20 for India. And hence my last couple of slides. I'm going to talk about both the Climate Sustainability Working Group and the Development Working Group, although Dr. Chaturvedi has already referred to it. And many of these issues Ambassador Shringla brought up. My name, Arunabha, actually means first rays of the rising sun, but I can assure you my work on solar does not mean it's the last rays of climate action. And in a way, this focus on development, energy security, climate action, sustainability, actually means we have to go beyond the vanilla investments in just solar and wind to think about the much richer space for not just changing our lifestyles, but changing our economic paradigms and even business models. Hence, there's likely, when we've been working with the ministries on reducing land degradation. This is something India had committed to in 2019 when it hosted the COP for desertification, but also how we can enhance the G20 goal towards degraded land, not just because it helps with agriculture, but it's because of a major sink for carbon. But also, as Sachin referred to, a habitat for other species, not just a human-centric paradigm. Similarly, the focus on oceans. Many economies are looking at marine or the blue economy, but also to think not just on the lives and livelihoods dependent on the oceans, but also use an ecosystem-based approach for both climate mitigation and adaptation co-benefits. But in order to do that, you need to create platforms and partnerships. And that's where we go beyond just individual actions to the enabling of markets. How do you create an economy around circularity? How do you create circular economy unicorns? How do you create circular bioeconomy solutions? Even take an old but strategic industry like steel, which accounts for a significant share of industrial emissions. And how can we have a more sustainable pathway? These are just examples of how partnerships and platforms can be created. And similarly, in the development working group, some of the mantras that are in my mind are, first, we need trillions for the billions. Majority of the world's population lives in the global south, 5.5 to 6 billion people. And the trillions that Ambassador Shringla referred to is clearly not going towards them. So we need not just de-risking and blended finance as nice rhetorical statements, but we need de-risking at scale to crowd in private investment. Equally, we need to move the energy transition closer to people. I mentioned just transition is not just decarbonizing or moving away from fossil infrastructure. It is about jobs, growth, and sustainability. Let me give you an example. Distributed energy used for livelihoods and small businesses in India is a $53 billion market, billion with a B. In sub-Saharan Africa, it's an $11 billion market just in the farm sector. In Southeast Asia, another huge market. But these are small projects, disaggregated. It's people, not hard infrastructure, not big capital, so they're not on our radar. But if we have to converge climate action, energy security, energy access, sustainable development, and development as we understand it, we need the trillions to flow to the billions. Similarly, we have an Agenda 2030 in the form of the SDGs, but clearly we don't have an action agenda. How do we accelerate progress on the SDGs? That first equation I showed you, SDGs minus global shocks, is net negative for the planet. So we need to mobilize resources for Agenda 2030. And equally, we've got to prevent the other side. We've got to reduce the impact of those global shocks. So can we create a resilience fund, a reserve fund to serve as an insurance for the most vulnerable? Third dimension, how do we secure, as I mentioned earlier, the energy fuels of the future in a rules-based form? So what are the rules that would govern the energy demanders of the past and the energy demanders of the future for the energy fuels of the future? And how do we co-develop the technologies with de-risking of technologies? And that then brings us to lifestyle for environment, embedding it in SDG 12 as a global movement, not just to nudge individual behavior, but to enable markets around circularity and redefine our aspirations. And that then leads to what we could think of as a Green Deal for development. Now, those slides that made you forced you to change your spectacles are in that Christmas tree of all the things that are on a G20 agenda. And I've just, put them under one thing called the hygiene and wish list. But then if we actually think about this action-oriented G20 that India aspires to, as the Sherpa said this morning, then how do those issues serve as not just high priorities for an emerging economy like India, but also a broader agenda for the G20? And that's why right on top is the financing story around the climate agenda and the financing story around the SDGs overall. The framing around lifestyles, not just as a feel-good issue, but as a driver of new circularity, and a framing around a deal for green development. And then we can get into the partnerships, whether it's oceans or land or technologies for tomorrow or circular economies and so forth. But that is the kind of hierarchy around which we can organize our thoughts and listen to each other and create a platform that not just adds more things to the Christmas tree, but actually helps us open some presents. Thank you.
Thank you, Arnava, for a most informative presentation, but also for all the ideas that we have for our presidency that you've given us. We have, unfortunately, a hard stop at 2:50, and we still have our 3 discussants, so I'd have to request them to confine their interventions to about 8 minutes each. Let me call upon Dr. Tetsushi Sonobe to give us perspective. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman. So, can you hear me?
Yes, you're very audible. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, it's really a great honor and a pleasure to participate in this annual G20 conference. And I'm really privileged to be part of this panel consisting of distinguished policy maker and researchers. And taking this opportunity, I'd like to thank ICRIER for the partnership with ADBI for many years for various collaborations. And I'd like to thank Chairman Shri Sringla and Dr. Sachin Chaturvedi and Dr. Ghosh for very clear, inspiring, and insightful arguments. I wonder what comment I can make, but maybe because my organization ADBI is going to host Think7, think tank engagement group of G7 as part of G7 Japan 2023. Even though ADB Institute is a multilateral organization, but the Japanese government requested kindly trust us to be kind of host or co-chair of T7. And then Dr. Sachin Chaturvedi and I have been talking many times about the kind of collaboration between Think20 and Think7. And our hope is to nicely bridge G7 and G20. And then today, this panel's arguments did not much mention about the collaboration between G7 and the rest of the G20. So, of course, the G7 discuss important issues building upon the results of G20. And then I think vice versa. So that kind of collaboration is very important. And then the 3 examples come to my mind very quickly. So one is debt crisis issue and also the reverse flow of capital from middle-income countries or emerging market economies. But that was nicely addressed in the previous session, especially by Dr. Poonam Gupta's nice presentation. So I skip this. And then other 2 related to the one is food insecurity, and the other is, of course, sustainable finance. about food insecurity. So G7 Germany 2022 did great job. It has put the focus on the global food insecurity and the nutrition crisis unleashed by the war in Ukraine, with the most severe impacts falling upon vulnerable populations in low and middle income countries. Last May, two G7 meetings produced 4 separate communiques, and the G7-led Global Alliance for Food Security was announced. The G7 foreign ministers made 14 communiques, made global food security for the most vulnerable a top foreign policy objective. And the G7 agricultural ministers offer concrete financial and technical support to the G20 agriculture market information system. The G7 development ministers communique provided even more specifics and ambition and committed to a robust immediate response to the crisis alongside long-term strategies. So another important support by the G7, Germany, is a long-term alliance called Zero Hunger Coalition, which aims at eliminating hunger by 2030. So these commitments by G7 are very nice, and they are hoped to turn into action. And the action is hoped to bear fruits. But to this end, I think the cooperation of the other G20 countries will be critically important. And in addition, hunger is just one of many challenges faced by the global agriculture and food systems. Because, agriculture, forest, and other land use sector is responsible for nearly a quarter of anthropogenic greenhouse gas emissions. And agriculture is also the largest user of water resources and the key polluter of water bodies through nitrogen and phosphate leakages, and the biggest threat to biodiversity. And additionally, this sector is seriously suffering from the effect of climate change, while it is uniquely able to sequester large amount of carbon in biomass and in the soils and create sustainable landscapes and biodiversity. As to socioeconomic sustainability, about 70 or 80% of the poor and of the food insecure households are smallholder farm families. So the demand for food is now huge because of the 9 million people in 2050. So to meet this growing food demand and to support decarbonization, sustainable and nutritious food production, and also non-food bioeconomy need to increase significantly its production. And the trade in agriculture need to become more crisis-proof. At the same time, the food losses along the value chains and consumption patterns have to change to dampen the needs for production increase. So sustainability has to be improved at production, processing, trade, and consumption levels of this kind of cycle of food production and consumption system. So G20 can do a lot building upon this G7's achievement, and then G20 can can be a very important player to turn the G7's commitment into fruitful action. And then in terms turning to the sustainable finance. So on the one hand, there is an urgent need to massively scale up sustainable finance through investment in climate resilient infrastructure, low carbon technologies, and other areas to achieve the SDGs and the just transition. On the other hand, the financial system needs to stop financing companies that engage in harmful activities that worsen environmental degradation and the climate crisis, and undermine the achievement of the internationally agreed sustainability goals. So there is a prevalent problem in finance with greenwashing, that is the practice of providing misleading claims of the supposed environmental impact of financial assets. Moreover, while a growing number of financial institutions have pledged to align their portfolios with net zero finance, but finance continues to flow into areas that are clearly undermining the climate goals. So global financial institutions also continue to fund activities that drive deforestation and land use change, major sources of global carbon emissions, and important drivers of biodiversity loss. So, and unfortunately, many of the financial institutions funding fossil fuel exploitation or deforestation globally are headquartered in G7 countries. So here is a big space for G20. The rest of the G20 help G7 and work together to achieve very, very important sustainable finance. And so these are just two issues related to the development working group and the climate change working group. But I think there are huge space for the very fruitful collaboration between G7 and G20. And hopefully T20 India and the T7 Japan collaborate to help G7 to bridge G7 and the G20. So let me stop here. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Sonobe. We apparently have just about 13 minutes left for our session. So what I would have to request the other two speakers is to really make very brief comments, maybe about 4 minutes each, so that we have a couple of minutes, for Q&A. So apologies for this, but please, Dr. Fauzia Zain, let me invite you, who's a senior economist, Economic Research Institute for ASEAN and East Asia, based in Indonesia. Please do make your remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you for ICRIER to invite me as a representative from area. I think many of the important issues are already well covered by the previous panelists and speakers. So I like to, I have a couple of comments, to reiterate and also to add some important issues that I thought India can carry. First, that on the our world paths on the reaching climate change mitigation and adaptation Paris Agreement, agree that we need to revisit the NDCs and look at the updates of the NDCs, also our global commitments. Because we can see that if we look at the implementation gaps across the countries, I think we need to also identify why is the reasons of the implementation gaps. because I think some of the reasons are preventable. Actually, it can be done with the global support. So I'm more on the besides we call for the developing economies commitment, we need also to push more to develop countries' responsibility for this climate change agenda. So that one, the first point. The second one is the financings that already mentioned a lot today. First, that on the sources, I think that 100 billion is not broken down into the sources of the finance. So this is actually a bit weakness here. Typically, the less clear responsible party, then the less commitment will meet, because they suggested 100 billions come from the advanced country, Annex 1 in the COP, and the sources come from individual countries as well as private sectors. So everybody can say that, yeah, I'm done with my responsibilities, but let's other do that. So I think we need more details and strengthen these commitments from the developed economies on the climate change pledge, financing pledge. Also exploring the ways and mechanism to do that. Agree on Dr. Sachin's suggestions on evaluate the global financial architecture, to facilitate what we really need to do, to channeling these financial sources, especially from the international commitments to the needy in the developing countries. For example, do we need some decision support tools, or how to scaling up the successful stories on the implementations in developing economies? And also that we need also to look at the inverse impacts on the climate change adaptation policies, such as already described by Dr. Ghosh very well, how to compensate or minimize the bad impact of these transitions, especially for the poor and marginal groups. And the third point is, I know that the awareness of the climate change threats is already quite high recently, but I think we still need to link this climate change with other global critical issues, especially in food energy security, global health, infrastructure disruptions, connectivity, poverty, and trade disruptions. It's also related with Dr. Sachin's convergence global issues. So these cross sectors issues can be amplified to raise the awareness of this climate change adaptation. And that's all my point actually, but let me add 2 points on India's strategic role in this G20 presidency. India is a big economy, is linked globally, and India is really well in representing developing economies' interests. So with this Troika, Indonesia, India, and next year, and the next is Brazil, three developing economies in a row as the presidency in G20, I think India will play important role to bring important message. And the next one is how India, as a president of the G20 2023, can intensify this G20 message to G7 and other international organizations like OECD or EU, especially on the developed economies' responsibilities to the sustainable development and climate change adaptations. Already mentioned also by Dr. Tetsubi Sonobe. So that's my comment. I think I stop here. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Fauzia Zain. Can I call upon Dr. Dennis Rolik, Research and Program Director, Global Solutions Initiative, We really are running out of time, so just a couple of minutes to really round up and give us your brief comments. Thank you.
Yes.
We are not hearing you, Dr. Dennis Gorlick. I don't know if you can hear us.
Well, thank you for the invitation to this important conference, and I'm sure
We have a slightly garbled line, so we're not able to.
India will make a very significant contribution. Can you hear me well?
We are not able to hear you clearly. It's
Okay.
inaudible.
Okay.
Can you speak again?
I put off my video now. Is that better now?
Yes, it's better. We can hear you. Please go
Okay,
ahead.
I'm very sorry. Okay, I'll be very brief. First of all, thank you very much for the invitation here, and I'll be very brief with my comment. I would basically just like to alert you of one thing. One point I have heard several times throughout the presentations was that there is an urgent need to integrate development paradigms, development action with climate action. And I suppose that one important prerequisite to do that is how we measure progress among various dimensions, not only economically, but also how is the state of the natural world, and also how is prosperity in this society developing. And I'm mentioning this because we at the Global Solutions Initiative and also at the New Institute, where I'm also running a program, we have started a larger scale initiative on doing research and policy efforts to make progress with the measurement agenda. So what do I mean by that? What we have developed is a framework that we call SAGE, S-A-G-E. So it's not only material gain, that's the G, that's important for societies around the world, but also environmental prosperity, that's the E, and also social prosperity, that's solidarity in particular, and agency. So how well embedded are people in their societies, and how much can they actually make progress, or can they determine the fate of their lives by shaping their lives? That's agency. One big problem with that is that these things are hard to measure, and we have started an initiative to really make progress to measure these other dimensions of well-being, to make them available for usage as a compass for policymakers all around the world, and also to use them to evaluate policies. Now, talking about integrating climate action and development paradigms, I think that having some clarity on how do we define progress, and taking on a little bit broader perspective on how progress should be defined is an important aspect here. Then I would like to reiterate what Tetsushi has mentioned, that the G7 and the G20 should be collaborating on these issues. I think there have been a few important initiatives, as Tetsushi has mentioned, in Germany, which I'm sure Japan will carry on to work on. The Climate Club agenda is one issue that has been proposed by Germany's G20 that clearly needs to be extended beyond G20. and where I hope that also India with the G20 presidency can work together to make this to develop this agenda further. I think in the interest of time, I'll stop here, and I'm very sorry for these connection issues.
Thank you, Dr. Gaulik. I think we seem to have run out of time. So we had a question and answer session that was scheduled, but in the interest of time, we'll have to do away with that. I just want to briefly, thank all of our participants. I think we've had some excellent inputs today, some very good ideas. Some of the thoughts that stayed with us, of course, is the strong link today between development, climate actions and the environment. And I think, we really need to look at how we have to approach these issues. How do we integrate development actions with climate actions? How do we look at separate working groups working in closer synergy and producing results that are really comprehensive in nature. The other issue, of course, is climate financing, which I think has really was touched upon by all the speakers. And clearly, this is an important issue in our forthcoming presidency of the G20. There are many other issues, but I see that we have a hard stop when time has run out. So thank you very much for bearing. Thank you for all of our discussions and participants. Thank you so much.
That was indeed an insightful discussion. Thank you very much. Thank you to all the panelists. We'll now move to the much awaited keynote address by the Honorable Finance Minister of India, Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman, very shortly. So request everyone to keep settled down, please. Thank you. requesting everyone to please settle down. We welcome Honorable Finance Minister Srimati Nirmala Sitharamanji to our ICRIER's 14th Annual International G20 Conference. Welcome, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back. We now move to one of the most awaited session of the day, keynote address by the Honorable Finance Minister of India, Srimati Nirmala Sitharamanji, on India's G20 presidency, restoring global macro stability, improving financial inclusion, and reforming the multilaterals. Along with Honorable Minister, we have on the dais Mr. Pramod Bhasin, Chairman ICRIER, Dr. Deepak Mishra, Director and Chief Executive ICRIER, and Dr. Shankaracharya, Honorary Professor ICRIER and former Chief Economic Advisor, Government of India. Before I invite Honorable Minister to deliver her address, may I request our Director and Chief Executive, Dr. Deepak Mishra, for his welcome remarks.
Thank you and good afternoon, everyone. Honorable Finance Minister Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman, our esteemed speakers and panelists of the conference, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I'm glad that many of you have stayed back to hear the Finance Minister and so many of who are connected online. I think about 80 people are connected online. So let me once again welcome you all to ICRIER's 14th Annual International G20 Conference. As I said in the morning, ICRIER has been hosting this conference for a very long time, since 2009. And more with our collaborators with the IMF and ADB Institute. But this year conference assumes a special significance for at least 3 reasons. The first is this is the last major conference before India assumes the G20 presidency. So if you want to get to know how India's presidency is going to look like, you must be here in this room. And I'm glad that many of you stayed back to hear to the Finance Minister, who will be talking about some of the finance sector priorities that India is thinking about. The second is almost all the key architects of the G20 presidency for India are part of today's lecture series. We have already heard from India G20 Sherpa. We also heard from the G20 Chief Coordinator, and we'll soon be hearing from Honorable Finance Minister, and then in the afternoon from Niti Aayog Vice Chairperson, Mr. Suman Berry. And finally, as you have already noticed, this is a conference which is a difference compared to what other G20 conferences have been in the past. And that's to do with the theme that we chosen for this conference, which is crafting an Indian narrative on resilient, inclusive, and sustainable economy. In short, what I call RISE. And we hope and believe that as India's assumption of G20 presidency will mark the rise of the Indian economy, the rise of the developing countries' voice in the global economic diplomacy, and the rise of the global economy from the depth of a prolonged economic crisis caused by a pandemic, a ravaging war, and an unprecedented inflation crisis. So we had a very interesting session, 2 very interesting sessions so far. In the morning, we talked about macro financial issues, which were the speakers were Dr. Anant Nageshwaran, Chief Economic Advisor, Dr. Poonam Gupta from NCAR, and Mr. Ramanath Srinivasan from RBI. And we had 2 discussants from the IMF resident representative and an official from the Ministry of Finance. I think just for the Finance Minister recap, I just wanted to mention that some of the issues that were mentioned in this discussion were about managing global macro spillovers, debt vulnerabilities, how do we build global safety nets for economic crisis, and reforming of the multilateral institutions, especially the Bretton Woods systems. India G20 presidency also marks an important milestone for ICRIER, We are proud to be the G20 knowledge partner for the Ministry of Finance, Commerce, Power, and Department of Telecommunication, as well as working very closely with Sherpa's office. We have a dedicated website on G20 issues and a exclusive Twitter handle. As ICRIER, we are delighted to be part of G20 Economic Festival that is about to sweep this nation. So without much ado, let me turn to Honorable Finance Minister to deliver the keynote address of the event. Often dubbed as the most powerful woman in India, Ms. Sitharaman has broken many glass ceilings in her career, most prominent being the first full-time woman finance minister in India. I think she will be best remembered for being at the helm of economic affairs in India when the world faced a triple whammy of a pandemic, a war, and an inflation crisis. While in the past, India had caught a cold every time the global economy sneezed, it was during Ms. Sitharaman's time that India has managed to remain an island of stability in the ocean of turbulence. We are delighted that the FM has agreed to find time within an extremely tight schedule to join us and deliver the keynote address. And the way we'll proceed is after the FM gives a speech, I'll request Dr. Shankaracharya, our Honorable Professor ICRIER, to moderate the session and take some questions from the floor. And then I'll turn to our chairperson, Pramod Bhasin, to give the vote of thanks. So with that, let me introduce Madam Finance Minister to you.
Good afternoon, and thank you for giving me this opportunity, particularly at a time when we are getting closer to actually starting the 12-month period of India's presidency. But I feel that you've already had a good dose of discussion on this topic from the morning, and people who are actually at the coalface working to deliver on the G20 India presidency have already addressed you all. Whilst that gives me a sense of comfort that if I'd missed something, they would have captured it. If I have said something, I probably only am reiterating it. And there's not much of a newer point that I need to bring in here. But equally, I'm not sure if any one of them had given a disclaimer, which I think is important for me to put right up front. And that is, we are almost at the fag end of all the consultations and discussions and officially to release what would be India's priorities. So everything that any one of us is speaking here is subject to additions and deletions. So it's all right to have some meat and some flesh and some bones and everything else into the structure and adds getting ready for G20. But we have really not yet launched officially our tagline, our logo, whatever lines of, branding ourselves or stating with certain authority our priorities. So with that disclaimer right up front, I'll certainly give you the larger canvas of what we are talking about, probably mostly reflecting everything that I had said in the acceptance speech during the Fund Bank meetings in Washington recently. So where is India now? And at what time is India taking over the presidency? That actually is going to be very instrumental in delivering on what we want to do, in carrying forward some of the earlier presidency's agenda, and facing a turbulent global situation, which again will have to learn a lot from what Indonesia's 12 months have been like, because they've gone through a lot of pushes and pulls, but yet had to keep moving ahead, moving forward, so that the G20 and its institutional strengths are not lost out on. So we'll be drawing on a lot of lessons based on the Indonesian presidency. So where is India? already, I think some indication has been given by Deepak. We are probably at a very comfortable stage in the sense of comparing with other economies. Our macroeconomic fundamentals are fine. Fine is a very relative term here. And I'm conscious I have a good presence of very thinking representatives of the media. Oh, the finance minister said India is in a fine. No, please. Everything is in a relative sense. So I want to be sure that we get the calibrations in every one of the adjectives that I use, frame it in a context, and rather than pushing some headline story, which for 2 days it can capture some audience, but it'll obviously will be very strongly pushed back from my side, because I take a lot of liberty while speaking with you and with the institutions like ICRIER, because all of us will have to work together to make sure that India's presidency actually does a lot of good work. One, to strengthen the multilateral institutions, make sure we are able to get a good deliverable out of the presidency, because India is in a very, very unique position, having very carefully trodden on an independent position in today's global geopolitical situation. So it's not just the old-fashioned non-alignment, but in a multipolar world. Non-alignment is all right when you're talking about two poles and you're trying to be somewhere in the middle. Today, that middle is among several poles, and it's also a very dynamic middle. So India is constantly, very carefully maintaining its position and voicing for the emerging markets, voicing for the low and middle income countries, and trying to make sure that all our voices are heard, particularly at a time when we are also facing the collateral spillovers, which are, I would like to believe, unintended, but the spillovers nevertheless. So the kind of things that India would prioritize on will also have something to say on, or will also prioritize on, speaking about the spillovers themselves. How much can countries like India, or countries who are in the middle income bracket, or countries like low income countries, or in some other form redefined emerging markets, can bear the brunt of the spillovers? And how can you be ready? Can you at all be ready for unpredictable spillovers? And how much can you be ready? And therefore, spillovers will certainly be one of the priorities. Discussion on that will certainly be one of the priorities. Whether in the ranking order of priorities, spillovers become first or the last is anyone's guess. But these are issues which are going to be given an added value to the priorities which are being discussed. So in many features, many priority points, spillovers will come in anyway to say, how do we face this? And similarly, if you're talking about multipolar world, the multilateral organizations themselves, particularly the development banks themselves, have quite a few reforms which have been pending. They're not reflective of the membership and their subscription weightage. And if that is also something which we need to take up, again, there it becomes important to understand that we are going to be in the G20 presidency. And this is going to be a very strange coincidence, a good, happy coincidence, that the Troika is now emerging market Troika. And at no point in time that the Troika has been emerging markets only. And if it is so, then shouldn't the voice of the emerging markets find a legitimate priority place? And what are the agendas then, therefore, coming from the emerging markets? So that's also something which will feature, flavor, add to the spirit of the conversations, I suppose, in the G20 during our presidency. So the emerging market voice, the middle of the road, which is a dynamic middle of the road, you're constantly navigating through it. The spillovers are all going to constantly play into every one of the priorities that you might set forth. And strictly by, let's say, the culture and the tradition of G20, you're also going to make sure that you'll carry forward some of the earlier presidencies and their agenda, which still need more time to be discussed, taken forward, and brought to a logical conclusion. So those agenda points will also come into play during our presidency. And the G20, I would think, which came out with the necessity for having a group like that, essentially to talk about the finance-related matters, has now got a slightly widened mandate through the Sherpa track. You're bringing in so many other different points. Engagements, the elements of engagements with the women's groups, NGOs, elite, and so on, the industry, small and medium industry, and so on, is a parallel track that I'm not going to spend much time on. So you're already looking at a G20, which recently has proven that a group like that can, at a time of stress, also deliver on some of its priority points. When I say this, I mean the global tax, which is still yet to be rolled out. But the taxation, the global taxation, a topic of great relevance for today, a topic in which getting countries together has been possible, a topic on which, unless many countries came together, it is impossible for any one country, be they emerging market or advanced, to implement and to have a consensus. There can always be countries which feel differently about the agreement. Members who have gone into the agreement willingly also require and ask for fine-tuning of it. But never mind, the recent past, G20 proved that it is capable of bringing that consensus on a contentious issue like taxation, and therefore proved that it is possible, if mind is applied, it is possible to have G20-like forum, move forward and build consensus. And that is where I think India's presidency has a lot more, because it can bring in that consensus on few other issues which are very critically important. Not only the global taxation, but also the pandemic preparedness element, where you're looking at financing and health together. You don't want to be scrambling for resources like the way you did in 2020, in case there is a, God forbid, but in case there is a future pandemic. So that high-powered committee and then the G20 going to it, and then looking at a way in which we can have some kind of a pandemic preparedness fund, so that it can, be strengthening all our attempts in case there is a future pandemic. So the G20 has clearly showed that in the recent past, it has brought nations together, consensus is possible to build up, and also effectively bring in those measures which is required by countries across the board. So it is not a country's agenda, it is not a country's issue, but across the board, all of us need that kind of a support. So G20 has sort of proven that, and we are therefore necessarily going to have to keep that record of the G20 intact and see if we can also, during our presidency, build consensus on other issues which are of relevance and critical importance at the moment. So in this background, if I'm talking about issues which the G20 during our presidency will have to prioritize, I would highlight about 8 of them, all of which are not yet, as I said, the final word on it. We are still sort of seeing if We can take on some more, drop some, refocus, and so on. So these are matters for discussion that I'm putting forth before you, not that the finance minister has set forth the G20 India presidency's priorities. No, I'm not setting forth the priorities. So the first thing which actually comes to my mind is, much before I mention the point on discussion, the way in which the G20, other than the global tax, other than the pandemic preparedness related fund issue, we have actually dealt with the debt related matters of countries and very surely provided relief to countries which were under stress. So in providing liquidity through the allocation of the special drawing rights, the G20 actually showed that during a pandemic, which got aggravated because of the debt situation of the countries, that was not purely pandemic related debt, but debt which had accumulated even prior to the pandemic, but which got aggravated during the pandemic. We were able to come up with some kind of relief for many of the countries, some of which were middle income countries, which rapidly deteriorated to being low income countries because of the stress and the volume of debt. We had come up with some relief, but it actually highlights the need for reigniting the debate on sustainable development goals. To what extent will development and the need for financing development will take us to a situation where you become so indebted? And can sustainable development goals be reached? We are, after all, only 8 years away from it. Can sustainable development goals be reached by financing ourselves like that, that we end up not developing our resources or assets, but more indebted? And that kind of non-sustainable, unsustainable way of attaining your development goals is something on which all of us will have to apply our mind. And it immediately, therefore, much before I go to talking about a possible set of priorities, it immediately tells me that we have to reignite this debate on sustainable development goals. How exactly are we going to be in another 8 years? Be anywhere close to fulfilling that if the ways in which you're going to finance your development are themselves trapping you into a big debted entrapment? I mean, like debt entrapment because you're trying to move towards achieving the sustainable development goals. So ignite that debate again, talk about sustainable goals again, and in the process of achieving the sustainable development goals should be clear for all of us. For low-income countries, middle-income countries, and the process of financing has got to be a lot more poor economy, low economy, underdeveloped economy friendly. So we can't be blind to achieving the goals, forgetting the process itself. So that, I think, will broadly tell you about my first of the list, not of the final list, not of the final set of priorities, but I'm randomly without any priority, sequencing priority, putting sustainable development goals and the ways in which we are going to finance it as one of the things which will be important for us to discuss. The second, I would think, in fact, this was going to be my first, we'll have to understand how multilateral institutions, international financing institutions, are going to be better reformed institutions. Are they going to serve with greater vigor? Have they become fatigued out? Do they have enough newer thoughts? Are they looking at modern ways of 21st century ways of leveraging what they have as funds? Do they know, or do they want to bring in greater resources? From where is this a different question, but do they want to fund themselves better? Do they want themselves to unlock the potential that they have better? And therefore, multilateral, particularly financing institutions, will be a matter of debate. I am happy the tone of it has already been set by the Honorable Prime Minister when he's been calling repeatedly for reforming institutions, the UN, the IMF, the World Bank. Prime Minister is never tired of telling that these institutions will have to look at reforms. And that is something which I think is the need of the hour. And unless that is done, to whatever level, they themselves are not, I mean, this is my very off-the-cuffish view, they themselves are not possibly leveraging the endowments that they have optimally, nor are they probably having a plan through which they can fund themselves better for further funding countries and their developmental goals. That distress is something which I've already touched upon. That is definitely an issue which all of us will have to understand. The common framework, its effectiveness. Why is that even after that, not more than 2 or 3 countries have come forward to say, we need some help? And even they are not very sure as to how it's going to work out. So it's not something which is appealing for countries to say, yes, we need to approach. We need to approach them and then we'll get the relief. So the debt distress and addressing debt distress will be an issue which we'll ideally like to talk. And you can't, even if you didn't think you need to have it in your priorities, it's certainly something which is a big elephant in the room. People will have to talk about it. How are we going to handle it? I've elaborated a lot on sustainable development, so I don't need to go into it again. That is as an area of priority. The goals, sustainable development goals, look at where, which countries arrived at some point or which is lagging behind. What is the last mile path? So sustainable development goals will certainly be something which I'll elaborate on and also take it as a priority if I can, because the goals that we've given for COP26, if I take that as the main backbone for this particular priority, after having stated nationally determined commitments, countries today are wondering if they are implementable because of the cost of the transition itself. And who's going to fund the transition? And how are we going to have technologies be made available to countries which want them? India, in fulfilling its NDCs given in COP21, has been well praised for having fairly gotten close to 100% achievement, somewhere 90% or whatever, but on many of the goals, we have really shown that we are in the ground, taking it seriously and fulfilling it. And I repeat it, possibly before you and others also, I have said this, that COP21 NDC achievement of India has been completely India's own funds based. We funded it ourselves. There was no kind of monies which came from anywhere. But I can understand that many countries which want to fulfill their NDC cannot fund it, and they're not also being facilitated with funds from anywhere else. So that is going to be a big conundrum. Even for India, for the COP26 determined commitments which Honorable Prime Minister gave there, we've also now issued a clarificatory on how our ambition is going to play out. The cost of energy, the transitional energy, the cost of technology, if and where you spot it, there is an attempt even to search for the technology. So with all this, Sustainable Development Goal alongside UNFCCC, alongside technology and monies put on file, but put on paper, but not on table, are all issues which are staring us in our face. Can any country avoid talking about it? So if during India's presidency, we certainly need to, and I think on that score, we'll probably be standing up a bit more with, surely with self-confidence, but we'll also be able to see others taking us seriously because we are not talking just out of the thin air. We have shown our commitment, we fulfilled our commitment. And we also have now invested in a big way for advanced storage batteries, for searching for materials, for the hydrogen mission, and investment of private nature within India, not private foreign funded, is coming in a big way into very many of these new age technologies. Solar and wind are actually already happening and much has been said, but these are areas in which you find investments coming, and our PLI policy has also enabled this process. So I would think climate finance, funding of transition, these are definitely going to be indispensable in the sense of if countries are sitting together to talk through these 12 months under our presidency, this is going to be one of those areas in which we need to try for a consensus, I would think. The other area which I like to credit the Japanese presidency G20 and the Italian presidency G20, also for working on it earlier, but it is also very relevant for India, is on urban infrastructure. Sustainable infrastructure, quality infrastructure. And for India, the next 25 years with PM Gati Shakti, with the very clear multimodal emphasis and making sure the resources are being optimally utilized for the sake of building India of 2047. So that is an area. And again, there, the link with the UN action plan, UN Sustainable Development Goals discussions in 2015, the Addis Ababa Declaration for Action had so much to talk about scaling up financing, sustainable financing. That was an action plan. It wasn't just a discussion. That is 2015, the Addis Ababa Declaration. It was actually called Addis Ababa Action Plan. So they're all falling in line with infrastructure, quality infrastructure, making sure sustainable infrastructure, and therefore linked with the SDG. And 174 countries participated in it. And if 174 countries agreed on the action plan, and between 2015 and 2020, if things probably were working out as per the plan, today we have 21 and 22, which are so different. A completely new and absolutely unstable, not normal world. And how is the 2015 action plan going to be able to be adapted in today's context? Then, of course, is talking about the digital agenda, where I would certainly love to showcase India's moving speedily forward on using digital technologies, whether it is for identity, whether it is for financial inclusion. Your topic has asked me to refer to financial inclusion, improving it. So digital financial inclusion. And today, as we talk, we are aware that the Reserve Bank has started a pilot in the digital currency. So whether it is your identity, whether it is your financial inclusion, or it is basing on transfer, the governmental transfer of certain entitlements to the beneficiaries, you're looking at a revolution which is happening. The revolution is a word which I use with confidence because people have adapted it so easily. They've taken to it as fish to water. You didn't have to teach them. And that is the base on which India's digital revolution has actually succeeded, which many other countries, advanced and otherwise, are wondering how India could manage it given our scale. And also they are recognizing that we've spread it from education to health, to payments, to financial inclusion, to also identity where you need to send benefits to customers, or to make sure that family and family members are giving distinct identities and so on. So digital, if I may say, achievements of India will have to be showcased because many of the G20 members have expressed a desire to know how we could really do it. And many of them are also engaging with us to see if their systems and our systems can be interoperable. International taxation is something which I've already spoken about, but that will be an agenda to take forward because it has to really find fruition. Both the pillars will have to come effectively onto the ground. There are, of course, IMF and FSB and bodies that like that, OECD and so on, have already started doing a lot of work. So we need to encourage them also to understand how crypto assets can be regulated with all countries being on the board, because no one single country can succeed in individually being in a silo and trying to regulate the crypto assets. I use the word crypto assets because I distinctly would stand outside of the RBI, which is bringing in the currency, and talk about the world which prevails outside, where assets are being created and traded, regulating them in national interest, because you don't know what the trail leads you to. Is it a drug funding? Is it terror funding? Or is it just gaming the system? And so on. So that regulation cannot be successful if any one country does it. We have not come out with any plans as yet. So we need to have all the members of the G20, first of all, come on board to see how best it can be done. I know work has been done by FSB, OECD, IMF, and also the BIS. So we'll have to bring all of them together and then put it on the table for the members to have a meaningful conversation on it. I have not mentioned the two big items which people normally keep referring in these days: food security and energy security. Energy security, I've sort of referred to it from the point of view of sustainability, but immediate requirements of countries for the energy requirements, and also the food security, which again today and since yesterday has become another point of discussion because of the disruption which is happening in shipping grains through the Black Sea. So these are issues which definitely are already there. So broadly, I would think these are the kind of issues with which we'll have to take the G20 forward. I've given you a sketch of it, but I suppose we'll have to wait just a few more days before it is finalized. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for your wonderful sort of overview of what's on the plate or might be on the plate, as you want me to emphasize. It's not a done deal, but it certainly covers a very wide waterfront and a very interesting set of issues. Honorable Finance Minister has agreed to answer 2 or 3 questions. So if I could have 1 or 2 people, right at the lady at the end over there first. No, I think, yeah, that's right. Sorry, I couldn't recognize from the side.
Good afternoon. FM, I wanted to ask you if the finance ministry, I'm not saying India, I'm saying if the finance ministry would like it to be posed at the G20, a question that is on everybody's minds now. The Western sanctions against Russia, have they proved beneficial, or have they now, it seems, backfired, especially in terms of the challenges to energy and food security and the debt distress aggravation that you have talked about? Is it worth now discussing if those sanctions have backfired?
Well, that is what I thought I will be covering as a subject under the spillovers. So certainly members will have to talk about it. Actions taken at the early stages of the Russia-Ukraine war, whether it is a sanction on payment through the SWIFT or subsequently on the fuel trading. Yes, it has moved from one milepost to another. You hear less of some, you hear more of another. You also have probabilities of newer such things coming in. So these are spillovers of decisions. Those will have to be definitely discussed.
Thank you, ma'am, for a very, very comprehensive agenda that you have put on the table. I was happy to note that towards the end, you did mention about food security and energy security. A little question that I have is, when India is leading, I think our hallmark and the innovation in our system is innovation. Innovation in terms of inclusiveness, whether it was through Jan Dhan. How much women, I didn't hear that. I think they are half of the world. How much women agenda through inclusiveness, and linked to that the nutrition challenge, because in the Sustainable Development Goals, I think India, I'm afraid by 2030 will not be able to achieve the nutritional challenge that is staring on our face. So is there any thinking on those issues?
I think that will be part of what is going to be discussed in one of the groups under the Sherpa, not so much under the finance.
I think Mr. Mehta.
Thank you. I know it's been a pleasure listening to you after been hearing you from last 20 years. And I think the way you expressed it is very gladdening, I must say. My question is the following, that let me preambulate it, that I was there at the Earth Summit in 1992, including follow-up in 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, and so on. At the Earth Summit, the developed world made a commitment of $248 billion, of which only $2 billion came up. Research has shown that. What we have seen is so far that you mentioned about talking about financing, reigniting the SDG debate. And financing is something which you touched upon throughout your 7 points or 8 points that you made. One thing is it, my question is, if you're familiar with, and it is not the time to reignite the debate on Tobin tax, which doesn't touch upon any government as such. But financial flows, if you look at it today, corporate financial flows still continue at a very high pace. And this is something which I would like to recommend for the government of India to think about seriously as a deliverable at the G20 summit, if you think it is. And that is one way how we can solve a lot of these financing problems. If we can raise Tobin tax, which has been lying dormant for a long time. Thank you.
Deepa, are you referring to the tax on financial transactions?
Yeah, exactly. The famous Tobin tax.
Yeah,
yeah.
famous. But this, I mean, I'm not aware of it being a part of G20, but
No,
I
it is not. But since the points which the Honorable Minister raised, I thought there's one good way to look forward to find a solution is to reignite the debate on Tobin tax. It doesn't touch upon any government treasuries at all. And something which touches the financial flows. And 0.1%, there's a very good paper on that, which I could send you.
That, I mean, it's, well, I won't get into the substance of the debate. Let me,
Thank you.
Well, you've given me a suggestion. Let me think about it.
Madam Finance Minister, I would just say that whenever they say it won't touch on government treasuries, be careful.
Okay.
I think Dr. Poonam Gupta there had a question for you.
Thank you, ma'am, for laying out the priorities for the G20. Just a very simple comment on the spillovers and the reform of the multilateral developmental institutions. So from NCR, we are working with the Ministry of Finance on these issues and will continue to engage going forward. One observation is you call the MDBs possibly fatigued. Having worked at both the World Bank and the IMF, if I may say so and take the liberty, I would also add overpaid and under-accountable institutions perhaps. And no proof of market really, they being the monopolies that they are. They need to do a lot more, and in my presentation today, I laid out a few suggestions on how they can work better for everybody and not just for their largest shareholders. On another note, actually, I would like to thank you for your leadership on behalf of every woman who's present here, for being the trailblazer and for being a role model for all of us. And may I propose a round of applause for your
No, I think.
Was there a question? No, no question. Okay. I have a question from lady at the back. I've acknowledged already, and then yours will be the last question. I remember.
Good evening, ma'am. It was pleasure hearing you. Yeah, I'm Pankari. I'm working as a research assistant to Member of Parliament, Mr. Vincent Pala. And my question to you was that as discussed by you and other Parliament panelists before you, that in the coming G20 summit, there are a lot of input, there are a lot of priorities and targets that we are setting. But like, what do you think how important it is for India to have certain to set targets to measure the outcome to have a sort of long-term impact, because there are hundreds of issues that we are taking up, but like how to take it forward after the next year. So that is my question.
First thing, I don't think we're picking up on hundreds of issues. Of course, we pick up on issues which we think during our presidency we should keep on the top of the agenda. But it's also a culture in the G20 that you carry forward some of the earlier presidencies' agenda which need more time for conclusion. So will some of our agenda move over to next presidencies as well. It's not just for India to decide how to measure the outcome, because that's somewhat what you're indicating. So outcome measurement is so much dependent on so many different factors of countries' participation, then the traction that the debate takes, then the context in which that is being, meaning the current global context in which that is discussed. So it's not just for India to say, I took 7 agenda points and of the 7, I've achieved 5. What is achieving then? So these are both middle term and long term contributions that the G20 would want to evolve through consensus and add to the global systems, as it were. So in that, the contribution should be, I would think, to take it forward without any major disruption and keep the group together and take them towards building consensus, rather than say, I've had this outcome, brilliant, I'm happy, my term is ending with something which may not see the light of the day unless everybody cooperates. So I would want you to think about it. I'm glad you're thinking of outcomes. in an era when we think everything is given up. But that's how I would play it.
Thank you. The last question is Dr. Arunabha Ghosh, head of the CEW.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for your very clear articulation of the issues, but also, at least from your perspective, some of the paths forward. I'm a member of the advisory group for the G20 Finance Task Force. We're working very closely with the Finance Ministry. My question relates to a critical theme that is actually tying through all of, or rather many of your issues, which is the debt, the financing of the SDGs, the financing of climate action, and the reform of MDVs. And of course, as you said it, we need some 21st century ways of thinking about this. The question is, in addition to, and I talked about it in the previous session, in addition to raising the volume of capital that goes to the right places, we also have to insure ourselves against the shocks. The pandemic is one shock, disasters, climate-related disasters are another shock, food crisis is another shock. You gave a very interesting example of the idea of a pandemic preparedness fund. And my question is, can we expand that idea a little bit more, almost like a resilience fund that almost pays out to vulnerable countries, vulnerable communities when these shocks hit? So it's not just increasing volume of capital, but also reducing the negative impact.
I fully take it. I fully take it. There should be a discussion.
Madam, thank you very much for answering.
Before you tell me a thank you,
No,
I thank the.
I'm going to thank, for the real thanks,
no,
I'm turning to Dr. Bhasin.
No, sure. But I need to thank the ICRIER for being a knowledge partner with the government and continuously giving us a lot of support, substantive support. And this shall continue through the year. So thank you very much, ICRIER. Before you say a thanks.
Your kindness and humbleness is amazing. Ma'am, please allow me, I do need to thank you from our side because your presence here means so much to all of us. And the fact that we have been able to host you at ICRIER itself, I assure you, is an enormous privilege. I do want to emphasize one point Poonam was making, that if you look at the women at ICRIER, it is predominantly, what proportion are? 65% of our senior researchers are women, which is both a legacy of the past, but shows you the strength of women. And when you have women picking women leaders, they seem to find them everywhere. When you have men trying to pick women leaders, they seem not to be able to find them anywhere. This is the dichotomy I've seen. Thank you very much for being here. This is a time of great conflict when it should have been a time of great prosperity around the world. I don't think the world is in a riskier position for the last 50 years with the global conflicts that are going on all around us. We also, ma'am, as you've said, we have an enormous leadership vacuum in the world. And I hope that as our presidency of the G20 takes over, we can fill that vacuum so effectively. There aren't many other countries out there with our capabilities, with our strength, with the Prime Minister in his particular position, with someone like yourselves leading our finance ministry, and we can take this forward and take a leadership role, which is unparalleled, I think, at this point. It is really India's time. We're a calm oasis in the midst of a very stormy world. Everywhere I travel to, ma'am, India is in the lips of every investor, every hedge fund, every company, every business, and more examples of all the things that are happening across the investment profile within India is just as China retreats and as protectionism takes over, I think we will find our place. Most importantly, I would say also, we have already taken the lead in the digital agenda. What India has been able to do with things in the vaccination program, with UPI, with Aadhaar, with Jan Dhan Yojana is unparalleled. There is no other country which can demonstrate this kind of leadership. And it's a leadership which shows that you can really use technology to solve global problems. That's something that has been missing because most countries, certainly in the developed world, don't leverage technology or allow individuals to leverage them rather than coming together as an organization, as a government to allow them to be leveraged. That's where I hope we can take a lead. And that's what I hope this G20 presidency by India will be one of the best that they have seen. Thank you again. We appreciate your support. We're delighted to be able to support the ministry with our own efforts and our own researchers. Again, thanks. Thank you.
Yes, that's right.
Thank you.
We'll now break for tea and resume in precisely 5 minutes from now. Thank you.
So what does ground rules promote?
So I'm going to.
Sorry? You want to come here? Come. Yes.
Good evening, everyone. We're now beginning with our final keynote address for the day, which is on G20 Action Plan on Accelerating Progress on the 2030 Agenda, some reflections from the Niti Aayog. And to deliver that, we have with us Shri Suman Beri, who is the Vice Chairman at the Niti Aayog. But before I invite Mr. Beri for his keynote address, may I request Mr. Pramod Bhasin, who's the Chairman at ICRIER, to kindly give the welcome remarks. Mr. Bhasin.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. This is kind of I hope you've had a bit of a break between the FM and, of course, Suman being here. And it's a pleasure, Suman, to have you here. Really appreciate your time. Really appreciate the fact that you can break free from what must be a very, very packed agenda. The G20 Action Plan on Accelerating Progress for the 2030 Agenda, and some reflections on that from you, Suman, would be most welcome. The context in which we are taking on leadership of the G20 is, I think we all know, at one of the most riskiest, treacherous times that the world has seen. Both geopolitically, the lack of predictability of worldwide events, the disruption in supply chain, the conflict between a variety of nations, the changes in the labor market, the longer-term impact of the pandemic. I don't know that so many things have come together in this manner. And then driven across that, for me, certainly, is the entire impact that people are having on retreating from globalization, of actually becoming far more protectionist, and therefore defying what was earlier, to some extent, accepted wisdom, that global trade was the best thing that the world could expect. And at that point in time, the correlation between economic growth, global trade, liberal democracies, which was so well accepted, seems to be somehow falling apart. And yet, there are so many opportunities for us as a country. Someone, as I walk around the world, as I travel around, I'm going to London tomorrow, meeting some investors and other people. I don't know that there is any country more exciting for them than India is today. Perhaps, and this has always been the case, perhaps it is more exciting from outside than sometimes it is from the inside. And perhaps we are all used to being far more cynical than we should be. But perhaps that voice that we hear from the rest of the world is becoming increasingly confident about India, as well as acknowledging that with the retreat of China, which effectively is happening already based on its global policies and lots of other things, there is a leadership vacuum which only a country like India can fulfill. There's almost no other country that you can think of which isn't fractured in terms of its politics in some fashion. Many of the emerging economies need far more resilient leadership. And therefore, we have a chance to be able to show the world that India, with its presidency, with its statesmanship, and with the leadership that it can demonstrate, we have a chance of creating something very special at G20. There are inherent conflicts in a voluntary organization like the G20, very simply because of the global conflicts as to who will come, who will show up, who will not show up. And yet, our task of accelerating the progress on the agenda for the future years remains absolutely paramount, because it addresses some of the biggest challenges that the world knows. It's not going to be easy, but I hope our soft power, as much as our hard power of actual events and actions, I hope our soft power and our ability to demonstrate, for instance, in the digital world, and this is not software, this is more software than it is software. I hope our ability to demonstrate in the digital infrastructure that we can leapfrog the world and show leadership, I hope that can come true. With that, Suman, may I invite you for your keynote address? You're most welcome to come up here or speak from there, whatever you prefer. Thank you very much for being here.
You know, this is a nice, intimate setting, and I'd love to have a discussion. I forgot to put on my Fitbit this morning, so I insist that I be held to time because I think you were allotted about 20 minutes, something like that, and I hope not to exceed that. And then, you know, I think I'll learn more and I'll give a lot more value in the give and take. Yeah, okay. So somebody else is the timekeeper, not me.
Yeah.
Okay. First, it's a bit of a loss for me that I have not been able to be here all day. I try and sneak away, but somehow the law always gets me by the scruff of the neck. So I certainly hope to be here for at least the FM session, but even that proved to be impossible. And why is that? Because this series has form. I think I attended the first ICRIER conference on the G20 in, I guess it would have been 2009. That was when I first met a delegation from Bruegel, the think tank in Brussels. They became friends, and I then ended up joining Bruegel when I stepped down from Shell. And in the entire period before I went to The Hague, 2009 to 2012, I was a regular attendee. And I think I've attended almost all of them since I returned in 2016. So, you know, it is, I'm not sure, I may have spoken in the past, I can't recall. So it's a pleasure to be here. And I'm very pleased that ICRIER has kept up this continuity. I say that even though there were some hard feelings when ICRIER took a contract away from NCER in consulting to the finance ministry also about that time. But any organization where Isha was involved didn't like to lose, let's put it that way. Second, at NITI, I have had to learn a lot about the Sustainable Development Goals because NITI has been appointed by the by government as the so-called nodal agency for the SDGs in India. It is also the case that while at Bruegel, I made a bit of a study of the G20 to do a kind of 10-year review at the time of the Buenos Aires summit. And so being able to address this group allows me to bring together, you know, my interest in the G20 with my newfound sort of understanding of the SDGs. And thirdly, within the SDGs, there is one of the SDGs, I can't remember the number, on sustainable consumption. And some of you may know that Prime Minister Modi has made his so-called LIFE initiative an important contribution to the sustainable consumption movement. LIFE standing for lifestyle for the environment. I don't know if Amitabh happened to mention it today, but I certainly should because it is joint responsibility of NITI Aayog and MOEFCC. In that context, there was a launch of LIFE at Kevadia at the Ekta Nagar about a week ago, for which the Secretary General of the UN came out, and I met Arunabha there. I had the responsibility of visiting the UN in July for the so-called high-level political forum. And so the significance globally and locally of the SDGs is something in my very much in my mind. And I would also say that those of you who haven't, to read or to feel the passion in what the SG has to say about, as it were, the crumbling of the commitment to the SDGs as represented in the response to COVID, as represented in the response to the war. I mean, I think all of these are indeed, as Pramod has said, opportunities for India to demonstrate and exercise leadership, and dare I say, could be a dividend from our very studied position on the Russia-Ukraine conflict. So let me just go to my prepared remarks and thank Pramod and Deepak for inviting me to now this 14th International G20 conference. May I start then with the link between the G20, one of my interests, and the link with the SDGs, something that I'm now bringing under my belt. You may know that the G20, a little bit like the European Union, which I used to work on, was born of crisis and is seen to be strengthened by crisis. And why do I say that? Because it came into existence at the time of the Asian crisis, not because of the Asian crisis, but some of you may recall, Poonam would, that there was something called the LTCM crisis in Russia at the time, long-term capital management. And it was a hedge fund that went under, and dare I say that accidents like that could well happen in as savage a change in global monetary policy as we are seeing right now. And it was then that Paul Martin of Canada and Larry Summers of the US basically thought that the G7, G8 it may have been at that time, I'm not sure, that the G7 was no longer an adequate vehicle for dealing with global financial issues. And I think the timing is important because, you know, let's remember that China's WTO accession had not happened at that time. So the G20 was created as a meeting of central bank governors and finance ministers in 1999 for dealing with one crisis. And then when Lehman happened and there was this transition in the US from George W. Bush to Obama, and there really was a sense that the metropolitan financial system was about to crater. That's when they escalated it to the leaders level. And so what we've had since then is the so-called summit process, the G20 leaders. Again, a response to global financial crisis. And it probably reached its apogee in the London summit of May 2008. Why is all of this relevant before I get to the SDGs? For exactly the reason that Pramod mentioned, which is that it's a creation of the G7 to deal with global crisis. And for the G7 to throw away this instrument as reflected in their behavior in Indonesia, I think is wasteful, because you don't come up with fora like this easily. It's established, you know, rules of engagement, rules of behavior, working groups, and all of that. And yes, there are serious issues. I mean, I'm not condoning war, conflict, but, you know, I think that to hold, as it were, the rest of the world ransom is irresponsible. And this comes back to then the issue that Amitabh must have discussed and that you raised, Pramod, which is what is the leadership opportunity that this presents for India? So that's with respect to the origins of the G20 and why we as Indians, should not only be proud of our leadership, but also that it's going to be our presidency, but should want it to be a success. Now, to the SDGs. The Sustainable Development Goals are an aspect of what is called Agenda 2030, which coincidentally was adopted in the same year as the Paris Agreement, COP21, I think, and also the so-called Addis Ababa Action Plan. It is, given the divisions of the world now, a short 7 years later, it's really quite, I think, remarkable that global diplomats led by the UN could actually come up with a somewhat klutzy or bulky, set of norms and standards that the whole world committed itself to. And I do want to say that it's the whole world. I mean, I had a visitor from, of all places, Andorra, who said that, the test that their finance ministry is put to by their legislature is this consistent with the SDGs? As it happens, 2015 was also the first year of the Modi government, and Prime Minister Modi put his own stamp and backing. It took till 2017 before the fine print on the SDGs had dried. But it is also very importantly the case, I'm discovering, that a lot of initiatives of the Modi government, in one way or the other, reflect, as it were, the directions of the SDGs. And so the SDGs represent a global commitment to a view of a world which is sustainable, but not only sustainable environmentally, but sustainable, I would argue, politically and indeed morally. It's a no one left behind world. And given that in the run-up to, say, the last COP, COP26 in Glasgow, there were, Arnab's here, he could speak more specifically on this. There was a sense, and of course this was before, as it were, before the Ukraine war and all that did to shatter illusions or vanities. But there was a sense that, look, mitigation is all my way or the highway. And I think that we have to go back to the SDGs to discover that the SDGs embed a custodial relationship with the environment to, as it were, an overall development agenda. And that, I think, is a reason why India, as holding the presidency of the G20, must use the SDGs not only in the development working group, but through many working groups as the anchor. And in this audience, I might say that even though there's a global consensus on the SDGs, there are other powers that are coming up with other formulations about what constitutes, as it were, the right development path, which are perhaps less inclusive than the SDGs. So there's a political reason for investing in the SDGs. How am I doing? Huh? I'm what, halfway through or something like that? Okay, fine. Okay. So now what is the link between the G20, which is an advisory body, self-appointed advisory body, but with influence, particularly in the multilateral system, to a lesser extent perhaps the WTO, and the SDGs. So working groups, as you would have heard over the course of the day, have been created by various presidencies after developing the consensus. And the first incarnation of the Development Working Group came out of the Seoul Summit in 2010, called the Seoul Development Consensus. And it was in the Turkey presidency at Antalya in 2015 that the G20 leaders committed to develop an action plan to align the G20's work with the 2030 agenda. So there is a live action plan adopted by successive presidencies of the G20. And the way the G20 works, by now you would be familiar with this, is that the working groups continue to meet during each presidency. In the finance track, the co-chairs are stable. So whereas in the Sherpa track, under which the Development Working Group falls, the co-chairs change. And I can't recall, but it is the case that even if the co-chairs change, that the presidency has a lot of influence. And there was incremental progress, but in the various presidencies after Antalya, the Italian presidency, for example, launched a G20 platform on SDG localization and intermediary cities, bringing SDGs to the urban level. Let me now, in the interest of time, talk a little bit about NITI's involvement in SDGs at the national level, and then finally conclude with a few ideas on what India might take to the Development Working Group in terms of the link, of refreshing the action plan for the G20 action plan on the SDGs. So globally, the SDGs are assessed by a group in which Jeff Sachs is active. And some of you may have read, and the Secretary General has warned that, I'm quoting him, that decades of development progress have been halted or reversed as a result of COVID-19, the climate crisis, and current geopolitical tensions. And as Pramod has warned, has indicated, we are at a critical juncture for international fora and for multilateralism in general. And collective ambition is in danger of weakening just when it needs to be enhanced in the face of pressing challenges. As the prime forum for international economic cooperation, I feel, and I think you would agree, that the G20 can and should do more. And these are some of the suggestions that have come from the Secretary General. It should lead by example in several ways, embed sustainable development in its own actions, provide critical support to global public goods, support developing countries' own capacities to design and implement sustainable development strategies. More specifically, and I think some of this came up in what Honorable FM had to say, MDMs must increase concessional funding to developing countries linked to investments in the sustainable development goals, debt relief, expansion of liquidity, and finally, to empower specialized funds like the Global Fund and the Green Climate Fund. I'm sorry, I strayed away from what I talked about, or said I was going to talk about, which is India's performance. So Niti Aayog does two things. Three things. It basically prepares an SDG index for India every year based on a wide variety of largely secondary data sources, and it tracks progress at the national level and at the state level. Secondly, and more interestingly, it has encouraged the states to localize SDGs down to the level of districts, which is quite a remarkable achievement, and is part of Prime Minister Modi's focus on doctrine, I would say, of cooperative and competitive federalism. The third thing that Niti Aayog does is to facilitate the access by UNDP to Indian data for the so-called multi-dimensional poverty index, which is the preferred poverty index of the UNDP, because it is seen as better aligned with the SDGs than just a straight poverty line number. And some of you may have seen in the papers that when the global index was published about a week ago, it did seem that sustained effort by both the previous government and this government over 15 years have made a significant difference to the multidimensional poverty index. So what might all of this mean for the development working group under India's, and indeed for the final communique? Because the development working group is only a step towards what finds its way into the communique. First, I think there's a lot of interest in two things which are related. Firstly, I think exactly as Pramod had said, we underestimate the degree to which some of India's recent achievements at scale, UPI, Aadhaar, probably Aadhaar started it all, Jan Dhan accounts, how much interest and I would say admiration these evoke, because they are taking place in a democratic environment. And I don't think I yet fully understand the machinery behind it, but I've seen glimpses of it. And we must always remind ourselves that this last mile delivery is taking place in a very competitive, indeed polarized political environment. So there's a story there to be told. It's a technology story, but it's an administrative story. Some of you would remember the famous paper by Alan Pritchett, Is India a Flailing State? And I think one could now perhaps argue, India always did some big things very well, the Kumbh Mela, the elections, but I think now there's a more, as it were, established pattern of delivery. And, people like you, Pramod, who are there present at the creation should take a bow, because I think, yeah, right. So there's that. And then, as it were, and it's the soft side and not just the mechanics, what it has taken in terms of preaching, visiting states, and persuading states that they too should use the SDGs as a metric for their own assessment of performance within the state and in state comparison. So there are a lot of schematics which I could make available, but I'm very proud of what Niti Aayog has done in creating a nationwide state-level machinery to push this down. And so, I think the story that India should be projecting all the way up to the summit is that this is very precious in a divided world, that there is a consensus on what all of us are aiming for, and we shouldn't let it go. And then finally, the G20 itself, as you know, is going to be taking place in every state. And so, I'm certainly going to pitch to Amitabh, and it should be an easy sell, since he was the former CEO, that in the presentations made by states as hosts, that they draw attention to their achievements in the SDGs, the commitment to the SDGs, because it has had, a kind of a motivational and electrifying effect. So where do I come out? Just to kick off the discussion. India has brand equity in the SDGs. It should use that brand equity. It should trumpet that brand equity. Second, that we should find, all of you who are advisors, knowledge partners, should find ways of, as it were, letting the SDG framework leach into other working groups, including, from what I understand, FM had to say, including finance track. It doesn't just have to be Sherpa track. And we should not be shy about, as it were, wrapping the cloak of the SDGs around India's G20 presidency. We should use the localization. We should, in fact, this is probably a task for Niti. We should prepare a brochure or something on our localization mechanisms and make that available. And let's face it, the last few presidencies of the G7 have not actually of the G20 have not really helped in furthering the task of economic convergence between the G7 and the others. And I think that Indonesia, India, Brazil, South Africa is a chance to turn the searchlight back and say, look, this was created with lofty goals. Let's try and recover some of that. So I'll stop there.
Thank you. And of course, as Niti Aayog climbs into this whole goal, one of the critical things, of course, will be, the whole world seems to be slipping from meeting the goals, and how will India progress to that? But I'm going to turn it to Deepak to moderate the question and answers here, if he can.
We don't have a lot of time, about 8 minutes, so hopefully we can take some questions. Let me just say that I think that was a very thoughtful and informative speech, and you'll be very reassured to hear that both Mr. Kant and FM actually spoke quite a length on SDGs. So that was very interesting, that obviously none of you, had any prior discussion about this, but it was, in fact, the one of the theme of this the whole day event is that how much the SDGs are threatened by many crises that the world is facing, whether it's COVID, it's war, economic crisis, the debt crisis, and so on. So it's like, how do you finance SDGs is one of the big theme of this. But let me now turn to see, I think I see Arun Myra. So can somebody please pass the mic here, and then I will be able to take at least 3 or 4 questions. So please.
Thank you. Thank you.
I think we'll do one at a time.
Yes,
thank you. Keep it short.
Actually, I wanted to just take SDGs, which Samantha has highlighted, and we must continue to. And what I'm learning, and Samantha, you are reminding us, it's not so much about the goals of the SDGs, it's about how to achieve them everywhere in the world. And in which what India is doing about localization is the key, because the SDGs cover environmental issues in various forms, they cover social and economic issues in various forms. You cannot treat them separately. They come together in different forms in countries, and within a large country like ours, in different forms locally. And the solutions, therefore, have to be local solutions, local system solutions, cooperatively implemented by communities. And India is demonstrating that it can be done. And therefore, what you said about propagating the localization mechanisms, I think is a great contribution that we will make towards enabling the whole world to achieve the SDGs. It is going to require a paradigm shift The present mode is very much about dividing them into compartments and getting experts in the environment and getting experts in the digital economy and different parts of a complex interrelated system. So it's going to require a change in the way we think tanks think together and experts work together. And Niti Aayog is in the prime position. National Institution for Transforming India, Mr. Modi created it. He said, you're not to do the action and give the budgets. You got to encourage people to adopt new ways of thinking and working, and they will produce the results. But my question now is to do with economics and the goals. We have heard throughout this morning and this afternoon, many times, a reference that GDP doesn't cut it. It's not a good measure of a multifaceted need for change, which is environmental matters, social solidarity matters, etc. And to keep on then using a metric which is diverting us from the attention to all the things we need to. As they say, you manage what you measure. And we do need to have better scorecards. And it can't be a detailed scorecard telling everybody what they must do precisely, but please think of these things together. Here's a scorecard for you to assess yourself. Even today, Deepak, if I might say, I've heard even today, but certainly outside this room, our same government leaders will tom-tom our achievements in $5 trillion GDP, going to $10 trillion GDP. What are we celebrating? And it distracts. As you say, you manage what you measure. And so I'm really interested in India taking a lead in getting off this paradigm of just GDP.
Arun is a senior mentor, so I want to respond, but with his permission, can we take another couple? Yeah.
Thank you. Suman, thank you for your very thoughtful exposition. And I think my question is slightly related to what Mr. Myra asked, because your presentations emphasize not just the instrumentality of the SDG agenda, but also the morality of the SDG agenda. One SDG goal we seldom talk about is SDG 17, which is about partnerships. And of course, Mr. Myra talked about, action on the ground, communities, but equally, India has been trying to create new forms of partnerships, whether international organizations, whether combination of businesses with governments, with international organizations and so forth. So the question is, as we look at the still knotty issues of, there's not enough resources for SDGs, there's not enough reform of the multilateral banks, those are still the instrumental knotty issues. What would you, I would love your reflection on how do we leverage the G20 story, the narrative that we put out, not just to, individually, sectorally, siloed way, solve those knotty issues, but to articulate a completely different approach for the remaining 7 years or 8 years that we've got left, which kickstarts a different way of working together, especially at a time when we are abandoning the UN. Next year, SG is holding the sort of summit of the future. We are, as you articulated, the G7 is also abandoning the G20. So India has this normative role to emphasize what you've been saying, what we've been doing internally, but to the external audience.
Well, there are two very challenging questions. Arun, look, I think there's a question about growth, and then there's a question about metrics. I have to say that because of the demonstrated correlation between levels of income and all kinds of other indicators, be it health, be it the environmental Kuznets curve, I'm not a growth denier, whereas I can tell you that working at Bruegel and listening to a lot of Europeans, I mean, there's a sense that, look, growth should no longer be an aspiration because it is contrary to the interests of the planet. That's not where I'm coming from. Okay, so the question therefore becomes this elusive, almost as it were, trite, the quality of growth, and that's where we come to your question of what's the right metric on it, if I understand you. Now, Partha Dasgupta, others, I mean, there are such things as green national accounts. There is the question of pricing natural capital. So I would really, in a sense, reframe your question of what gives this kind of stuff momentum. It's my sense from various comments I've heard him make that actually Prime Minister Modi, who who very much does believe in frugality as a value, is interested to be educated in these issues. So it's not that the analytic work hasn't happened, but a bit like the happiness index, it's not become mainstream. And, Arnava and others in this room might know more about whether a UNEP or even an UNCTAD could do more to publicize it, because frankly, it is the bully pulpit of the fund and the bank that gives GDP its kind of credence. So that would be my set of reactions to it, that it's not a question of rejecting growth, it's a question of measuring the right kind of growth, right? And I think the MDPI, the Multidimensional Poverty Index, I mean, I'm in support of that being used over just the headcount ratio, because that can easily be gamed. And I think you raise a very deep question. What it puts me in mind of, I'm not sure whether that's quite what you had in mind, was the reframing of the climate debate when we moved from Copenhagen to Paris. And frankly, the retreat from Kyoto by the rich countries indicates that this was not only an issue with emerging markets, although we had, a fairly militant minister in Jairam at the time of Copenhagen, which was to say that hectoring and bullying, was not leading anywhere. And so the concept of the NDCs got established and, was a sort of conceptual breakthrough. I don't know to whom it's due. And I don't know whether that's what you're asking for. I mean, whether, as it were, SG from the bully pulpit saying that you guys have failed. I think the even deeper question, which worries me, is that after the rise of China, I wonder if the G7 is not a little scared of, as it were, the rise of other large emerging markets. So, I think you opened up an issue, dare I call it a can of worms, but I don't think the answer is simple, but it's probably where we need to head. And if your suggestion is that some of us should do some of this thinking in India's G20 year, well, that's a challenge. And I think it's an appropriate challenge.
No, I know there are multiple questions, but we are running really late and I don't want to test the patience of our online audience. Some of them are actually connected from Japan and others where it's already getting late and we have one more session to go. So my apology for not taking the rest of the questions. But just let me thank you, Suman, for taking time to join us. It was a wonderful, very thoughtful and informative speech. I think there are three things that you said. I just want to say, one was the SDG story that you mentioned, which was the mainstream of your speech, actually had a lot of resonance with everything that FM and Sherpa said. I think the second point that you raised, on which we didn't have enough time to discuss, the G7 versus G20. We have actually the ADBI Institute and the dean from that spoke today about the the complementarity between G7, G20, but you raised some very important questions, which is something that we really need to think about going forward. And the third was this whole quality of growth. And I think you framed it very nicely. So it was wonderful. Thank you so much for coming. And we look forward to working with VP and others on having very successful G20.
And if I could just use this opportunity to, pay my salams to the ADB Institute, because I've had very cordial relations with them. And so I'm pleased to be at an event with their co-sponsor.
Thank you. And
Thank you, Suman. Thank you. That was excellent.
That was truly an enriching discussion. And now we move straight to our final session of the conference, which is on possible priorities and outcomes in the Trade and Investment Working Group. To chair this session, we have with us Mr. Gaurav Pundir, who is the Deputy Secretary, G20 Cell, Department of Commerce, Government of India. Among the speakers, we have Dr. Rupa Chanda, who's the Director, Trade, Investment and Innovation Division, UNESCAP, who's joining us online. Professor Chanda, just checking if you can hear us.
Yes, I can.
Great, thank you. Also on the dais, we have Dr. Harshvardhan Singh, who's the former Deputy Director General at the WTO, and Dr. Radhika Kapoor, who's the Senior Visiting Fellow at ICRIER. We also have two discussants joining online, Dr. Jong Woo Kang, who's the Principal Economist, Economic Research and Regional Cooperation Department, Asian Development Bank. Dr. Kang, if you could kindly confirm that you can hear us.
Yeah, I can hear you. Thank you.
Great. And we have Dr. Zia Qureshi, who is the Senior Fellow, Global Economy and Development, the Brookings Institute. Has Dr. Qureshi joined?
Yes, I'm here.
Great. Also joining us online is Dr. Peter Morgan, who's the Senior Consulting Economist and Advisor to the Dean ADBI. Peter, hope you can also hear us.
Yes, I'm here.
Great. Over to Gaurav for moderating the session. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that. And I welcome all of you to this last, but to my mind, the most important session, because we do take a lot of pride in saying that within the Sherpa track, there are 13 working groups, and ours is kind of, crown in the jewel, because we, Department of Commerce and the Trade and Investment Working Group, has always been pioneer, not only within the G20 platform, but elsewhere also. And it cuts both ways, in the sense that the stakeholders also look at us with intent and keenness that what will be the deliverables and outcomes in the working group. So it's a lot of responsibility on us, and as the speakers before us have already, kind of articulated, that we are taking over the presidency in really fraught times. And to discuss that and what could be the priorities on which the Indian G20 presidency could work, we have amongst us, as already been introduced, Dr. Harshvardhan Singh and Dr. Radhika Kapoor and Dr. Rupa Chanda, who is joining us online. All three of them are quite distinguished, I would say, experts in the field, and have been working and contributing to the discussion in the realm of international trade at various forums. So I would say lay down what the thinking within the department is, and in terms of the priorities and what could be the possible deliverables. And then I will, kind of hand over to the experts to have their views and all, and then followed by what the discussants have to say on that. So as in the government, I will stick to a prepared text because, we represent the government and their thinking. So I would say that I've organized my thoughts for around 5 minutes duration. So what is the context and what India is thinking, what are our views, and how we want to achieve that. So I would say that the global trade and investment regime are under unprecedented strain on account of the pandemic, raging war, which is ongoing, and the attendant geopolitical tensions, and the steady weakening of the multilateral trading system as well. The deep interconnections underpinning the current globalized world have aggravated the adverse consequences of pandemic by imposing significant and widespread social costs on global economies. And the COVID-19 shock further disrupted global supply and demand and caused a prompt decline in investment all across the world. Now, the path to recovery from the pandemic was already slow and fragile, but the recovery has been further complicated by the supply shocks triggered due to the fraud, geopolitical tensions, and other issues that we are into. And as we know, it is estimated that the countries accounting for about 1/3 of the global economy would contract during 2023. So indeed, when we say that we are in amidst crisis, so there are numbers and it's really ominous. It looks like quite ominous, and the global growth is also tipped to slow down significantly to 2.7%, which was 6% in 2021. So, but it's nevertheless incontrovertible that globalization has caused widespread affluence by driving economic growth around the world. The expansion of international trade over the years has led to significant economic growth, innovation, and prosperity. So thus enhanced and deepened globalization and interconnections remains a viable solution for a strong, inclusive, and lasting economic recovery, not from the current crisis alone, but from the future crisis that perhaps the world would see maybe more often. But again, let's be realistic. So as the latest outlook of the World Trade Organization estimates that owing to multiple shocks weighing on the global economy, trade growth will remain subdued across 2023 after losing momentum in the remaining part of 2022. So the current times require careful consideration of the key issues. While on one hand, we are hopeful that international trade is the way forward. At the same time, there are multiple, we see waves of protectionism across the world. So that sets the context for our working group. So we strive to build a shared understanding of the challenges and opportunities facing the world economy. And there is a need to develop capacity to anticipate, evaluate, and manage risks better to build economic resilience. So in this larger framework, I would say that we at the Trade and Investment Working Group are thoughtful of these challenges and are kind of contemplating and planning to organize our agenda or our work during our presidency into largely two parts. So some of the priorities would be ongoing, like you see reforms in the World Trade Organization or the global trade governance issues, if I would put it, or how trade is still important for growth and prosperity, where we try to interconnect trade with SDG and the larger objectives on that, as Vice Chairman Niti Aayog also articulated. But at the same time, we would be discussing, or we will be putting across the table for all the G20 countries more contemporary issues in terms of how to make GVCs resilient, how to integrate MSMEs into international trade, and how to make logistics more efficient for them. So as you would see, perhaps the agenda would be a mix of a continuum as well as incremental progress that India can offer, realizing that while the global trade governance is a fraught issue and countries have their own strict positions, and so has India too. But at the same time, we do feel that the other three issues perhaps that we would think over, we can build consensus both across developing and developed countries. So why these issues are important? In short, I would say that one flows into the other, I would say. So trade for growth and prosperity is kind of an overarching umbrella. And then we know that international trade now is predominantly done through GVCs, global value chains. Now, global value chains are now dominated by multinational enterprises. So that means that we need to connect MSMEs into that, because if you are not connecting them to GVCs, then you can't connect them to the international trade. And to achieve all these objectives, you require efficient logistics. So this is how, you know, it fits into each other. And then looking at trade governance issues, that's certainly, you know, set the ball rolling for all of us. We have, you know, kind of what if I would ask if I would pose the question what India wants. So we know it's quite a unique time, because for the first time in the G20 history, the Troika will be composed of the 3 developing countries. So Indonesia, India, and Brazil. So that's it. This is the time to really push through the priorities of developing countries, which we do feel that that they have not got their due in the forum so far. So this is a really opportune moment for India as well to, you know, really champion the cause of developing countries and global South. But at the same time, we also feel that without bringing developed countries on board, we can't go that far, because we need their partnership, we need their support in whatever objectives or whatever outcomes we propose during our presidency. So we want say, so for some of the outcomes, say we want to leverage digital ecosystem. Many speakers talked about India's exploits in this field. The world is recognizing, be it UPI, be it Aadhaar. I would also add the ONDC one, so which is a really revolutionary concept. We perhaps would try to, you know, kind of project it not only a product which is of the Indian origin, but as one which can you know do good for the entire world. So this is how we at the Trade and Investment Working Group intend to plan our work and plan our outcomes during our presidency. And with that background, I would straight go to my speakers who would have, you know, more wisdom to throw and what could be our priorities. And I would invite Dr. Rupa Chanda first, because I see them in that order. So I would invite her first with her thoughts on what could be our priorities.
Thank you very much. Good evening to everybody. And a special thanks to ICRIER for giving me this opportunity to participate in this session and share some thoughts on how India can frame the agenda and shape the discussions under this particular working group. Let me start with what my view is regarding the overarching objective of this working group, both from a G20 perspective and from the Indian perspective. The broad objective, I think, would be to use this platform to enable a better understanding of key developments and issues concerning trade and investment flows, and to use the understanding to forge a consensus on how to leverage emerging opportunities and address challenges. If this understanding can result in some important resolutions or declarations regarding principles and good practices to be followed, or frameworks that can be developed, those would be very important outcomes. They would be a signal to markets and could also inform discussions in other international forums, including the multilateral trading system. Specifically from India's perspective, as was just mentioned, it's a golden opportunity with the Troika consisting of 3 emerging markets. It's a chance for India to not only carry forward the discussion on key issues from the Indonesian presidency, but to also provide leadership on issues that are relevant to developing countries and in a manner that's sensitive to the needs and interests of developing countries at large. India is critical for success on all major global issues. And so how we steer this presidency, how we cooperate, and the examples we can provide from India, such as on digital inclusion or trade facilitation, can be very critical. Now, let me come to the substantive part of my intervention, which I would like to structure in 3 parts. The first is to just give some quick thoughts on a few selected priority issues and how specifically my organization, ESCAP, would contribute. The second part of my intervention concerns a specific priority issue, which we were to work on initially and which has been dropped, which is how regional integration can be a building block for multilateralism.
I would like to underscore still the significance of this topic in light of recent developments, as well as India's own geostrategic interests, how this could still be incorporated among the remaining priority issues. The third concerns certain themes which I believe India may want to cover under the priority issues, as they can place India in a strong leadership position and help it build on recent diplomacy gains. So let me start with the selected priority issues and some questions or aspects that I feel should be addressed under each, and the kind of specificity and focus required under them to deliver useful outcomes. So I've selected the issue on trade for growth and prosperity. In my view, at this point, it's much too broad and could cover anything pertaining to the role of trade in enabling growth and reducing poverty and inequality, such as the impact on labor markets and employment, access to essentials, productivity, technology. How do we look at emerging segments and opportunities, implementing reforms, overcoming market access barriers, and so on. So even though the issues note has narrowed down to 3 areas, SDGs, market access, particularly NTBs, and services trade, there's a need to reframe the question and structure the approach with specific focus on channels through which trade affects growth and prosperity. So I'd start by asking what kind of growth and what kind of prosperity are we talking about here? Perhaps one could reframe this issue by asking, how can trade and investment, because the word investment has been almost left out through most of the issue's notes, how can they enable more inclusive, sustainable, and resilient growth and development, and then examine the means through which this can be realized, perhaps by focusing on A, the role of trade and investment agreements, B, the role of cross-regional platforms like the G20 and others, and C, the role of domestic trade and investment policies, diversification strategies, and related reforms. One can then get into specifics and focus under each dimension. For instance, to explore the sustainability dimension, one could, for example, discuss how to make trade and investment climate smart by reducing technology and market access barriers to environment-friendly products and services, or through digitalization of trade, or by embedding of ESG principles in value chains. Likewise, for the inclusivity dimension, one could examine the linkages between trade and investment and women's participation or MSME integration, assess the bottlenecks in each case, and see how G20 cooperation can alleviate these challenges, provide lessons on good practices for sharing among G20 countries, and more widely. On the dimension of resilience, one could focus on ensuring trade and investment continuity in times of crises, maybe encourage discussion on developing principles or model provisions, or learning from good practices in regional and other agreements to prevent trade and supply chain disruptions and mitigating spillovers from crises, using the G20 platform to disseminate these lessons and possibilities. So overall, I would reframe the approach to this priority issue. SDGs are an objective that trade and investments should serve, so they're a goal, while reducing market access barriers like NTBs are a means to achieve trade that is inclusive, sustainable, and resilient. Likewise, services trade and how broad-based we make it, how we facilitate it, how we seize new opportunities, say in digital services, and address the challenges, can be a means to diversify and achieve quality growth and prosperity. Hence, some redrafting of this priority issue would help in terms of outlining what is the broader framework and end goal, and separately, what are the mechanisms to attain that end goal. And within each goal, one could consider specific issues such as environment and health as key global and regional public goods that are closely linked to the SDGs, gender, youth, and MSME engagement in the context of inclusivity, and model agreements and principles in the context of resilience. This would bring more focus and concreteness to the discussion and ensure tangible outcomes while separating out goals from means. These are all relevant beyond the G20 membership for developing countries at large. Now, coming to how ESCAP could potentially contribute, well, in many different ways. These include its work on digital and sustainable trade facilitation under the Cross-Border Paperless Trade Agreement, its 2021 Asia-Pacific Trade and Investment Report on climate smart trade and investment, our work with the WHO on trade and health, with a focus on ensuring equitable and affordable access to vaccines, the sustainable FDI indicators, which aim to promote investment to realize the SDGs, ongoing work on FDI and gender, as well as on digital trade and FDI, recent work on model provisions in times of crises, and analytical work on trade agreements and inclusion of sustainable development provisions. So depending on the ministry's interests, we can contribute to one or more of these various areas under this priority issue. The other issue that I'd like to discuss is logistics for trade. The issues note discusses the importance of cooperation to reduce logistics costs, investment in related infrastructure, and using data exchange platforms, etc. To this, I would add undertaking a review of the problems that have been highlighted by the pandemic and the recent Ukraine conflict, such as concentrated supply chains, unpredictability in timelines and procedures in the logistics ecosystem, lack of regulatory harmonization, among others. The note could focus on identifying specific points for action that require cross-border cooperation and understanding among leading countries, such as G20 members, not only through the G20 forum, but also through cooperation chapters in trade agreements and other forums where G20 countries are participants. Some action points could be digitalization of trade and related mutual recognition and acceptance of paperless trade for trade facilitation, advancing regulatory cooperation and harmonization of standards and protocols, interoperability of logistics systems across countries, focusing on sustainable logistics, ensuring efficient and uninterrupted supply of critical goods and supplies, and expedited logistics during crises, and exchange of best practices. Another very important aspect of this priority issue on logistics is the role of the private sector, especially industry associations, major logistics players, shipping lines, freight operators. The buy-in of the private sector and industry-government cooperation on aspects like information and data exchange, interoperability of standards, and any new platforms that are created will be key for any progress on trade logistics. So the issues note could explicitly highlight the role of the private sector, including how steps taken by operators in the logistics sector in the last 2 years helped ensure resilient and efficient supply chains and in overcoming challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic, and also in supporting growth in trade more recently. It could also highlight government initiatives such as India's Gati Shakti, which will benefit the logistics sector through investments across ports, multimodal terminals, etc. One could also examine opportunities for startups in logistics and trade facilitation. So I think it would be very useful to offer examples of good public sector practices in logistics management and in engaging the private sector in logistics planning and policy-making processes with the objective of highlighting some principles and collaborative mechanisms for industry-government cooperation. Also, in order to benefit developing countries at large, the issue note could address how G20 members can play a lead role in facilitating multimodal transport connectivity and logistics to ensure supply of critical items to vulnerable landlocked countries which have experienced serious challenges during recent crises. Again, ESCAP has many potential contributions to make. We have, for instance, again, the implementation of the Framework Agreement on Facilitation of Cross-Border Paperless Trade, which is projected to lower trade costs by over 13% on average across the region. There are many other areas. In the interest of time, I won't go into those. Now, let me come to the second part of my intervention, which is on the priority issue that's been dropped on regional integration as a building block for multilateralism. While I'm not arguing for this to be reintroduced, it's still important to recognize the significance of regional integration in today's trade and investment landscape. Between the national level, which often takes on an insular character, and the global level, which is often unwieldy and poses challenges for forging a consensus, lies the regional, where many transboundary issues can be best addressed through cooperation, and where new templates and approaches can be piloted and implemented. For instance, RTAs often establish new benchmarks, address new issues, involve new institutional mechanisms and negotiating modalities, thus providing an opportunity for learning by doing, confidence buildings, and domestic reforms. These can potentially strengthen the multilateral trading system and lead to declarations and resolutions in other international forums. So my suggestion would be not to lose the regional perspective when addressing priority issues. For instance, under priority issue 1, one can ask if there are lessons to be learned from regional agreements and frameworks to which G20 member countries are party, which address NTBs, sustainable development provisions, digital trade, cooperation during emergencies and crises. The regional lens can help to identify good practices within and across regions, provide guiding principles and successful frameworks and templates. Analyzing regional processes and cooperation in relevant areas such as environment, health, trade facilitation, logistics, NTBs can inform the G20 deliberations. The G20 is, after all, a cross-regional clustering of key countries. And so it's an ideal platform to learn from bilateral and plurilateral agreements that exist both within and across regions where G20 countries are members. Let me also add that for India, the regional lens remains important for geostrategic reasons, as India is engaged in or negotiating agreements with or entering into frameworks that involve several G20 members. I know it's challenging, but giving a regional dimension to the discussions can help India clarify its stand on many emerging issues. Coming to the last part of my intervention, I'd like to highlight two sub-themes which should be covered. One of these is the role of trade, investment, and technology transfer in addressing health security. The Indonesian presidency had a separate priority issue on this. While we don't need a separate priority issue, given that it's a matter of great importance to developing countries, G20 cooperation to ensure smooth trade and investment flows in essential health products and pandemic preparedness for the future should be covered under relevant priority issues, especially issue 1. Further, given India's important role in supplying vaccines to developing countries and in the debate on TRIPS flexibility, the G20 presidency offers a great opportunity to table the agenda on IP, health technologies, and trade, and to strengthen India's leadership position on vaccine diplomacy. Another topic I would suggest is digital trade, which, though controversial and challenging for India, should be covered given its cross-cutting relevance across many of the priority issues. It's relevant for inclusive trade, for better logistics, for sustainability, for MSME integration, and even the future of the multilateral trading system and reforms. Given India's competitiveness in digital trade, especially digital services trade, this topic deserves special attention. 3 final points in closing. First, as most of the priority issues are interrelated, it's important to ensure certain key aspects are covered across the priority issues to arrive at an integrated and cross-cutting understanding. Some examples of these are trade facilitation, digitalization, and MSMEs, which require a holistic and synergistic understanding. I'd also suggest looking across working groups, for instance, the working group on health, climate, digital, to better understand linkages across sectors. The pandemic has clearly highlighted to us the multi-sectorality of issues confronting the world today, and therefore it will be important not to remain within individual working group silos. Second, there's a need to ensure that discussion on both trade and investment is balanced and doesn't become a predominantly trade-led analysis under each priority issue. The nexus between trade and investment should be captured as the two are increasingly intertwined in today's world. Last but not least, as a leading developing country, India should ensure that whatever approach is taken must be balanced, one which recognizes market needs alongside concerns of national sovereignty and domestic capacity, and thus is sensitive to the needs of the wider group of developing countries. Let me conclude here. Thanks for this opportunity to share my thoughts on the way forward for this working group. I wish the group and all knowledge partners success in shaping the agenda. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Chanda, for your insights and your comments. We will be certainly mindful of them as we progress in giving final shape to our priority issues. I would now request Dr. Harshvardhan Singh with his comments on the way forward for the Trade and Investment Working Group.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you to ICRIER, and also thanks to Dr. Rupa Chanda for a very substantive input. I'll start from the kind of issues or points which she has highlighted, that in this process, one needs to develop, identify the relevant principles, learning from others, mechanisms which are relevant, identify them, cross-sectorally recognize the links, and review problems which are highlighted due to, say, COVID or some international emergencies, and the solutions are multidimensional. Therefore, the effort to address them should also be multidimensional. In that context, and she's addressed a large number of issues which you had highlighted for the trade and investment context. I will then go on straight to WTO reforms, because in the WTO context, it's a framework which actually covers these various concerns together, but at the same time, there is a major concern of the members that the system is not functioning properly and needs to be improved. As far as I will address it in 5 different short segments: the importance of WTO, need for reform, the positive contribution of India to the success of the 12th Ministerial Conference of WTO in June, and how that provides a basis for India to be a good coordinator to address WTO reform in ongoing initiatives, including in G20, and main elements of the framework that could be considered in this context. So many people, they forget when a system is functioning and creating opportunities, they actually don't see the value of that. An example is the traffic light system. Just imagine traveling without a traffic light system. And we in India have good experience in that. And then look at how things are facilitated. You travel longer distances, take less time. So in my mind, WTO is the traffic light system of global trade. It enables a lot more trade to take place, which then leads to growth, however you define it, because WTO is about trade issues, and you have to supplement it with domestic policy to improve the quality of that. Actually, the Declaration on 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, it notes the significance of SDGs. It actually talks about how significance of WTO to meet SDGs. It talks about how WTO meets certain SDGs. It emphasizes international trade as an engine for inclusive economic growth and poverty reduction. So the value of international trade and the fact that there is a multilateral institution which addresses, facilitates, enables much larger trade and thus investment taking place. That institution is a centerpiece in any effort which we need to do together through partnerships. And WTO is nothing but a partnership. And that partnership today is required even more than any other time, because the concerns which we face today, they require countries working together. So you need multilateral institutions to address problems which require multilateral solutions. And WTO is one such institution. So at a time when it is needed the most, people have found it needing also improvement in its functioning. And some parts of it are actually broken. So there is a need for WTO reform. Normally, when you talk about WTO, people talk about three pillars of WTO. These are negotiations, implementation, and enforcement. Negotiation is clear. You negotiate an agreement. Implementation is how through the various bodies of the institution, like committees, etc., you actually take whatever you have negotiated and give it shape and form and implement it on the ground with other countries or individually. And enforcement is when some country feels that its rights are being violated. It can actually come and raise a concern which could turn into a dispute, and there is a system to address that dispute. So today, the enforcement part is broken as it was established in WTO, because the two-tier appeal process does not function. So that's one of the areas to address it. The second is improvements in notification, transparency in WTO agreements. So this is the implementation part. The members want it to be improved. Negotiating and concluding agreements. Today, there is a concern that the negotiation part is also broken, because not all the members can come together on the same platform and begin to negotiate issues on which there is a common understanding of their importance. And improving the functioning of WTO's regular bodies and committees. So in some sense, all the three pillars which I talked about, they need reform. Reform means improvement. Reform doesn't mean that you change policies, etc. You come to some kind of an agreement. But there are two other aspects which are very important in the WTO context. One is capacity augmentation, where you work together to improve the capacities of those members who need to increase their capabilities to implement, negotiate, and even in terms of dispute settlement. And second is that there are certain foundational principles in the WTO context. And these are very important. In fact, the ministerial conference, the 12th ministerial conference outcome document, which means that the ministers actually agreed to that. There's a very important statement which says, while reaffirming the foundational principles of the WTO, we envision reforms to improve all its functions. So they reaffirm the foundational principles. What are they? They are non-discrimination, so most favored nation treatment and national treatment in technical terms, where when you treat any country, the best treatment you give to any country, you give to all. National treatment is that you treat the product which you are importing no less favorably than the treatment you give to your domestic product. So that keeps the level playing field operational. And then a consensus-based decision-making. That's also a foundational principle. And for developing countries, a special and differential treatment, flexibilities or lower obligations. These foundational principles are also under pressure within this context where the reform is needed for all aspects of WTO. So how do you then take it forward in a manner that the WTO starts functioning far more efficiently? And it's needed to do so because today more than before, I'm not thinking of 2008, etc., where again, in fact, G20 was activated in a very serious way. Today, more than ever before, we need the group of countries of G20 to come together to build, strengthen this institution, which is a multilateral institution. So in this background, and the fact that India's presidency of G20 is coming up, it is relevant that in the ministerial conference, actually, those who followed the negotiations, they say that India's engagement was very positive and India made significant contribution to the success of that negotiation. The 12th ministerial conference was a success, and one reason was India's very active and positive participation. India contributed significantly to and paved the way for this successful result. India engaged proactively with other ministers who had their own concerns in a number of areas, worked with them to create solutions that would address the various concerns, suggested specific solutions for situations where the process was not moving ahead, and collectively, the emphasis is collectively, help pave the way for successful outcome of the ministerial conference. So it actually has built a basis for continuing to seek further solutions in areas where there could have been a complete failure. So India, in this background, if I look at it, two important aspects come out.
Because we are waiting for the other speakers also.
Okay, you want me to close now? Yeah. Okay. Then I think with this background, India is a very good coordinator. What are the main elements of reform which one can think of? In the WTO, you could come up with something which is relevant, a tangible conclusion for the membership as a whole. This could be something which you develop as a response to international emergencies, such as pandemic, such as a health emergency. So you come up with the kind of principles, mechanisms, framework, which can be used and benefit from the experience of others in that context. Something like that could be established. A specific category of members like developing countries, where you enable them to better understand the new issues which are being negotiated or are being discussed, and also upgrade their capabilities in dispute settlement, because new forms of disputes are going to come. Then identify issues of higher priority for WTO members. If you see the debate on WTO reform, there are a whole lot of issues, but what are the key priority issues? How do you develop solutions for them? Could there be solutions which range from soft to hard law solutions? Some of the soft law solutions might be more easily achievable earlier. So trying to see a stepwise move along with these solutions. And in WTO itself, there are various ways in which, when there are differences of opinion, people have found landing zones. And the key part of WTO is there's a concept called adverse effects. Either something is prohibited or you act against something when there is adverse effects, which means that you don't need to act in every situation. So what are those conditions where you actually need to act? That way you will create some gaps and possibility of countries not being subject to obligations. And when you have that, you combine with that the flexibilities which have resulted in conclusions. These could be like the reference paper on telecom, where there are principles which are evolved and you voluntarily choose which principle to take, which not to take. And over time, you can increase the adoption of that list. So a voluntary nature of participation by those who are in a position to cause adverse effects, or who actually, if they are missing, would be resulting in larger gap in performance than if they are not missing. So it could be in terms of transparency, it could be in terms of various other concerns which arise. Similarly, longer period provided and agreed conditions that provide limited flexibility under the conditions which are agreed. So you can actually solve the tension which arises today for foundational principles, but the foundational principles must be maintained, because without that, it is not a multilateral institution. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Singh, for your insight. We understand that you have worked a lot on WTO issues, and we are also enthused that MC12, during the 12th ministerial, there were some good outcomes, and we really look forward, considering that our presidency is coming in between 13th MC and so that will be a good segue if we are able to deliver some outcomes on WTO reform issue, considering that it is one of the ticklish part for so far as our agenda is concerned. But thanks a lot for your comments. And now I would request Dr. Radhika Kapoor to have her thoughts on how should working group proceed during our presidency. Dr. Kapoor.
Fact that I'm the last presenter of the day, and it's been a very, very long day. So I'm going to be quite brief, and thankfully the chair has already set the agenda and the background to this discussion. So that allows me the benefit of being brief. You've spoken, Mr. Pundir, about the key priority issues, some of which the Ministry of Commerce is going to be taking up, and ICRIER is delighted to be the knowledge partner for the Ministry of Commerce. And the theme I'm going to be speaking about today is integrating MSMEs into global trade, what role the G20 can play. And this is one of the areas that we're working on very closely with you, with Dr. Mishra, Tanu, and ICRIER is delighted to be a part of this conversation. What I'm going to do really is first emphasize the importance of the subject, why MSMEs need to integrate into global trade, why it is an important issue for India to take up as we assume the G20 presidency. And as many speakers have noted since the morning, this marks the first emerging market troika. I will briefly speak about what the conversation around MSMEs has been at the G20. It's a conversation which is of fairly recent origin. And then thirdly, what are the possible priority areas and outcomes we can look at? Because one of the things we've heard repeatedly since the morning morning from many of the key stakeholders in this process is that we want a very action-oriented presidency. So what we're aspiring for is that through our research, we actually put very concrete, actionable issues for you on the table to act on. So very briefly, before I jump into the subject, I do want to mention that the word MSMEs or MSMEs is widely used in the jargon. I mean, these acronyms are used very generically to refer to any firm that's not large. But it's important to highlight that there is a lot of diversity. There is a lot of heterogeneity within this group. It includes enterprises which have anywhere between 1 to 2 workers in traditional sectors to firms having 40 to 50 workers or even up to 90 workers in very modern sectors. And in fact, there is no common definition of MSMEs. There are estimates from the International Finance Corporation that tell us that there are about 267 definitions floating around of MSMEs. And these are based on, they could be based on employment, on turnover, on your investment in plant and machinery. In fact, India also has had multiple definitions over the years, and now we've moved towards a new definition in 2020. So the conversation has, sometimes it becomes a little tricky to analyze this subject and actually create comparable statistics at the G20 level because of this issue of not having a definition which is accepted commonly by all the G20 countries. But of course, the two most commonly used definitions are one which is given by the World Bank and the other by the OECD. So some of the statistics that I will be presenting to you in the tables in the charts ahead essentially draw from these definitions. Now, apart from this issue of how you define them in terms of their size of employees or turnover and so on, another important issue in the MSME space is that of dualism, that there is a very stark formal-informal divide. Many of the MSMEs, especially in the global south, the micro enterprises in particularly, are largely informal in nature. The small and the medium, you still find a few formal enterprises, but the issue of informality and formality is really very central to the subject of MSMEs. Now, as we all know, MSMEs, contribute a lot, and that is why they're such an important subject of conversation here, to national income, to employment. And here there's a graph over here which actually tells you what this is from OECD countries, which essentially points out their contribution to value added, to employment. But what it also shows you is that while they contribute significantly to national income and employment, their contribution to trade is relatively modest. For instance, across OECD countries, just 5 to 40% of MSMEs directly export compared to 80% in the case of large firms. Separately, we have data from the WTO on developing countries that tell us that MSMEs exports represent just about 7.6% of manufacturing sales. And even for large manufacturing firms, frankly, that number is not very high. It's just 14%. So the problem of MSMEs being integrated in trade is across the developed and the developing world. But of course, it is more severe for MSMEs which are in the developing world. I could skip over this slide in the interest of time, but essentially this looks at the share of MSMEs in exports by size. And again, this graph simply drives home the point that it is the larger firms which have a greater share in exports compared to micro, small, and medium. Now, before we jump into this question of how we can help MSMEs integrate into global trade, it's important to understand that why are they not in fact integrated into global trade to begin with? And at the heart of this issue is really the problem of low productivity of the MSME sector. Large firms have higher productivity, and therefore they are able to tap into foreign markets, and they can grow even further through exporting. On the other hand, the MSMEs, which because of their low productivity, cannot enjoy economies of scale, cannot access, invest in machinery, in skilled labor, they can't coordinate their production activity better, they're not able to tap into international markets, and they're not able to expand further. And that has implications in terms of the kind of jobs they create, because when they're able to integrate with international markets, in particular GVCs, they're able to create better paying jobs. That process of integration, in fact, enhances their productivity and creates an organic channel for them to also formalize. And the subject of the formalization of MSMEs is also something which has captured a lot of attention, not just in India, but also globally. So there are enormous benefits that arise from integrating them. But at the heart of that, the root cause of that is their low productivity. And there's some graphs over here. The panel, which is on the left-hand side, basically looks at data from the ADB, which is, countries from Asia, and this highlights the differences in the value added per worker across firms of different sizes. And it's abundantly clear from here that larger enterprises have higher gross value added per worker. The panel, which is on the right-hand side, is the data from the World Bank's enterprise survey, which once again shows that it is larger firms that have average higher total factor productivity compared to MSMEs. And they're separately, more recently, McKinsey has come out with data which shows that even in the developed world, there is a productivity gap between small and large firms. Now, of course, as we can see, the gap, the productivity differential is significantly larger in the developing world compared to the developed world. But it's nevertheless a subject which is increasingly, which needs to be addressed if we actually want SMEs or MSMEs to internationalize, to access export markets, to create better jobs. And that not only enhances their contribution to economic development, but also to social well-being. So in some sense, the integration of MSMEs in global trade is very critical to the discourse on inclusive growth and development. And not surprisingly, the G20 has actually had a very strong track record of advocating for greater integration of MSMEs in global trade. In fact, the conversation on integrating MSMEs in global trade started under the Turkish presidency in 2015 under the inclusive growth agenda. And then when the Trade and Investment Working Group was formed in 2016, China took this up. The focus again was on the integration of MSMEs in global value chains, because global value chains are a very important factor which are shaping international trade. And they provide important opportunities for MSMEs to integrate into the global economy, either as exporters or as suppliers to large firms, or even as importers of inputs and technologies. So it's a subject which has very much been there. The conversation under the Chinese presidency was again about improving financial access. It was about digital trade, access to information. And that conversation has continued over subsequent presidencies. More recently, under the Saudi presidency, there were policy guidelines which we put forward on boosting MSMEs' international competitiveness. Under the Italian presidency, there was a non-binding policy toolkit on promoting MSMEs via focusing on digital MSMEs and entrepreneurship. So this is a subject, of course, which has been very much, which has become very popular in the discourse over the last few G20 presidencies. But it's one that we believe that as the Indian presidency, India assumes the G20 presidency, it's something that we should take up and also put forward, as I said before, very tangible, concrete outcomes that can eventually, in the long run, help MSMEs integrate in global trade. And of course, this discussion assumes importance not just because we are in some sense the voice of the global south, but also because in the post-pandemic world, we realize that MSMEs, and now there is enough data to show that coming from different organizations, that the trade effects of the pandemic have been particularly severe for MSMEs compared to large firms which are in the same sector in the same country. So the question that really arises is that what policies can G20 countries adopt individually and collectively to accelerate the participation of MSMEs in global trade? And given that, as I emphasized before, that a lot of this challenge is linked to the low productivity of MSMEs, the question, one way of framing how we tackle this problem is to ask that how can we enhance the competitiveness and the productivity of MSMEs, one, and second, how do we increase the connectivity or the means by which MSMEs can in fact connect into international markets and global value chains. And we believe that, the G20 is an important forum to look at, to provide international cooperation and global solutions to this challenge in an increasingly complex trading environment. So, when we talk about what is responsible for the low productivity of MSMEs, why are they not able to integrate? There are many, many challenges. And let me say broadly, there are some challenges which are internal to the firm. They are linked to the management, the workforce capability, the ability of the firm to adopt certain technologies, and so on. And obviously, those are not issues that we touch on in the context of this discussion at the G20, but there are very many external challenges in terms of access to finance, access to information, access to technology, your trade policy. And these are subjects where which we can put forward in our priorities to address at the G20. So of course, we've had several rounds of discussions on this, and we bucket them broadly into 3 groups. The first is access to markets. MSMEs are very often not able to tap into potential markets because they have very little information about, local rules and regulations, domestic.
I'm sorry, but you could just skip through that because because
Okay.
for the sake of time.
Okay, sure. So basically, I think to this audience, I don't need to elaborate on this, but we basically bucket it into 3 different groups: access to markets, access to finance, and technology. And, of course, these are problems which are there even for large firms, but for smaller firms, given that trade costs involve a significant fixed component, they are particularly burdensome for SMEs, and that poses a challenge. Having said that, what we do, the good thing in the conversation that we've been having over the course of the day, which is about digital transformation and digitalization, tells us that because of these changes, these rapid technological advances, there is scope for reducing these trade costs to increase the involvement of MSMEs in trade. And that, in fact, alleviating these external constraints that are faced by the MSMEs will not just help in increasing their engagement in international trade, but also enhancing their productivity and alleviating some of the internal constraints they face. And the reason I'm emphasizing this repeatedly is to say that, a lot of stuff on the MSME side can be done at a forum like G20, but there are spillover benefits of that in domestic policy as well. So again, going back to this issue of the digital agenda, which has been overarching through the course of the day, and the FM and the Sherpa, everyone has highlighted this. The question that we put forward in the priority issues would be that how do G20 countries collaborate to leverage digital technologies to accelerate the integration of MSMEs in global trade? In particular, how can digital technology be leveraged to address issues of financial inclusion, access to information? And 3 things that we put forward here. One is, how can we actually collaborate to build technology-based tools that will allow collection, sharing, synthesis of financial information related to MSMEs from multiple sources, because at present that financial information is in a very siloed nature. Putting that together will not only help improving access to finance, but also establishing and assessing their creditworthiness, which is a challenge. The second is that, there is a big problem with the lack of equitable, affordable, and fair access to digital tools when it comes to MSMEs. They are disproportionately impacted there. So again, how can we collaborate amongst the G20 countries to address this problem? Because giving them that equitable, fair, and affordable access to digital tools will not only help them to connect to markets through digital platforms, but also help improve their business processes and in turn enhance the productivity and the product quality of the goods they are producing, which then allows them to integrate better with international markets. And finally, given the access to information, and we do understand that there is already a help desk, a global online help desk on this, but how can India further push the envelope on putting together, some sort of platform or tool that will improve MSME access to information by providing them real-time and very focused information on various, trade measures, information about markets, or a combination of trade and market-related research. So these are just 3 ideas that we have in terms of outcome.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your thoughts. We're really running really short of time. I think this is such a fascinating discussion that, 1.5 hours is not sufficient for that. But yeah, considering that we have so many experts waiting, I would now invite Dr. Zhong Wu Kang, who is one of the discussants, and I would request him to give his thoughts in 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Chair. All the 3 speakers, they have laid out the stage for the India presence for next year, G20 presence next year, in a very structured manner. I like the idea of putting the trade and investment agenda in the context of inclusiveness, resilience, and sustainability. And also, I'd like to let you know that our flagship publication, which is called the Asian Economic Integrity Report, the theme chapter next year will be on the trade and the climate change nexus, which will be published in February next year. So you might have a chance to refer to our report in working under the presidency. So I'd like to highlight the importance of digital service trade. I mean, compared to the manufacturing sectors, the services have yet to grow further across the Asia and other developing countries, and in particular, digital service trade has shown quite a high degree of resilience during the pandemic for the apparent reasons that we all know. So also India, as a powerhouse of the IT and other business services, I think that country is in a very good position to advocate this digital service trade under its presidency. So the sector can cover IT, telecommunication business, financial research and development services, and telehealth, telemedicine, and online education, etc. So, but at the same time, we all know that globally, the digital service trade are under the higher regulatory barriers, and how to lower these barriers and how to forge consensus among the G20 countries could be one agenda that can be tackled. When it comes to the WTO, I don't think everything is in a sense dead. I mean, there are some movement going on underway at the moment. For example, plurilateral negotiation on e-commerce is a good example where the many G20 countries can express their strong support. Another one is the joint statement initiative on service domestic regulation. So this kind of plurilateral approach could be one agenda that the Indian G20 presidency can strongly support and delve into more details to make it more concrete outcomes in the near future. When it comes to the SME issue, I think that in the context of reconfiguration of the global supply chains, in the midst of the pandemic and in the midst of the trade, the conflict between the global heavyweights, among others, we tend to think that the multinationals at the front center of being affected from the reconfiguration of supply chains. But SMEs being connected to these big companies as a tier 1, tier 2, or even tier 3 suppliers, the ripple effect will be felt by SMEs eventually. So how can we support SMEs to adjust to the reconfiguration? I mean, the changing landscape of the global supply chain could be one issue that we need to discuss. And when it comes to the free trade agreement, bilateral or regional free trade agreement, having the more and more number of FTAs is one thing, but the implementation is another. I think that many developing countries are having a low capacity in complying with the FTA implementation. In particular, SMEs, due to the high compliance and administration cost. As I know that the utilization ratio of FTAs are even below 30% for the SMEs. So then how to provide capacity building opportunities and awareness enhancement opportunities for the SMEs. That's something that needs to be discussed at the G20 level, I think. And lastly, in the digital space, cross-border e-commerce will gain more momentum in the future. From the MSA's perspectives, market entrance barriers could be still very high because of the gatekeeper, large platform companies are dominating the market power at the moment. So when it comes to the SMEs entrance to the digital market space, we cannot avoid discussing the competition policy and antitrust policy. For example, how to mandate the big gatekeeper, larger platform to share their customer data with the new entrants from the SME space, for example. So that kind of competition policy related issue could be one agenda that the G20 countries can tackle jointly. Thank you. Let me stop there.
Thank you, Dr. Kang, for your thoughts. And now I would request Dr. Zia Qureshi for his comments, and he also has 5 minutes to wrap up his thoughts. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation to this event. The speakers in our session have made excellent presentations. There isn't the time to do justice to the richness of what each of them has laid out. So I will make three comments that broadly span the discussion. And I will focus my comments on how technology is changing trade, investment, and industry and related policy agenda. First, digital technologies are reshaping markets and transforming the growth and distributional dynamics within economies and between economies. And these transformations are particularly notable in the areas of trade, investment, and industry that we are discussing in this session. The pace of change in markets has been rapid, but public policy in general has lagged in responding to change. So a sizable policy or governance deficit or gap has emerged. This has meant that the potential of the new technologies is not being harnessed well. And indeed, some of the results have been perverse, such as falling rather than rising aggregate productivity growth in many economies and rising economic inequality. So public policy needs to catch up with change spawned by technology. Within economies, there are new challenges in competition and regulatory policies and digital services access to ensure that the benefits of the new technologies are not captured only by a few tech giants in increasingly monopolistic market structures, but are instead disseminated more widely across firms, including small and medium enterprises. There are new challenges in equipping the workforce with skills compatible with the new technologies. At the international level, new rules and cooperative arrangements must be devised to ensure open access and competition in the era of digital globalization, including adequate disciplines for digital trade, digitally deliverable services, digital intellectual property, tech giants and digital platforms that can affect competition across national markets, and taxation of cross-border digital business. The G20 offers an important platform to help steer this new agenda and mitigate the digital economy policy or governance deficit that I mentioned. The G20 can and should do more. My second point is that in much of our discussion here, explicitly or implicitly, the focus has been on manufacturing. Manufacturing is of course important, but in the digital era, services need to be brought more centrally into growth and development strategies. Dr. Kang touched on this in part. Digital technologies and automation are disrupting traditional pathways to growth and development. They pose new challenges to manufacturing-led growth strategies in developing economies. They will increasingly erode these economies' comparative advantage in labor-intensive manufacturing based on large populations of low-skill, low-wage workers as these tasks get increasingly automated. On the other hand, the new technologies open new opportunities in services by expanding the universe of tradable services. India has had some notable success in this regard. Domestically also, raising the productivity of enterprises engaged in services is important to developing economies, aggregate productivity, and longer-term growth performance. Service enterprises in these economies, which are predominantly small and medium enterprises, employ the bulk of the urban labor force, but in most cases at very low levels of productivity. So the services agenda needs more attention. And my third and final point is a suggestion. India should consider taking the opportunity of the G20 presidency to provide leadership on the policy agenda relating to the transformational effects of the new technologies on markets, economies, and globalization. The G20 during its recent presidencies has addressed aspects of digital transformation. It established a digital economy task force, but much of this discussion has been fragmented. Often the issues have been approached in a sectoral way, with technology being viewed rather narrowly as a sector, the IT sector, presenting IT issues such as regulation of data, cybersecurity, privacy, etc. This IT regulatory agenda is of course important, but as I mentioned, the digital revolution is having transformational effects on economies across the board, across sectors, across countries, and across policy domains. India, during its presidency, could raise the salience of this technology-driven economic transformation in G20 deliberations and approach it in a more integrated way, not just in one task force or a working group or on one track, but as a major cross-cutting force or theme shaping much of the forward public policy agenda, both within economies and at the global level. Given India's position as a leader in the developing world on the new technologies, it could also play the role of a bridge to bring developed and developing countries together on this transformational agenda. Digital transformation has major implications for the developing world, but much of the action in regulating the new technologies and how they affect trade, investment, industry, and international competition, much of this action is taking place in forums in the EU, the US, etc., where developing countries are not participants. The G20 can provide a more inclusive forum to help develop a governance regime for the new technologies that is more global and not fragmented by regional or country group interests. It can also help empower related multilateral institutions, such as the WTO, to address the new agenda. Dr. Singh in his remarks highlighted the importance of the WTO. The WTO needs to do more on this new agenda. In an interview recently published on Project Syndicate, WTO Director General Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala said, and I quote, "There are still no basic global trade rules for the digital economy," end quote. India's G20 presidency can be instrumental in moving this new agenda forward. Let me stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Qureshi, for your thoughts and comments. I'm afraid we don't have time for any Q&A now. So I would straight request Dr. Peter Morgan to present a summary of the session and propose a vote of thanks. Dr. Morgan.
Thanks very much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Well, I think it's been an extremely rich discussion and very difficult to summarize in just a couple of minutes. But I think it's obvious that trade and investment are the keys to growth. And it's been emphasized that we're not just talking about any kind of growth, but that which is a resilient, inclusive, and sustainable, and is consistent with the SDGs. And in particular, there was a lot of discussion on, in terms of the issue of inclusivity, about how to integrate MSMEs into the GBCs, and tied in with that is the question of how to increase their productivity, because there's a bit of a vicious circle that as long as MSMEs have low productivity, then it's going to be difficult for them to participate in GBCs, and that will tend to perpetuate their situation of low productivity. And I think the discussion also highlighted the great potential of digitalization to perhaps break this vicious circle. In particular, if the services trade could be more liberalized, that could be a great potential vehicle for increased digital trade. So that along with that, we saw issues of, for example, what could be the contribution of the WTO to addressing these issues more. What is the role of competition policy to also ease the access of MSMEs to this kind of technology? And most importantly, what is the role that India can take during the Indian G20 presidency to give more priority and provide perhaps a more unified leadership in this area of trying to promote digitalization. So let me stop there. I think it's been a very successful conference. I'd like to congratulate ICRIER for organizing it, particularly Dr. Mishra, Pratik Kukrija, and many others, plus of course all the presenters, discussants, and keynote speakers. It's been our pleasure to support the G20 conference since 2010, and we look forward to a very successful Indian G20 presidency. Thanks very much.
Yeah. He didn't tell me that I have to keep the time also.
Hi, Mr. Qureshi. Hello.
Yeah, thank you, everyone.
So
Yeah, thank you, everyone joining physically and online. Yeah, you may log off. Thanks a lot.